This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
They don't know he's there. Is he gonna be in there? He's done it again! It's just unreal! Again, and Derek wins it! That is that, folks!
Sean finds a gap in the smoke and the spray. It's just beautiful.
Causing an issue out wide! Agora sim! Vamos! É você!
Today we got two teams fighting for the right to call themselves America's best. The trophy is on the line and it all comes down to this. Hello everyone and welcome to the VCT Americas Stage 1 Grand Finals, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena in beautiful, in sunny, shout out to Ryan who was playing baseball with earlier, Los Angeles, California. Of course, the Zamboni's on the way. We're all excited because it's going to be a good one. Of course, I'm Golden Boy. You got Wyatt. You have Mimi and Ender. And we are going to yap about our matchup today because we got a good one. A battle for the crown, a best of 5 to determine who is the best out of the Americas. And last week we started this bracket with 8 teams. And now we're down to just our top 2. Sentinels, G2, the last squad standing. And honestly, Wyatt, couldn't have seen it go any other way on.
Certainly, we got a nice little rematch, not just from earlier in the bracket where SEN are the first team from Americas to have ever beaten G2, but from the finals of Kickoff as well, which was a 5-map banger. This time, though, seeing SEN coming through that upper bracket, and in my eyes, the favorite, maybe not in everyone's eyes here, we will see. But I'm excited to see if they can do it again and actually get this trophy, or if G2 will go back-to-back.
Yeah, they're right there. I mean, both teams on the precipice of accomplishing something great. We'll talk about that as well. But we do want to let everyone know, right? You know, you're not only fighting for that trophy, but you're also fighting so you can make your way to VALORANT Champions at the end of the year. So if you get first place here, 5 whole points. Second place gets 3 points. And then MIBR locked themselves 2, and EG got themselves a point with their 4th place finish here for the playoffs. So a massive accomplishment for those guys for sure.
The big thing though is getting that trophy for G2. It would be back-to-back. For Sentinels, it would also be their 2nd trophy. And of course, locking that 1st seed, giving yourself some extra time to get ready for the new changes heading into Toronto.
Yeah, it is going to be awesome. But it's Sunday, and you know what that means. We've got our Pulsar Flick of the Week. And this one's coming from Zeken in Friday's upper final. Oh yeah, that one actually, Ender, was sick.
This was a nasty play, and that was to get the ace on the round. The very next round, he does another flick of comparable ability. It's a full 90-degree transfer. I mean, he was absolutely on one in this series, and I think his performance in those rounds back-to-back here is a large reason why they made it all the way.
Oh yeah, Zeken has been absolutely on fire, and we'll see if he can continue that moving forward in the grand finals. But before we get into all of that action, we're gonna play a little game, something that separates the pros from the amateurs. It's called Who's There? Oh, look at that. Come on, guys, perform.
I like
I don't know, just like play it up, you know? Okay, so now, here's the deal. We're gonna run an audio clip. That graphic was very ominous. We're gonna run an audio clip of an agent's footsteps, and you have to guess which one it is. And by the way, yes, they do have unique sounds. So here is your first audio clip. Let's go ahead and see who's there.
Listening.
Those are some meaty stats.
Those are
I know that.
big.
That's got to be Teo.
That's Teo.
That's Teo.
That's some meat on those steps.
It's Yoru.
It's Yoru?
Wait,
I think I'm going with Yoru on that
the
one.
clone.
Wait, Yoru?
For which one?
Which one was the right answer?
Probably Yoru.
Teo.
That's what I'm talking about.
Teo is the right answer. Wait. Wait, production just trolled me.
Who's right?
We'll share this one, Wyatt. We're both correct.
It's yours.
It is
right.
yours.
No, we're
It's
both
definitely
right.
yours.
It was. Listen,
Good
I've heard
one.
enough clones in my days to pick that.
Wait, was that the real one or the clone, though?
Both. Well, don't they have the same one?
No, but I mean, a real analyst would know the difference.
You get to hear the clones so much. You know what I'm saying?
Such a troll. All right, let's listen to our next audio clip and argue again. Let's see. That's Sky.
I believe it.
That's Sky.
I don't know this one.
That's Fade.
That's Fade.
I'm going
You
with
feel
Fade.
strongly
D,
with Fade?
Fade.
I'm going with Sky.
Yeah, no, I'm going Astra just to be
Just to
different.
be different. I'm not
I know
like other
it's
girls.
not neon.
I don't feel strongly
Yeah, it's
about
not
any of
neon.
the options.
I'll go Sky.
Sky?
It's a total guess, though.
Survey says. I'm actually kind of curious on this one, mate. It's Fade.
Wait, Wyatt knows everything.
Wyatt
It's ball.
is a knower.
Why are you
And by
listening
he,
to all
I
these
mean him.
footsteps?
Yeah.
Because I play the game.
Okay.
What do you think?
Because he doesn't listen to music while he plays,
that.
Mimi.
I don't do
You
that.
listen to music while we're
Trent
playing?
does, or used
okay.
to. I don't.
I need you to lock
It answers a lot of questions.
No,
though,
that
it
was
really
a
does.
thing.
All right, let's listen to the next one.
Oh, that's Jet.
Jet.
That's
Easy
Jet.
That's Jet.
Yeah, that's Jet.
Jet.
I've
That
never
is-
been more
that's
confident
Jet.
in my life.
That's Jet.
I hope I don't get this wrong.
Wait. Yeah.
No, don't.
I was gonna say Clove. I was gonna say Clove.
Wow, I was
like, wait a
confident.
minute. Damn.
I too was confident.
Okay.
I'm 0 for 3.
I had a moment where I wanted to go. I wanted to like depart from the pack. And
You should.
I
Pack
just,
mentality is
didn't.
bad. It
Yeah,
only
is.
takes one person to make a difference. Turn around. Change
You
your
could
shirt.
have been the one.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Be kind.
Choose to be
Anyway,
kind.
all right, let's go. Next one.
He's got a message.
What we got? I think that's Phoenix.
Well, it's not Sky because we already had Sky.
Yeah.
I'm gonna like.
That was Fade, though.
I'm gonna.
That was Fade.
That was Fade, so it could be Sky.
Oh no.
Oh, dang, this one is
I'm
tough,
out.
actually.
It's C. It's always C. If you don't know the answer on a test, it's C. It's Phoenix.
And I phone a friend.
That's bad
If you-
advice.
No, but no, it's actually good advice.
I'm going with ISO.
You're getting a 40% minimum. I promise, Jet.
Okay, fine.
I will be taking
Cypher.
ISO
It's
on this
always C.
I'm going with
It's always
it
C.
is C.
It's always C.
But it literally was not a few answers ago.
I was 0 for 3 on the day. I choose C after turning my brain off, and I'm correct.
I guess
Wow.
that's how
It's
it
just that good.
works. All right. Well,
It's
how many did
always-
you guys get right? Let us know in the chat. Let us know on social media. We love to hear from you. But guys, we got a full house for today's grand final, and we wanted to ask the fans who they think is going to be lifting that trophy. I'm sure it's going to be riveting dialogue.
We're out here at the block party for Stage 1 Grand Finals, and I have some questions for these fine fans. Who's gonna win today?
SEN. G2.
G2 easy.
G2 easily.
G2!
You already know who it's gonna be. It's gonna be Sentinels today. Let's go Sentinels.
G2, baby, let's get it.
I got Sen City.
G2, of course, G2 Army.
Sentinels for sure. No doubt about it.
All right, so who's gonna win today?
Sentinels!
Let's go, SEN.
Imagine though if Mama Zeken said G2, that'd be crazy. I wouldn't know what to do with myself at that point. Be like, oh my God, how could you? Now, of course, everyone. Hey, look, it is
It was very split.
Yeah, it's very split.
It's very evenly split. I'm surprised.
Yeah.
I thought
More
we were
than
about
usual.
to get 100% Sentinels. Well, maybe 99%. The one G2 fan.
Yeah.
Honestly.
That did not happen. We have a pretty split
Have I
audience
lost
here
touch with
today.
the culture?
I think you've lost touch with the culture.
Or Riv did a really good job of finding people with different opinions.
I actually think
that
we
might be a
should
good
give
point.
Riv all the credit on this one for sure. All right, guys, well, let's go ahead and get into the grand final, shall we, and talk about this matchup, Sentinels versus G2. And, you know, we had our top squads from Kickoff here, and look at that. Same thing again. These two guys in that spot, Mimi, showing everyone that they are the elite of Americas.
Sen lost in that close final and then went to Bangkok and had a really disappointing showing, losing this match, going out in the way they did, getting absolutely obliterated 13-1 by Team Liquid. This is a team that had really high hopes to be up there with G2, competing for the top spots, but went home and have since then had to really recompose.
I think it's crazy to see two teams that had such different showings at Bangkok sort of flip positions coming out of that, right?
Yeah.
Sentinels had a lot of, coming to terms talks about getting back on the right page, switching up their positions, they're sitting on stage, getting everything aligned for them. And yet it's them that are coming in as the top seed, as the team out of the upper bracket into this event. It's G2 that didn't lose a map until the finals of Kickoff, that is playing 3-game series on repeat, maxing out the amount of games they're actually playing and barely squeezing in here.
Yeah, I think the journey aspect of it, Wyatt, is so fascinating, both of these squads. All the trials and tribulations that they've gone through up until this point really does make this final feel, kind of weighty,
Absolutely. And given last year when we saw SEN come back from Madrid and then they had a pretty steep fall off.
The worst fall off
ever. We were thinking that could happen to maybe G2 because they made such a deep run, or SEN again. But it actually didn't. Both teams were able to play extremely well throughout the entirety of the stage, except for maybe a hiccup here and there from either. But they're both in the finals. They are still our 2 top teams. They have not fallen off at all.
What's so good about it, though, is that SEN takes that really hard loss, and instead of letting it kind of kick them down and end up like they did last year, they use that to go and have those hard conversations to figure out what they need to fix and to come back a way better team than they were when they made it to that first final of the year in America.
Yeah, and we had highlighted it before, but there was I would say a pivotal moment, a nexus point, if you will, for this Sentinels lineup when Zeken gave this impassioned speech to the team that honestly kind of gave them the motivational boost to be where they are right now. Let's take a look.
We're gonna be emo, and this blows, but I'm gonna say some stuff and it's gonna be kind of harsh, but if I don't say it right now, it's gonna eat at me. And the things that I say apply to me as well. I'm not just yelling at you, lashing out at you guys. It also applies to me. But truly, we should be embarrassed and disgusted with how bad we looked. There were so many rounds that we threw, and this series should have been an easy 2-0. And even when we're at our, it should also be a bit positive that even when we looked this it should have been a 2-0. But truly, we looked completely fucking terrible. And I think our biggest thing is we have no adaptability. Cap can give us a bunch of game plans, and Amin can micro us however much he needs to, but when we're in a situation that we haven't seen 100 times already, we just crumble and freak out and lose. And that's going to be the biggest thing going forward. We can go back and VOD and be this round's never going to happen again, this round's never going to happen again, this round's never going to happen again, but this whole game is rounds that will never happen again. Being able to adapt and do on the fly in the moment and do it together, that's what makes the good teams good. And we just don't have that right now. And I don't have a fix-all solution. We can work hard and get better at it, but I think we need some urgency. Not in the server, in the match that we need to play with urgency, but in our regular lives, we need to get better at this, and we need to work together to get better at this if we want to win these tournaments. We get in so many good spots, and then we just throw. And we can get in these good spots as much as we want, but if we don't know how to close them, if we don't know what to do in a 3v3 or a 3v2 or a 4v2, we're just going to lose. We can close these rounds so easily and make these games so clean. We just need some adaptability.
And that right there was a massive point for Sentinels. They needed adaptability. They needed to know what to do in those pivotal moments. And given where they are right now, Mimi, I'd say job well done.
And it's cool to see Zeken being that voice, because he's a guy who only a couple years ago was a pretty new player. He was really young, his first game that he's competing at a Tier 1 level, and he's stepping up and being one of the most mature forces on this team, while also being not just their best player, but clearly one of the top 3 players in America right now.
I think that's such a boon to have on your team, right? Not just have the star duelist player that everyone else wants to look up to and match in his own ability, but also when he's having those talks as a leader, everyone on his team is going to step up behind him.
Yeah, and you know what? We're talking about the players that have really stepped up this stage, right? And on the G2 side, you look at Leaf and Trent, Leaf and Trent, apologies. We'll cover that in a second, but for now, let's focus on Zeken here because, Wyatt, this guy has been absolutely bonkers this stage.
This match that he played the other day against MIBR was one of the best, I think, in his career. He utterly dominated the best team in Brazil, one of the best teams that we've had in America's consistent top 3, and he made them look like one of the bottom tier teams.
Yeah.
And, well, he's been incredible. It's obvious that Zeken is going to perform. For G2, their 2 best players that have been neck and neck leading the way in Americas have been Trent and Leaf. And that's been the case since their run at Bangkok, since Kickoff. These 2 have been having a unbelievably standout year. And I want to focus in on Leaf because that last series they played against EG, where they barely lost, or they nearly lost, they almost missed out on even making it to Toronto. He was the guy that pushed them over the line, the guy who's stepping up as a leader as well to help VALORANT for the team. It's so impressive what Leaf's doing right now.
Yeah, that's the thing that has shocked me the most from both watching Leaf play, but also hearing him speak and hearing other people behind the scenes talk about how much of an impact he has had on this G2 team. He is a guy that is constantly trying to buff up the confidence of his teammates, tell them to hold forward lines, like say, don't be cowards, don't back away. And he's also doing it even in the Sentinel role, right? Like this G2 team is a team that plays with a lot of confidence, and a lot of that is coming through from Leaf.
And then you round out that top 3 with Trent, who is seemingly winning every possible clutch position he has put in, has been the best Teo player in VCT Americas.
He plays nothing else.
And this is a team that has Jojo and VALORANT on it, players that we're normally talking as like MVP contenders.
Yeah, there's so many like battles here that you can pick between all these different players, right? Especially the duelist battle or however that may shake out. But for us as well, one of the things we love to focus on, the IGL battle, because the thing is, John QT and VALORANT facing off again, right? These are IGLs that came up together. I mean, Wyatt, these guys have been on the
young and full of life.
That's crazy.
In these clips.
And yet here they are. They find themselves facing off against each other again and again and again. It's been an incredible journey for both of these guys.
This was 2 years ago, seeing John QT on M80 and VALORANT on the Guard before they ended up being signed by G2. This was in the Ascension Grand Finals. It was a super close matchup. Of course, the Guard were able to take it, and then John found himself still getting into partnership, joining SEN. But that is just one of the early days of this rivalry between 2 IGLs that they're like from the same graduating class. They came up together at the same time and have rose to the top together.
Because even if you go back further, before VCT Americas existed, they were playing in North American Challengers, right? With the Guard and with Ghost Gaming, respectively, right? Like it is a very similar mirror of their evolution, even to their success they found on the global stage last year.
They were playing all the way back in 2022. That's when John QT was still like coming over to Canada from Morocco to get a degree, got that opportunity to play online. That's when VALORANT was getting signed to his first contract as well. These 2 have been like the prospects from the early 2022 days of Tier 2 leadership that have now evolved from these young guys taking a big risk to now 2 of, if not the 2 best IGLs that we have in this region, who have led both of their teams to international finals. For John, to an international trophy, and now a 2nd final in a row for both of them. That journey is so damn impressive.
I'm with you. I think there are our 2 strongest IGLs. If you just look at the accolades of them both, making it to that Ascension final, but then also on the VCT stage, winning kickoffs, each of them, right? John winning internationally, consistently being in the finals. I mean, VALORANT has led this G2 squad to his 4th consecutive Americas finals appearance today. That is ridiculous.
And that's only 2 years after they were both playing in Tier 2.
Yeah, he's missed one final.
That's wild.
That was the first kickoff.
Well, let's go ahead and check in with the 2 captains who've seemingly done it all practically. We got Riv standing by when he had a chance to catch up with them earlier today.
Yeah, I am joined by John QT of Sentinels and VALORANT of G2 here before the game today, the finals matchup that is, and I'm going to ask you both basically the same questions. I got to ask, with the history of Ascension, you guys knowing each other for so long, calling against each other, what's one thing you really respect about VALORANT?
Yeah, I think he's a great leader, good individual player, and yeah, he's always been kind of at the top with me, and it's been like a little rivalry, so I definitely respect him a lot.
And what about you? Same question. What do you respect about John?
Thanks, bro. I would say this is kind of the same, like John QT, whatever team he's been a part of has always been at the top, so I just respect that leadership quality of him to make sure not only him, but his teammates show the best. And so it kind of I try to do the same, and so I have a lot of respect for that, and it's no surprise that we're both here again today.
That's awesome, and I'll stick with you as we start the second question. With Ascension, with being able to play against each other in previous finals before and finals since, did you think you'd keep seeing John in finals when you were doing this?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when we were in Tier 2 together, we both were kind of dominating Tier 1 at the same time, like in practice. Like M80 and guard were insane, so I had no questions that we'd be in this moment again.
Awesome, and it's kind of same question for you, but were you hungry to make sure that happened?
Yeah, it wasn't a surprise to me, especially with his core, like the guard core. They've been through a lot together, and like obviously, I think we both deserve to be Tier 1, even when we're Tier 2. We're better than so many teams, and yeah, it's not a surprise that we're here again, and will be again here.
Gentlemen, great to hear from you before the game today. Best of luck.
VALORANT's been crafting this G2 core for years, him alongside Trent and Jonah P. It has been literally since 2022 that those three have been playing together. But for John QT, he went from being the leader of Ghost Gaming, which was very successful team, not making finals, but still great, defining metas, to then being on M80, making it to the Ascension finals. There, and then now coming onto a brand new team with all new players and doing that for a third time.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah,
actually,
it is a pretty interesting juxtaposition that this guard core team, they've only made 2 moves, and both of them basically just straight up improvements. Well, yeah, John has had to work within a number of different systems, or rather create systems for a number of different players.
And I think it's important to note, both are impressive, right? I think that's what makes it really cool, right? Because firstly, I mean, for those of you who are new to esports, sticking together with your teammates ain't really a thing people like to do up in these parts. So, you know, I think
especially when they have to play a year of Tier 2.
Exactly. I think if you're able to stick with a crew for like a couple of years, the way that they did, Ender, that's really impressive. But then conversely for John, to be able to do that, to show that leadership quality no matter where he goes.
Staying together makes everything just second nature for you. You don't have to focus on learning the little things at the start of every year, but that's actually where I think having, obviously we talked a lot last year about the Kaplan reunion with John QT, right? Coach, IGL, the brain trust for Sentinels.
Yeah.
I think that's where he's going to find a lot of his comfort, right? When you know exactly what your coach is going to be expecting from you, when the timeout is called, you know what's coming. That level of intuition between those two roles on a team is an absolutely stellar combo to have.
And what's been lovely about these two teams is we've already seen them clash against one another before, but that time it was Sentinels. Sentinels, one of the only teams to take out G2.
The only team
excuse me,
in America.
To take on G2I.
This is SEN with this new iteration of their roster in God mode. This is the best that they have been all year. Not just in this win against G2, but then dismantling MIBR entirely. We have not seen them look this regimented and this purposeful with every piece of utility that they're sending out.
And you see what it meant to those boys to win that one out. What was so impressive about the win was that it wasn't an individual masterclass. Obviously, Zeken was great, players stepped up, but what really impressed on both their Ascent and Icebox was how good their preparation was for G2. On Ascent, they were ready for every waylay set play. They were constantly shutting down Jojimo, and on Ascent, they showed a brand new comp that was highly successful at countering the way G2 plays.
It was a solid showing from Sentinels, but I also don't want to overreact because this was a close series. G2 crushed the first map and then played 2 absolute nail biters. And Icebox, where Jojimo was virtually absent, that was decided by 2 rounds, and then Ascent that almost resulted in an 11-2 comeback for G2 that ends up being, again, a 2-round decider at the end. This series today is going to be insanely close.
Yeah, but of course, thinking about maps as a broader whole here, right? There's also the bigger map ban advantage that comes into play for this best of 5 grand finals. And the only team that has lost with that advantage was G2, which is also like, come on, man, storylines. That's kind of silly, but on its note, why is it such a big thing? Like, for those who may not understand it, Wyatt.
I mean, it's very straightforward. It's just the ability to remove the best maps of the other team. I think one of the unfortunate things in this particular situation, when we're looking at the map pool with SEN in this case, is that G2, one of their worst maps that they play is Fracture, and that sends permaban.
Yeah.
So if they get rid of that, kind of feels like a waste of their advantage to some extent, but that's a situation they might just inevitably find themselves in.
I think you have to, because even if it is if G2 is not the best at that map, they still have a strat book. SEN has most likely not been cracking it at all. Yeah. So you probably have to get rid of the Fracture, and then I would expect them to get rid of the Lotus as well, which they've struggled on, and G2 is what, 9-1 on that map?
Yeah, they only lost the singular time on Lotus. So to me, coming into the series, well, yes, the advantage is 4-1 in favor of map ban. again. That's also 4-1 in favor of the team in the upper bracket that didn't lose in playoffs, right? I actually think today is one of the fakest double map veto advantages we have seen in Americas. And I think that sets us up for, again, a highly competitive and close series.
Because you look at these maps and you think, where is G2 comfortable? They have a pretty good Ascent, except for the loss to Sentinels. They have a damn good split. They can be competitive. Like, they can literally play any of these maps and either be competitive at worst or expected to win at best.
And they have a huge amount of best-of-5 experience, even just within this year, right? Kickoff finals, Bangkok, lower bracket here, like, they've got depth.
But there is something that is worth mentioning here, because G2 has played an offensive amount of rounds here in playoffs, okay? Look, the numbers are silly. It's like an insane amount. What is it, like over 100 rounds separating,
it's like
I think.
4 times the rounds, damn near.
Yeah,
it's something along those
there's
lines.
an endurance
G2
question.
having gotten a bye to start this.
Okay,
it's double the amount of rounds.
Damn!
I was misinformed yesterday, but double, still crazy.
That's still crazy.
Look, I have never seen Josh, who is typically a very calm coach, have so many moments of looking frustrated, despondent. Look at him right now. We did him dirty with the zoom in on his face.
Really did, man. Come on, guys.
He looks way more upset than he typically would be.
It's easy to contrast this to last year during Kickoff when Sentinels was that team who played every single round, where Kaplan was the guy despondent, head in hands every time because of how exhausting the gauntlet they had to run was.
Who won that Kickoff final, though?
It was Sentinels.
Who won the, curious.
Curious. Now, guys, of course, everyone wants to know who is going to win, what the predictions are going to be. Well, we'll start with the talent predictions, the broadcast team, because we got, I actually did not expect, so Brendan Sideshow, clearly, I just don't trust them, so I'm just going to ignore that.
I feel like, whoa, this is just whether, Mimi's the oddball, but if you're Plat Chat, you're Sentinels, if you're not, you're G2. That does not bode well for Sentinels.
Yeah, I'm the only smart one on the show.
Were you on the show this week?
Well, there you go. That's it. There you go. Okay, so look at that. As a representative of Plat Chat, Wyatt, why are you wrong? I'm kidding.
No, I'm honestly surprised that SEN, now it is only a pool of 7 people, but I'm surprised that SEN they had the minority of prediction to win in this situation. I think that this is the best that we've seen them, and this is the most beatable that G2 have looked.
Yeah.
But honestly, the thing that pushed me over the line was thinking back to 2024 when they had to do these kind of runs every time, right? Where they were going down through the lowers, where the pressure was on, where that experience in BO5s had to pull through. And I really trust this team to still have that last bit of energy in them to win this one out. But I think it's going to be damn close. And on paper, Sentinels with time off, with a prep gap, should be the favorite today, as weird as that sounds.
Yeah, well, look, guys, we're not the only ones that were throwing out some predictions out there. Our teams are moments away from taking the stage. So let's actually get some last-minute predictions from our co-streamers. Check it out.
Hey guys, so my hot take for this grand final, of course, is that Sentinels going back home with the trophy. They're gonna win this VCT, this first split, and of course, I'll be cheering for them.
So my prediction is G2 winning. I think it's gonna be a 3-1, 3-2. Jojimo and Trent just destroying every single one of Sentinels. Let's go.
Alright everyone, so my pick for the winner of VCT Americas Stage 1 is going to be Sentinel, because the way they perform in the playoff is so strong, so let's go Sentinel.
Hey guys, good evening here from Brazil. I was hoping MIBR, but my prediction is going to be G2 3-1 over Sentinels. See ya.
Hello America and the world, I'm TMV here, and for the G2 versus Sentinels Grand Final, I'm going to say that Sen City win it 3-1 and the game ends with a Zeken ace. Peace!
That was so YouTuber coded. That's insane.
It really is the Plat Chat divide.
Hey guys, I'm going to tell you about this today.
I'm with him. I'm taking 3-1 as well.
You know what, though? Something I did want to cover real fast before we jump into the stage. If G2 managed to pull out a win today, it would actually be a historic moment for VCT Americas, because they would be the first back-to-back winners, Mimi. But alternatively, if Sentinels were to win, they also would be 2-time champions of Americas.
Yeah, Americas thus far has not had a lot of longevity see in teams making it back to finals. We've had different squads come up and down, but G2 has been a consistent force. This is their 4th final in a row they're in, and their chance for a 2nd trophy. Prove that they're done with that 2nd place nonsense.
Oh yeah, and remember the offseason buzz, right? When this team made the decision to pick up Jogmo, right? This team was supposed to be a dynasty. This team was built to win absolutely everything. This stage 1 has been tough, right? It's been a lot of close games. 300 rounds they have played in just playoffs alone. But winning today would still cement them in that line of victory.
And that just goes to show how competitive the region is, right? I mean, it's insane, like how absolutely stacked all these players are, maybe because genuinely you're seeing these teams really take it to G2, even though they're really at the top of the pack.
Earlier in this stage, you heard Josh RT, G2's coach, talking about the fact that he wanted dominant wins, proved that they're better than the rest of the competition in Americas by far. I think they failed to prove that, not by any lack of trying, but because teams like SEN, like MIBR, are damn close at this point.
All right, well, guys, this is it. You see the countdown. It's going down there, folks. It's now time because the grand finals of VCT Americas Stage 1 is about to begin. Who is going to lift the trophy over its head? Is it going to be G2? Is it going to be Sentinels? Let's do this. The VCT Americas Stage 1 grand final starts now.
Sentinels, G2, it's like fate nowadays. We are 100% defending our trophy from Kickoff. I mean, we stole it from SEN the last time, and now they're coming back. They want it, you know, just to prove to themselves that like they are capable of this.
I think we've learned a lot and we've come a long way by now, and we're a much better team.
2 players fighting towards main.
That's 2 kills, 1 on each side. It's gonna be enough. But Zeken will, as they collect the 9.
Going into this final, we're coming from the upper final. Yeah, roles are reversed, and I mean, I'm looking to get that split 1 trophy.
We've played them so many times, even in just this year. They always fight back.
Now he knows the drop is there. Zeken answers with 1. They're looking to take the round. Only 2 kills away. 1 more. It's just gonna be it. Bang gets the kill.
They've improved a lot since Thailand, and I think that this is like the best they've looked this whole year.
I think the G2 is super strong just because they've had the same core between Valen, Trent, and Jonah for so long.
Can Trent, however, have the firepower for 2 of these members? Oh my God! The Red Bull clutch from Trent!
For our team, I mean, we want the trophy. We're all in the same boat that we just don't want Sentinels to have it and have it over us, but, you know, we want to be known as the dynasty.
Sentinels is definitely the one to beat anyone in the region, especially G2. My team is unbelievably talented, so I think beating G2 is going to be a walk in the park.
Moment of change, I want a revival. Switching the game, they know the name of one of them idols. Don't say it in vain, bringing the flame, just sending the rival. You wanna go viral? Turn it up, 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 turn it up.
Riot Games Arena, welcome to the Stage 1 Grand Finals. Taking to the stage first, it's Sentinels. Welcome, Zeken. Zouses! John QT! And head coach Kaplan. And now, let's bring out their opponents in this best-of-5 series. Give it up for G2's Jogamo! Trent!
Let's give it life.
Let's hear it one more time for your grand finalists!
The stage is set. We have our finalists, G2 Esports and Sentinels, the best of the Americas region, here to throw down one final time, and we're so ready for this one, Mimi.
It was the same final back in Kickoff. G2 took it there, but it was a test for this team. Since winning there, they've suffered their only loss in Americas at the hands of this Sentinels team, and now coming back to their lower bracket, need revenge to get the back-to-back.
That was a 3-2 win for G2 when they were in this exact same situation in Kickoff. And I feel that Sentinels, since then, have really improved, integrating Narrate Bang into the roster to a much greater extent than they were able to with that shorter time frame at the beginning of the year. In this playoff run, we have seen Sentinels at their absolute peak with this new iteration of their roster.
It's been so good from them, right? And it was doom and gloom at the start of the stage, right? They dropped that series early on to Crew. People were like, this team has fallen off a cliff after what happened to them in Bangkok. But since then, it has been domination from Sentinels.
Yeah, and both teams really, you heard Leaf talk about it in the video before the walkouts, how he want to build a dynasty here for G2 Esports. But we know from Sentinels, from their experience, maybe that's their exact same goal too. This Sentinels organization has been wanting to be the big franchise player, just like, some of the other big sports teams that are out there.
They absolutely have been. And it's a rivalry that has been going on for a long time. Different teams this time than when they took the Ascension stage, but John QT and VALORANT, another chance to compete for a trophy.
You can see now as the players getting ready to go, pressure is on here. But if anything, these 10 players, as well as their 2 coaches, more than ready to meet the moment, considering that this is something that they have done time and time and time again.
And that man on the far left for G2 that we just saw, Leaf, if he continues to perform at the level that he's been at in the past couple playoff matches, Sentinels are in some serious trouble. His Viper and Vice gameplay is the best that you will see right now.
Been absolutely on fire. We've got maps in. Reminder, Sentinels coming in from the upper bracket get the double map ban advantage. Fracture continues as their perma and taking away G2's best in Lotus.
Haven is Sentinels' best opportunity to get a clear-cut win. G2 have not been performing at an extremely high level on that map, and funny enough, that was the 5th final map when they met at Kickoff, and it's the map that Sentinels have seen the most improvement on in my eyes. They've swapped to this neon comp with Zeken. He's been dominating, and as a structure, the team looks so much better there.
If we get to the end of this series, those final 2 maps are the 2 maps that SEN beat G2 on last time.
13-11.
13-11 on both of those. It was great prep, it was new comps coming out, and we're starting things off early though. Here comes Haven and Zeken locking in that Yoru. Or the Neon, sorry.
Yeah, it'll be Yoru on the other side.
On the other side.
But it was interesting, looking at maps too, every single time a team had choice for side, it's always defense. And to me, that speaks to G2's strength on the defensive side. They want to start on defense because they're way better playing the defensive angles. Sentinels want to force them onto the attack early when they have the choice. Everything is as expected here, but G2 do play pretty unique comp on this map with the Yoru Astra.
Leaf's Vice yesterday, he put on a masterclass performance, but it still wasn't enough for them. You have to favor SEN here on map 1.
All right, well, it's time to get this first pistol underway. Riot Games Arena, make some noise for the grand finals. And we're going to send it over to your cast. There's a couple straight shooters. It's Bryn and Sideshow with the call.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, excited to get into this one here for our grand finals of Stage 1 domestically, of course, 2025. No better 2 teams, I would say, as well, that are matching up here, this battleground behind us. And honestly, between the 2 of them, they've been bringing the best out of each other consistently all year long. We've been treated to banger matchups.
And they've also alternated between which team looks like they're in domination mode and which team's really been trying to find their form and figure out what their feel of the team looks like. If you dial things back to when these 2 teams clashed at Kickoff, it didn't feel like Sentinels really had found their rhythm, and you heard Zeken talking about it after Bangkok as well. Now it feels like these last few matches you've seen of G2 down in the lower bracket, they've been in survival mode rather than domination mode.
They're battered and bruised, but it is time for that Samson match style. Load up fast with Samson SSDs as we get into our opening pistol round. G2 with a lot to prove here.
Really common pistol for the defenders is to triple walk down mid at the start of these rounds, hoping that you can get a flank retake on A. G2 not going for it. Sen, ready, wary, using the drone, but not... Oh, did they catch Jorg? I think they must have.
He's going to reveal himself anyway as well. A couple of stray shots, posturing back and forth.
And in the meantime, Sentinels taking some short control, slowly contacting and faking B. This is designed to draw people away from that A connector, over towards B and weaken the A site.
Leaf not to be moved though, and there's the slightest gap in a corner to play, and not stuns up. He's getting 2! Just for the troubles, Jonah P instantly there with a response. He fills in the gap.
And immediately the pings are coming out in that corner. A flash, a clear, and Leaf picks up 3.
Swinging all the way through here, it's all onto the shoulders of Narrate. Explosive is the opening, but already the net closing, and that's G2 taking our first round here in our grand finals.
You cannot make mistakes like that if you want a chance at beating G2. That corner, utterly uncleared. I mean, that's one of the major reasons why you're even using the fault line in that position. A couple of steps further back for John Cutie, and Leaf is caught dead to rights in that situation. And yet he escapes with 3 kills. G2 given a pistol. But they had many pistols, many force buy wins the last time they played against Sentinels in that upper bracket semi-final. Didn't help them.
Now Sentinels came ready to play that evolution that they've been having over the course of 2025. Looking like they're in top form. They want to take a trophy. They want to deny G2 the chance to be one of the first teams to win a back-to-back domestic trophy here in Americas. This is an overload as well. Body's going to be colliding, clashing here into the front section of B. It's going to be met with an appropriate response. So G2 happy to slap it back down. Spikes in their laps.
Last player standing.
The spike is just completely safe here on the site. John left to do it all. He found a weird timing, but he's going to have to get through 3 players with much better weaponry. And at this point, he's going for the slow, long wrap around. At this juncture, just trying to deny some weapons would be good out of the hands of G2.
Yeah.
And you saw there that they moved the setup pretty considerably. That Vice Wall went over towards B, anticipating some kind of B pop on an eco, and completely catching the double dive. Did it get scrappy? Yeah, a little bit. I was confused why Jonah P had utility in his hands when he knew that Bang had gone into the site. And watch out for this in future rifle rounds, because the Neon plus Omen combo, it can get past the Vice Wall. Normally we think about Neon being pretty hard countered by Vice, but if Bang is willing to get in there and get aggressive and play as well as he was last time they played against G2, there could be some chaos.
Yeah, absolutely. It turns into an isolated player, just into that 1-2 punch, I think.
And Bang looking to fill the gap left by Tens on those aggressive Omen teleports.
Absolutely.
See if he pulls out more of them.
Well, here it is. We'll see if there's a conversion inside here for G2. They'd love to get strong start, good beginning. Sentinels finally with some weapons in their hands. And slow going.
They've mixed up the defensive setup again. So pistol round, they had a 1-2 trap play, kind of set up in garage G2. Now they've moved that Vice Wall over to C. And Leaf just has to control the whole of this part of the map.
There's no one going to be waiting to absorb perceived aggression at least. Zeken is going to make it feel like this could be just an all-in. Of course, this is again a feign. Fakes on fakes, and Leafy's going to be squaring up to him, but dropped at a moment's notice again. So Zeken has already wrapped his way around. That was a pincer maneuver if Leaf didn't go down in that spot.
Yeah, this is a beautiful round for Sentinels to pull out. Off the barrier drop, that pathing, seen a lot of the Pacific teams actually running that, where you send your duelist in through B, and they've left an insert of Zelsis. So Zelsis is going to hear a lot of this, can play as the backstab. G2 would have to hit some outrageous shots to win this round.
Yeah. Zeken's already going to be drawing blood there towards CT. Zelsis, that backup policy, striking from behind. And that's a flawless round 3 here for Sentinels, denying G2 any chances of that strong beginning.
It's a great strategy. My only qualm would be, could they use it on a round where it would break the economy of G2? Because that was just a bonus, but it allowed them to be extremely clean, get up good economy heading into the next. And I've got to imagine that Sentinels have got more in the bag than just that. Their Haven has looked remarkably good. Remember that this used to be a permaban map for Sentinels at the start of the year. If any map has showcased their growth, it's this one.
Again, that same emphasis being placed in through garage. Bullets raining down. Leaf has got to dodge and weave. He's alive for now.
And Leaf is just kind of guessing where he should be putting the wall. You know, should it go over towards C? Should it go over towards B? Maybe even to supplement things in garage for information. I do like that he's crossed back over onto the other side. Got flushed out of that position by the recon, and now they're trying to clear Jorg, but he's not been caught by the drone.
That's an off angle. Look up through A long. That drone is going to be putting a bit of pressure now applied over towards Zelsis. He might see that strike from behind once more, but Leaf, very forward angle. Yuto's going to be skipping right past him along with the players and the bodies. Might just be dropping and toppling. Valin is caught in a corner, stunned up. Oh my god! Aftershock is just going to be rinsing him. Jonah P sidestep and good at the crosshair placement. Able to return with that fire once more, straight down. They cut Jonah P, offloading all sorts of bullets and just dropping the round in the lap of G2.
And Valin will be very happy that the rest of his team bailed him out of that situation. Bit of an embarrassing
Did he
spot
stun
for him
himself?
He did. He Astra stunned himself. He thought that the rest of the team was starting to get in for Sentinels. Chose to try to make sure everybody was stunned there rather than let them through the choke point, but got caught by an aftershock. Nonetheless, incredible awareness from Jonah P. And actually, Valin's done his job in that round by calling to have a triple stack in garage because he got the read. And again, that round just kind of typifies everything Valin's been talking about recently, focusing on himself as a leader rather than a player. What matters it if he's stunned, if he makes the right call?
The round goes the way of G2 here. Again, a bit of an exchange of the fire. Just trying to earn up the orbs here. Zelsis' job is to try and contain a bit of presence over towards A long. That re-clear attempt by G2 went a bit missing.
And recall that Jorgamo got the push out through A lobby last time, so Zelsis might be feeling a bit more pressure than usual to make sure that he stays boxed inside.
A flash play here, Zeken going to be inserted.
But all of this a feint, but a feint with two important players for SEN.
Zavos in the stun as well. Great crosshair placement though. Zeken, Jorgamo getting one as well for his troubles, and he backs himself out of there on top of it. And it has pulled a bit of the attention away here. G2 are quite scattered in terms of the defensive setup. And Valin, luckily with the Thorns by his side as well. Those are going to be detonated by Leaf, so it has slowed down the approach by Sentinels, but they do have 40 seconds left to play with. And this game of cat and mouse has just gone the wrong way, but Leaf is absolutely going to be reciprocating. That's a Steel Garden expecting an instant response, but Sen slowed themselves.
And here's Jorgamo with this late round repush. They're so confident right now, G2. Clearing out. Valin walking down mid. They've got great information that this is going to be ending C, but Leaf cannot die. Sen need to root him out.
It's a flurry of bullets. Leaf is barely alive. He's going to be limping towards the back of the side if he wants to try and make a play to push this one back here, but seconds to spare. Sen get themselves into the post plan at least, and G2 have that discipline, waiting for the smokes to dissipate. Valin earns himself two, still Leaf back against the wall. He's got to know roughly the position of Zeken. Isolated into the 1v1, all for the A's. Dodging, sliding off to the side. Ult expended! And an ace is his!
Zeken has been a force of nature sweeping through this bracket recently. And they needed that. 5 kills. The fake over towards A long where he collects the first. Coming back in to make sure that his team is bailed out of a tricky situation. A clutch, an ace. Spectacular individual performance.
Come on, baby, come on, come on, come on.
That individual decision making. Just excellency on display there for the Eye by Power ace. We're seeing it slow down here for the opening. G2, the weapons to work with. And Zeken just posted up, Outlaw in hand.
Keeps all of that momentum going with an early pick.
Go, go, go.
A stun to try to re-clear from G2, but they don't have the weaponry really to fight this. They don't have the armor to fight this either. Everyone on G2 has been extremely confident in re-pushing out on defense, and SEN feel like they've got the read now. They're holding, waiting for the play.
Taking point is Jonah P, but well, Trent was supposed to be the backup. He was the first to fall in that spot. Zelsis, quick dismissal down towards short here. A lot of the danger around is going to be gone here for G2, so desperation is what's called for. But it should be locked up here for Sentinels. Nice and pretty now, 3-3.
And the more this goes on, maybe the more that John will start to get a read on what G2 have been doing on this defense. I think the macro overall has still been going the way of G2. They've been mixing things up really nicely, but Zeken's ace has turned the tide of this map, brought Sentinels level at 3-3, and given John more time to be able to figure out what's going on. You see on this eco how patient they were. If they can bring that into rifle rounds as well, I think they'll have a lot of success. It's hard for them to necessarily figure it out, but from our point of view, we can see there's constant pushing from the defenders. And G2 themselves are going to be taking a tactical timeout here. Josh RT wanting to make an adjustment.
You can call for the adjustments themselves as well, but sitting at the top of the scoreboard is Zeken. He's 8-3. You called it, Josh. You know, the difference maker being that ace that he managed to earn, the momentum on the side of Sentinels here. And Zeken has been dominating. His last game versus MIBR, he's putting up unbelievable performances to turn rounds, almost single-handedly.
He's been spectacular. I think the bigger the games have gotten at the end of this playoffs, the more Zeken seems to want it, the more Zeken seems to be able to pull a rabbit out of the hat at any moment when SEN require magic to be made. He's phenomenal. And I think for Sentinels, it's never been about really talent. We looked at this roster as arguably even an upgrade on last year's roster, pound for pound.
Which is crazy.
That is a mad take, and you know, maybe there's a lot of people out there that might disagree with it, but it was possible. But what was the actual difference? It was getting everyone on the same page. It was making sure that you integrated those new players of Bang, Narrate, and got everybody aligned with a vision. And I think now that you see Sentinels in that kind of form, well, now you just see the best out of the individuals too.
Cutting through. Yeah, Sentinels that's potentially more than the sum of their parts.
Now, what is the adjustment that Josh RT has called coming out of this? I'm looking at Valen deep in spawn. He's maybe anticipating Bang to go for an Omen ult play and getting ready to break it. But it doesn't look like Sentinels are going to be running one of their set tactics off the rip. And at some point, Valen's got to try to actually pick up an area of the map to hold instead of just waiting in spawn for the Omen ult.
Just a bit of poking and prodding though from Sentinels, making sure they can clear up the util. The war going down is a bit dire for G2. They're missing some of that information across the map.
But they've got incredible retake ultimates, and they're going for the push down mid.
Yeah, this is reactionary. They need to know where Sentinels are lying in wait.
And good patience from SEN, bringing all of that patience from the anti-eco into the rifle round. They've now denied that little info play that G2 were going for, and they can now start to go into their own execute. The idea here for John is to try to use as little utility and ultimates as possible. If they can get C for free, they would love that, because that allows them to save Sova, Alt, Breach, Alpha, Post Plan. G2 again going for the mid push. They will not be denied.
They're pushing up right behind them here. Potential to catch a timing against them, but it's an open sight. An access here for Sentinels. And we're seeing it's an attempt to flood back in, but the players aren't really in position to try and do so. Rolling Thunder expended on either side here. It does push back CT. G2 can't really make a go of things here with a Hunter's Fury on top of it. Might be the cherry on top here, but still G2 are going to be drawing that blood. Leap finds that opening. Looking for a little bit more here. Armageddon is all being laid down on top. SEN posturing, trying to offer themselves up here in the rate. It's got so much to do! Absolutely absurd!
It doesn't matter how well G2 play right now. The SEN players are pulling out ridiculous rounds. Round 5 and round 7. I think G2 played the better game. What does it matter if Zeken and Narrate are on fire like this? Oh my god, that was bonkers. The quick aim reset is superb. That's why they added this guy in the off-season. Oh, if this is how this match is beginning, we're in for a treat.
Absolutely.
Because G2 have had the read. They know what's going on. They set up for the retake.
In terms of macro, they've had a better idea of what's going on here.
But it doesn't matter. Famously, you get shot, you die.
Exactly. The hero plays from Sentinels, that extra element.
Take flight.
And they do hit hard, these players, when they come online. Drifting towards the seaside, though, that's where Sentinels set their sights. And again, the weakened weaponry of G2 going to be a bit of a problem for them. They are trying to pile in with a couple of the bodies out towards the back, though. Zeken not to be denied, and a quick flick of the wrist, dodging all sorts of util coming his way. He's He's looking for more. Jorgamo earns himself that one, but Bang is so fast to respond.
He's so tight with Zeken, isn't he? Trying to develop that 1-2 synergy that you need, and he's inside the smoke, locking it down. Sentinels have been clean on the anti-ecos. They've forced out 2 of them with absurd rifle wins in aces and clutches, and now Trent, the last player alive, caught Bang to rights.
And even the little things there, I think, Josh, as well. Bang not overheating, even though it's a 1v4 in ad spot. Trent still respecting their opponents. He's waiting for the garage control. Instilling that discipline at the right times and not getting carried away. This is the Sentinels team that they don't want to be denied that trophy a second time this year.
Nice, boys.
And when you're winning rounds like this, it sounds calm from Zelsis, doesn't it? I'm sure the adrenaline's flooding through them when they watch what Zeken and Narrate have been able to do, but here's another rifle round. Another opportunity, though, for G2's economy to be broken. That's how SEN are going to be looking at things. A feigner, a quick garage take. The recon dart, I think, might have missed there. Could be wrong. But Zeken doesn't seem confident in terms of stepping in and triggering the Vice Wall, which Leaf has now rotated. Hasn't usually been in garage, so that staying up is going to give them quite a bit of peace of mind. And all the time, G2 are rotating the defensive setup. They haven't been running this before with Jorgamo holding C. It's allowed both initiators to be on A.
Oh, jiggle for the info. Valen and Trent potentially could have been really tested into that spot, but Sentinels are moving into a different spot and direction here, and it's a re-clear called with a stun in sight. There it is.
The re-clears are really good from G2. They're constantly getting information. Again, though, I come back to the same thing. It hasn't mattered in the late round because someone on SEN turns up.
Zeken causing all sorts of pressure. Jorgamo taking a cheeky peek out through the double doors, and the rate has fallen. 3v5 situation now for them, and look, plays called for. Bang, cleaned up. It's all watched for.
And if there was going to be somebody who could step up again for SEN, I think it would have been Bang in this round. He got an opportunity in on A. If he'd won that duel against Valen, they would have been able to get a free plant and a 3v4 post plant. Now, things are looking almost impossible for Sentinels. The clock's against them. The numbers are against them.
10 seconds left.
Surely it's around where G2 can stabilize.
Low to a crawl here, and it's just Zeken left to stand against it. Being offered a shoulder or two, but the round's already going to be lost, and G2 know it.
I got spike.
Playing this one back. Waiting the timeout here. Slow burn of a round, but G2 really were just picking apart SEN. Zeken staying alive, not going to matter too much. The money is still honestly golden for SEN.
Round 10, and I think John Cutie at this point has enough data, enough evidence to realize how much G2 are re-clearing. The fact that you're constantly in retakes seeing people behind you, or you're in the post plant but you're seeing people retake on the flank. The fact that Zelsis got stun re-cleared in A short there, and you've caught them going for mid pushes in multiple rounds. I think you've got to get a read at this point, even with the limited information that the players have on stage, that G2 are getting really, really active on defense side. So you've got a couple of options. Do you try to slam some fast executes? That's really tough into the Vice. So I think Kaplan should be calling here for John to slow things down and try to catch G2 as they're going for these pushes.
Yeah, you've seen it consistently, as you've already pointed out. I mean, G2 re-clearing, I should say. A short, sewers. It's one of the spots, the little peeks through mid. Slower game plan. Would work wonders, but the question is, are G2 going to anticipate that level of it as well? They're quite good at adapting to their opponents over the course of a map.
And if you're thinking about the ways that Sentinels might want to approach this next round, they could be going for some kind of C-pop, but the problem is you don't know if there's going to be both Thorns and the wall there. Leaf has been rotating stuff so heavily. All right, well, do you want to maybe C-split then? Because that makes it much tougher for the Vice. Well, G2 have been put 2, sometimes 3 players in garage.
Yeah.
So the rotating door of defensive strategies actually makes it quite tough to come up with a game plan here for SEN if you wanted to go fast. That's why I'm suggesting a slower approach. Valen again is in spawn, waiting for Bang to teleport. He's convinced that at some point Bang is going to go for this round.
We're seeing it stun conditioning, at least to try and break some of this util out towards garage. The Thorns detted early here alongside the Flash and Zeken. Senses danger lurking around the corner.
No Omen ultimate, so Bang goes and reinforces Jorgamo's position on C. And SEN are playing a pretty slow default heavy round, trying to bait these pushes out. But they're not actually leaving somebody to see if there's a walk down mid or a walk out garage. They're instead 5-person grouping up to try to hit A.
Trying to re-clear here. It's good that that one was broken as well. Has pulled presence though, bodies starting to form up onto the side here for G2, and that information is there for Trent. Spots it, waiting for it, and this is a re-clear call for, but will the timing be missed entirely? Zelsa's the first one to catch that contact. There's stuns on stuns and Util in their faces! It's Zeken. Grabs himself two. Flash, not quite avoided, but the gate crash, okay, will lend you to safety. But Sentinels have access to the site now.
Are they aware of this flank coming around from the flank, from behind? They should know that Leaf's been going for this regularly.
It's already rapid up towards A-Long here. Just a bit of distraction plays being called for these G2 players, though. Stopped in their tracks, and it's up to Leaf here from the side, finally. Takes that time into strike here, but a lot to deal with now if you are Leaf. There's that 3-2-1 swing from Sentinels. Guides them to safety.
A scrappy affair, but Sen get it across the line. This time, not by any individual hero, though you could give credit for Zeken for pulling off two in this spot. But it's more to do with how they skirmished, caught those players on long, and then held good post-plant positions. Great synergy towards the end from John and Bang.
It's got me.
2 more rounds to be played on this half of Haven. And Sentinels all grouped up for a fast pop A.
There's 5 of them. Feigning like it could be that slow take that they've been doing, at least with Zelsis' cage. Walking up alongside them here.
Trent's trying to get a jump spot, just saw John QT. Might realize this time that it's serious pressure coming in his direction. 3 players stacking, Jorg with a teleport. He could be here in no time at all.
Drone for that information is going to be broken though, and along with that fault line, it's going to be a wall up. It's used in response. Armageddon off to the side, and it just cleans up Zeken. So road is paved up there, and still TP quick into the back, and bang! Strikes back! Doubled up with the paranoia. Leaf has to be there, instantaneous. Finally cleans this one up, and it has called for a pause. Salvos forwards, narrate about the guns, but finally back in action. Rifles in their hands, Sentinels. Not to be outdone.
That play from Bang was absolutely sick, under so much pressure.
Spike planted.
Never not smoked though, still. Bodies are going to be toppling regardless of that one, and it's all left towards Trent. Will he be given that opening? He's found the first. Stuns avoided. Shots rattled. He's got another rough position, but a timing taken there by John. 3-round lead for Sen.
And the play from Bang, it was superb. But even before that, Zeken goes in and gets caught by this ultimate, the Teo ult. And the rest of the team take the space, actually, really nicely behind at first opportunity. They don't get shaken. They play well within the chaos.
What was boys? Sean, what a play. Sean, what a play. You're so good.
It was an excellent play. Bang has added so much needed aggression alongside Zeken into this team. And now a follow-up. It's a bad buy for G2. They're trying to apply the pressure onto Zelsis here on his A default.
That's the final round of this first half. Difference between 5-7 and 8-4 is quite a lot in the grand scheme of things. G2 all grouped up. A lobby is theirs. Sen might be caught just unaware here.
The cam, though, could give extremely good information. If he taps it around now and sees 3 players, they can just react.
Backs, though, not really watching, not really anticipating. Flash forwards. Everyone walking up onto these angles, and right from behind, this is it. Jorgamo's time to strike. Brings it true there, at least with the stinger in his hands. Bang, wrapping around now. He's got to try and at least stop this one in their tracks. What the hell happened there? Jorgamo, someone taking a bullet to the brain, but Trent is there, at least with the trade, and this entire time, Sen have been creeping forwards, crawling, and open access to the A side is what they've earned.
Zelsis throws down that trip that I think he might have been wishing was on the flank, and they've inserted Zeken deep into B. He's going to get good information. They might suspect that somebody's been left in this spot. But do they think it's going to be the Neon?
Already coming to fruition here, still. Plays off into the flank, but G2 don't really have much more control outside of that one. Sight's been flipped entirely here. Sentinel's still in a good spot, and that's a stun for a stun and an ult expended. Rolling Thunder into your face. Oh yeah, that's a bit of miscoordination, but the aftershock pushed forwards. A bit of spam might earn himself another one. Jonah P still alive for now, but not for much longer. Zelsis and John have to join and combine their might to try and stand against this one. Salvos It's not pretty. The heat's been turned up entirely. John can't deny it into the 1v1. And time barely there for Trent, I think. I believe.
Is so close.
It's going to be on the wire there. 0.06.
And how much did that breach ultimate end up meaning? Zeken getting breach ulted by his own team, wasn't able to fight them properly over towards short. Madness in the final round as G2 get up to 5. So many crazy things happening there. The flank all the way through A lobby, undefended by the Cypher. The push is working again for G2, and the defuse with 60 milliseconds on the clock.
And it's just been non-stop the entirety of this first half here in our grand finals. Electric gameplay on both sides. Two teams just taking chunks out of each other. There's plenty more left to be said as well on the other side of this.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
Well, a 2-round lead for now for Sentinels here in our opening map of the Grand Finals. But best of 5s can be grueling. They're marathons. And you've got to maintain that energy all the way throughout. For Sentinels themselves as well, there's a lot on the line between these two teams. It's not just that first seed spot, a couple of champ points as well that might be playing an effect in the long term. There is a lot on the line in terms of lifting this domestic trophy. These teams don't want to be denied it. For G2, the chance of a back-to-back. And for Sentinels, they were denied it earlier on in the year. They don't want that to happen again.
I was just thinking through, and I hadn't realized that Americas has never had a repeat winner of a domestic trophy. It feels like we have had huge Titan teams, and yet this would be history in either direction. G2 on the pistol, playing things slowly, expecting some kind of aggression from the defenders. Really common to do some kind of push off the barrier drop on Haven pistol defense. But nobody from Sentinels overstepping themselves. This position from Zeken is really good, but you'd imagine it'll get cleared by the drone.
I don't think it did. He missed it.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that.
No, it didn't look like it. Broke it in time.
Oh, no, he has. Look at the ping there.
Okay.
So ping in the corner. They did spot just for a moment Zeken's position.
G2 going to be swarming, though. This is a quick reaction out over towards C. SEN is still going to be reinforcing this one here. Plenty of bodies. Time to stand up to the test. It's going to be sent your way. Salva's in for the back. There's not really much safety. TP into the back. That is risky. But
Zeken
G2 looking to fill this one up again. And Zeken is there. It's rapid, isn't it? Wrapping around and trying to put that pincer into motion. Still, he's fired off a couple of shots and revealed the hand entirely. And G2 are calling for reactions of their own. They're taking space. They're taking names. It's a feed that's filled up entirely with red. But Zeken's still alive. And with that, a chance. The pistol round win. He's already caught that timing here, but double down found the one. Not quite the second. Trent shuts him down, and for G2 it means all and everything in the world.
Huge for G2 to get both pistol rounds here on Sentinel's map pick. I'm wondering whether Zeken gave away his position slightly with the stun that he threw rather than trying to get a pick with the pistol, but I can't really doubt what a beast he's been. 16 and 9, top of the scoreboard, and Trent had to put the beast down. Both of these players have been phenomenal this year. And it's G2 who are looking like they're going to tie things up. SEN are not the kind of team to force after losing pistol, and we haven't even seen that from G2 on the defense, really.
Yeah.
Teams only liking to do it when they are on attack, they get the plant money, get the spike down.
Right there. A little bit less damaging if it does go wrong here.
And one of the benefits of that, of knowing that your opponents are not going to force, is that Leaf can do this kind of buy where he only comes in with a pistol. And so the rest of G2 are going to try to be super cautious not to run into the stack, and Leaf can play with a little bit of freedom, looking to see where the danger might be. So you might see Leaf solo kind of work through Garage, especially after Vice flashing it there and realizing that nobody's home.
G2 prodding. They were hoping that Sentinels would go for a bit more of a risky, proactive play on their defense when they're on the eco themselves, and you're finally seeing it, signs of life. That's what G2 were hoping for, and, well, quick wraparound. I think the rumble of the footsteps might have given it away.
Yeah, Leaf possibly heard something. John has the wrong read on where G2 are going to be ending here. So looks like one of those rounds where SEN will end up just having to die to the spike, although they're making a mass migration pretty early on, actually, way before the spike has been committed. So they'll have time to fight over this.
Leaf hearing a lot of it, just backs himself out of there. Doesn't want to give away his life for no particular reason, but straight into the smoke. Wrapping around to the side, Valin. Stinger into the sidearm. Deadly combination. Bang. Gonna try and do a lot from this spot, but again, the weaponry wasn't really handed off over towards him. Still, that smoke is dissipating, and no one was really ready for the swing. Still the reload, punished by it. G2 survive, at least with just 2 of the players still.
Now we get to see a bonus. We get to see Sentinels playing defense. A little bit of pressure on. After how well they played in the first half, scores dead even. Valen's the closest to ult. He's 1 away, actually, from being able to get a Cosmic Divide up.
Nice.
That's a pretty big ultimate to play around on Haven. You could definitely craft ideas and set ult rounds based off that Astra. It's pretty uncommon to be running it on this map. Almost everybody favoring the Omen.
Early beginning here. Oh my, just spotting it. Nothing to really obfuscate the cross there. Does Valen even know the second is pushed all the way up here? Surely with the Thorns deaded. Support arriving. Valen is so fast up onto this line. And he's just going to be meeting a fight straight up with John. Nothing to really support that peak. And the refight is called for by Sentinels again. They are not willing to let that go unchecked. Zeken just unleashes. Well aware now that Valen could have taken that timing once more, but he's trying to regroup once up onto that. Narray watching it. Closing in now on all the possible angles that these G2 players could have crept into. And it was looking a bit disastrous to begin, but overall, Sentinels do manage.
Zeken and Narray hitting great shots. 20 kills for Zeken here across 15 rounds. His form's looking remarkable, unbelievable. Dominates Trent and Leaf there.
One enemy remaining.
And Narray does a good job of covering his back and shuts down Valen.
I'm balling, boys, I'm balling.
Tough to lose when you have a player in this kind of form, and yet the lead only 1.
It's an expenditure to util here. Sentinels winning out. Battle line's going to be redrawn, so they have A lobby control. No re-clear by G2. They're setting their sights all the way over towards C. Might be bogged down a little bit, though. There's a lot of Cypher util to contest with.
The trips don't even matter at this point.
Yeah.
There's no spam that Zelsis is going to be able to provide.
That's that Cosmic Divide. Denying a chance of Zelsis to potentially.
And this post plant is going to be so difficult to crack. Zeken is going to have to do magic on the flank.
That's really clear. They heard it. Presence in towards Garage. Sanamageddon is trying to push them forwards. Bang! Barely getting the hell out of there still. As the curtain drops, so does Jorgamo with his head just clean off. Valen again wrapping rounds and away here. Watch for, not quite John. Just slacking in terms of that crosshair placement, and now it's a game of his timing once more. That's going to be a pull. Forced out of them just from the tap there, bang. We'll be able to get second and not to the half. Not quite, but the salvo is pushing them back in their way. Great util from T2. Discipline on show. Top form on top of it. Now Bang's getting kills, but honestly the time has already ran out.
And G2, they play another perfect post plant to be able to put themselves level again, 8-8. Sentinels had the right idea there, I think. They didn't allow for any safe location for Tejo, for Astra to play inside of. Look at Zeken on the flank here, but Trent controls it. And so they have a vice wall set up, and then Trent swings off it. That gives him a safe spot to be able to use salvos. Valen has to fight Garage, but once he gets the kill on John Cutie, then he has a safe location to be able to use his pull. And Trent, in the end, gets the credit for the Red Bull clutch, but I don't think that was very likely to go the way of Sen after those 2 kills happened.
Too much stall here. Fast timing taken by Zeken, though. Benefited the Neon.
And this is a great way of being able to get past the Tejo. The Tejo is going to be doing that kind of short salvo for control. And if you disrespect it with the Omen teleport or with the Neon, it does become a lot more difficult for G2 to know which areas of the map are safe.
Zeken smoked off. There's a timing that could be taken as well if they wrap themselves around G2 through A long, but not too worried about it. It's been filled up by an rate.
This time, Leaf putting the wall for A, indicating maybe that they're going to be trying to end on the A side of the map. That's where they've inserted Jorgamo early on. A little bit of garage pressure, see if he can break things. But Jorg goes and reconnects with the rest of the team.
Grenade is live.
Camera going to be broken. Stun maybe not intended for that one, but still they clear out garage nevertheless. Now with the stars down and starting to spell it out nice and pretty here towards Elsis. Playing around, weaving in and out of the cages, and he's caught that timing. Bullet to the side of the head. Same could be said of Valen.
30 seconds left.
Bang all the way up through into the back now. There could be a timing to be taken. Zel's still hanging on to a bit of that backside control, calling for the flood attempt, and here it is with a bit of the util. G2 though, they were lying in wait and they pounce on the timing. That chance to strike. It's a sight that's going to be theirs now. Zeken and John QT left into this 2v3. It's the Outlaw, doubled up with the bodies, G2. Swift dismissal, and what a shot by Leaf.
You have to hit shots like that to shut down Zeken. Trent also with a super important 2K. Both teams had such great awareness of what the other wanted to do. Zelsis got in front of his own setup to be able to pick off Valen, knowing that there's a small gap on that C-split execute. But then G2 on the other side of things know that Sentinels want to flood into the back of sight, and they just hold, wait for the util, and then pounce, spring the trap. And the whole of back sight gets destroyed. At this point, round 16 and round 17 have started to tell a story. And the story is that G2 want to be running C-splits, they want to be trying to get onto Zelsis. They think that that's a weakness in the Sentinels' defense. What does Kaplan call here to try to shore that up? And is it all just part of a larger strategy to weaken a different area of the map? After a tactical timeout like this, often the attacking team will go in a totally different direction or a different tempo just to try to mess with what the defending team has adjusted.
They're the mind games that come out.
But this is why you tend to take these timeouts right before an eco. So Sen are coming in with bad weaponry. So Kaplan's game plan is not actually for this round, it's for the next one.
The crowd has turned up here today. Both Sentinels and G2.
I think important to note as well, in the last couple of rounds that G2 have won, Zeken was shut down. He went for the flank on C, Trent owned it. He was the last one in to try to win a 1v3, I think it was, and Leaf owned it.
I'll find them.
He's been stuck at 20 kills, though that's incredibly impressive.
Revealing area.
Next rifle round, they need to find a way of putting their player with the hot hand in position.
Not ready yet.
Not much information here. Flash. Zeken's postured off the angle to salvos, though, remove that first layer and wave of a bit of that util. Trip's going to be broken.
There.
Pretty unusual spot actually here from Bang over towards A lobby. So he's tucked in a corner that a lot of people might not be checking. At the same time though, here comes the drone.
Drone broken early.
Broken early makes you pretty scared that somebody's in a corner, but you don't know which one.
Fear in the back of your mind. Jorgen, we're going to be using this now. Dimensional Drift. Clears it out, spots the one. But only the one here. Zeken, and a lot of pressure. Trent anticipating that one. A re-swing attempt here with a stun. Aftershock. Clear the way out towards Garage. This is G2 that have found that opening.
Bang, and Omen ulted to try to get onto the flank. Valen, he's aware of it, holding this.
And still it is better guns into the hands
the
of these G2 players. Past it.
The timing.
Astral form. Valen just catches it. Bang. It's going to be hurting after that one, honestly. No clearance onto the corner, and everybody from Sentinels is just toppling and dropping. Flawless here from G2. 2-round lead.
But this is the round 19, where Kaplan took a tactical timeout to try to adjust things for Sentinels. I think it's really important that they put Zeken in a position where he can win the round for them. He's been the player. I mean, Bang and Narrate have also been, I think, coming up with some decent moments. Bang in particular.
They're trying to be like us. They not like us. You know what I mean?
So where is Zeken going to be playing? He's playing a pretty standard spot over towards A lobby. SEN don't look like they've adjusted too much.
Zeken blinds up though. Juggernaut's got to be here in this one, surely. Emphasis play style, just missed it onto the angle. Zeken is happy to oblige and draw some blood out of it. Still Trent. Let's follow up.
Dude, going 1-for-1 there is perfectly fine for G2. They're not bothered about that at all. You take away the player that's got 21 kills. And G2 have got big ults to be able to work with. It's going to be tough now for Sentinels to even cover the whole of the map.
Giving up all of A, instead looking for that re-exploration in through mid. And okay, let's go even.
Spike drop though in mid window. So G2 can't do some kind of fast reaction. They have to go and recover that.
Inserting a bit of slowed pace here from G2.
They're now going to realize that those players that went down the mid push were previously defending A. So there should be a gap.
Timing again! It's Valen who wins this one out.
Both times. Bang, just not quite checking an angle, and Valen, he keeps the momentum going.
Yeah.
All left down to John QT, who's having a bit of a nightmare over here, watching the defense half slip away from him.
Picked to pieces. Death from 1,000 cuts here for John, and this rifle in his hands. They have no money really to rebind to the next.
He hasn't even used any utility this round. I mean, maybe the stun at the very beginning, but otherwise, it was all pretty raw duels. You know, SEN pushing up aggressive towards A lobby, going 1-for-1, trying to clear out over towards B, going 1-for-1. And you think about all of the success that G2 had pushing out on their defense side. Bang tries to go for it there at Garage, and Valen catches him. But not in a clean way, in a scrappy, weird kind
messy,
of... Yeah, messy way that was very reminiscent of the prior, where he used his Omen teleport. Some slightly unlucky situations, but also, I think, not enough diversity with how Sentinels are playing their defense side. We were crediting how much G2 were rotating things. The Vice was, you know, on C, and then B, and then Garage. They would push A, and push B, and push Garage all over the place. And that makes it really difficult to get a read on what's happening, whereas SEN are playing pretty much the same opening to the round every time. And actually, if I watched that from Valen's POV, he did just straight up catch the timing. It wasn't as messy as it seemed.
G2 fully in control now. I mean, you look at that timeline, stringing together the rounds, as you said. Running away with this open map here in a best of 5.
But this time, the defensive setup does shift. Double trips over towards A recon to make it feel like it's the same. But instead, Zeken looking like he wants to try his hand at taking this timing push out through grass.
Drone's going to be expended on top of it, straight up through B. Fault line on the other side. There's a Hunter's Fury, offloaded by Narrate. It feels like a bit of a Garage take. That's where most of them are going.
They had a stun as well, so John QT stunned. He was trying to catch those players outside Garage to help the Hunter's Fury, but G2 vanished in a puff of smoke.
Real acknowledgement. And all wasted here when really could have used it for Sentinels.
You're still going into double trips though, so SEN have a great chance at defending.
And the Raiders hard committed here. The stun's going to be missing him. Just gliding straight past with a blind and a flash. Okay, there's a trip to try and play off. Jonah P. Right over towards the top and through the wall. And the Raid dodging, weaving, ducking away. And dominating the spot that he's in. Down in the leg doesn't stop Trent. Yet still that side is going to be opened up. Over towards G2 now in that 2v3. Damage barely done. And Trent survives for now. Plant down. Jorgamo, he knows he has to take those risks and loses the fight out. John QT barely alive for it, and Trent is in a very difficult spot still. Sentinels needed this one near side. Fantastic connection and a good cleanup in the end here by SEN.
And it's the one round where they change their defensive setup that makes all the difference. Zeken didn't end up being the difference maker here. It was actually the trips and narrate's position that he could play off. A more passive approach to A, with the help of Zelsys utility that he took away from C, and narrate delivers. A sick 3K anchoring in this spot. It's always going to be a good position to play from. This is over. Especially with that meta smoke that Bang is throwing in on the site for him to play around. SEN need to be varied. They need to show a different look again here.
Shit, Marsh. Let's go. One round at a time.
The gap is 2, and SEN, they try something different again. Zelsys this time with Bang, hard anchoring over towards A, as Zeken pushes C.
They've left the entirety of B open. Defensive setup, no one watching for it. Still, it's a bit of util to set Zeken up, like you said, but the reaction is called for by G2. See signs of it. They're going to be going straight into the setup. Sitting tucked into the corner here, it's a cosmic divide.
They're probably going to expect these trips to be for heaven.
Bang spamming! He's just caught with a bullet to the head there. Zelsys tucked into the corner. He's not long for the ward there, not with a steel guard and overlapping Armageddon. Everything is being used by G2 to secure this round up.
Oh,
chip damage.
A bunch of damage at the end there, half HP. John has ult, but they're going to need healthy players to follow up on it.
Fun to get Crash backing away here, but he has to shot, caught into the corner. It's a good combination. Stunned up there, second wave of things, and he spotted it. Target acquired. Valin shuts it down. It's all left up to John now. He was supporting from afar with the util, but now left to step up. Earns himself the first one. Damage done to Valin and Jorg. It could be done, but a tap, and it's ice cold by G2. Not a peek, not a glimpse. And now with time played, they win it out entirely. The 12th round earned up here for G2.
G2 navigate a very difficult round there. Valin's kills are so important. When you expect the Cypher to be on the site, you're thinking maybe that those trips are for heaven. And yet Zelsys is tucked over towards short. Valin, he gets him. Up to 20 kills. And he's caught Bang's timing so often as well. Towards the end here, he's calling a great attack half, and he's delivering individually.
Rip and tear.
Just one round to stand between them though, and that is aggression! Zeken punished.
What a punish. That's the play that Zeken's been going for the majority of the half. Going back Sentinels to their more defaulty setup. And Zeken, he had such a start to this map. He was on fire. Now has to watch as G2 try to secure the first of these map points.
G2 have a habit of this as well. It's going to be that slow squeeze over the course of the round. Zelsys, risky business pushing up like this, but risks are to be taken. Your player down, head of the spear, chopped right off with Zeken falling early here. Let's see if the clearance is there, and he hears it. Footsteps onto the corner.
Valin just can't be beaten right now.
No, locked in.
They've left this gap over towards B. Leaf exploiting it. John watching for it. Takes his eyes off it for a moment. But he's got the right idea. They are getting squeezed on the A site.
That's what I mean. Control of the map entirely, almost here to G2, and it has to be heroics in the Raiden John QT. Can they stand up against it? Slide to the angle here. John rattling shots. Found a raid. Guardians can't get it done. One left to do it all. It's Bang. And already Leaf has his mark. Map 1. Domination in that second half here by G2.
They leveled up and found a different gear. Sentinels, they relied, I think, a little on that individual prowess to be able to get them through the first half with the lead, 7-5. That kind of cooled off a bit. And the macro from G2 ended up being the difference maker, especially with how well Valin and Trent were playing.
Yeah.
There were so many moments where Sentinels could have just found that glimmer of a hope, a push out on defense, a timing to be taken, and G2 shut it down every time.
That string of rounds towards the end here. This is a G2 that do not want to be denied a chance of making history in Americas domestically, to be one of the first teams to lift a back-to-back trophy, to gather up that first seed heading into Toronto. But it's early days yet in a best-of-5, of course. Lots more action left to come here. Plenty of chances for Sentinels to bounce back. That's our first map here. The Grand Finals wrapped up for now. But as I already said, lots of chances here for Sentinels to see if they can answer back.
This is a little scary. No one's looking at Reginator. Reginator!
Might be too overwhelming for the pool and a whiff. Coming as well, so he's ready with the crosshair.
What?
He's sleeping on the angle. Hold up.
And taking a fight up close and personal. Flash up and over towards the top. Running them down. In hand.
The knives are out. This is chaos. This is Alligator running out of time. Oh boy.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. Coming through, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
All right, everyone. So with G2 picking up that win, up 1-0 in this series, we decided we're going to have a little bit of fun right here because, you know, when I come out here, it's usually carnage and chaos. So what we figured is we'll chuck some stuff into the crowd, but the good news is that we actually have a game here because, Riv, well, we got people holding some buckets. Where are they at?
We do. We have Gianna here for Sentinels, and just on the other side, we have Tyler holding for G2.
All right.
So we got the competition set.
And we got London and Edward here who's going to be throwing. So here's the thing. You want to get into the bucket, but here's the thing. If you don't, no big deal. All right, everyone, count it down for me. 3, 2, 1, throw!
All right, what do we got?
All right. Oh. Let's see. We got one. We got one in there for Sentinels.
Ooh.
Oh. We got 2 for Sentinels. Oh, but he's catching him. He's catching him. It seems like teamwork is working out over here, Riv, with G2.
Oh my God, bro! In and out. Is that Zeken up there? Good God, the aim.
Oh, that's a good toss. Good toss. Okay. Oh, that was off the rim.
It's like it's an effort. What do we got in here? There's so many.
How we looking on Sen? How many we got here? We done? Are we done? Oh, how many got, Riv?
4 in there, but G2 did take the first map.
Oh, so 4, and how many was over there?
5.
5.
So
Sentinels wins. Oh, could it be a sign of things to come? We'll find out. But for now, let's send it over to the desk to break down what we saw in match 1. Guys, give it up for our throwers and our catchers. Let's go.
We'll have to see how much of an omen it was, because we started off this series looking like it was going to be domination for Sentinels. But the second half, G2 only dropped 2 rounds to take the first one of this series. Wyatt, when we looked ahead at this one, you said this is a must-win map for SEN, and already they're down 0-1.
I think of the 5 maps in the pool, this is the one where I definitely give them the favorite going in. And I think it was a must-win. We're going to Split next, where G2 had a dominant win over them prior. Things are looking tough to start for SEN.
Yeah, and especially the fact that G2 get their huge win, only dropping 2 rounds on their attacking side, that's usually weak for them.
And this was a game defined by big moments. The first half, it was all about Zeken and Narrate, but Trent, he's one of the contenders for best player in Americas right now. He was huge in that second half.
Trent is playing the best Valorant of his career right now. He has been absolutely on fire, and so consistently too. We're talking multi-frags all over the place, him taking aggressive lines consistently too, because Giacomo had a rough start to this game. It was Trent that was doing all the heavy lifting for G2.
He did. SEN were pulling off some heroics before Trent really heated up, and I think that it's honestly bad for SEN that they were relying on heroics to even stay in this game, because their success had come from a lot of regimented team play. That wasn't the case, and as things were falling apart, Trent was really exploiting those mistakes, finding so many crucial kills.
Yeah, he'd step up in the mid-rounds once some players had been taken off from both sides to find the windows to get back into the round. And again, if it comes to a post-plant, Trent is winning them 9 times out of 10.
So G2, they take the first map of this series. This is a Sentinels who came in with a double ban advantage. And the next map we're heading to is Split. When you look at this series, Wyatt, I think this is going to be the most clear G2 advantage map. They've been excellent on Split.
My hope for SEN coming into this today is that I do think they leveled up against MIBR yesterday. I was a lot more impressed with their defense there than I was when we saw them against G2 the day prior. That being said, totally different beasts, those two teams.
But G2 is excellent in that game. They ran over Sentinels when they played this map. I think in particular, that attack side looked excellent, Chris.
Yeah, again, it was another 13-5 performance from G2, and G2's execs were really class. Again, the way this team had sort of pre-planned a lot of their ideas, and, you know, they play similar agents on most maps, right? The Breach, the Tejo, the Yoru. Giacomo's entry pathing in particular around the supportive utility of those Breach stuns and missiles coming behind him makes it so hard to play defense against.
My hope for SEN to keep this game close, or maybe even steal away this map pick, is that against MIBR, they were so much more decisive, flooding into the sites and stuffing MIBR at the chokes when they were trying to get out. That being said, that's a team running a Jet versus a team running a Yoru that could get completely past any utility that would be coming in at the choke. I'm hoping that we're going to see a better SEN here today, but this could be G2 just going up with a clean 2-0 to start this series.
SEN start on defense again this map. What are you looking to see change for them to win it this time?
I want to see them getting in front of G2's attacks, right? If G2 set plays the things that really defining their attacking side on this map, you need to benefit the fact that you're playing with the Yoru, right, that has the get out of jail free. That means stepping up into B main. That means stepping up into A main, preempting those fights, and especially in mid rounds. Sentinels can't play passive, deep lines on their sites where they lack information. They need to take those calculated risks to figure out where the hit is going to be coming in and lean to that side of the map.
I want to see more from Giacomo as well. Had a pretty rough first map. He's generally excellent on the Yoru here, Wyatt.
Yeah, absolutely. But if they're winning Haven 13-9, Haven, which should have been the best map for SEN in this pool, with Jaw not even having to really get in the game.
He was bot fragging completely.
This is really worrying for SEN. They need to come to life here, but not individually. They had those moments of heroics. Narrate had that sick 3-piece. Zeken was white hot for most of that game.
His ace was gnarly.
It's about the team play here. It's about them as a unit.
We talked a lot about the leaders heading into this one, that Valen was really bigging up that he wanted to be a better leader than he was when he lost to Sentinels. It was clear that he showed that in their lower bracket run. And now I think this is where John has to dig deep. SEN has to go back to those hard conversations they had after the Bangkok loss and bounce back in this series.
Yeah, again, this is going to be the hardest map in the pool looking at it for Sentinels. So going into this after losing Haven, you're at a serious risk of falling down 0-2 in this finals already. Remember Kickoff, that was a 5-game burner of a match, right? Going the absolute distance with SEN testing, but falling down 0-2 is so tough to come back from, even if you have maps coming up you've won on before.
This wouldn't be the first time, however, that we see when two teams play a back-to-back series that one of them dominates on the map so they feel comfortable, and that's the one that the other team focuses the most on, and then they win it the second time.
G2, they took away their opponent's best map in this series. Now we head to theirs. Their chance to go up 2-0 and a chance for back-to-back finals when we return.
Let's get back into it then here. Map 2 is coming up here for Split, and as the desk has kind of been alluding to here, you know, not a do or die situation, but, excuse me, stuff in my throat, but it is an important one for SEN to try and take away here, considering the last time these two teams matched up, G2 really did just take it by storm.
Yeah, we're talking about a lot about the battle between these two IGLs, VALORANT versus John Cutie, and all the history that they've had. This last time on Split was a masterclass ante from probably the coaches as well. I don't think you can give all the credit just to the IGLs. But I do really want to focus on what Ender left us with on the analyst desk. When you get rematches right after a game like that, it's the loser that goes away and looks at the VODs a lot more. So Sentinels will be looking at that VOD of how they lost on Split, how they got destroyed on Split, in fact. And I think there's some really obvious changes. I think Sentinels were playing too passively for retake on their defense side. They can swap that up easily. And the analysts were talking about that, fighting them in the choke points. And I think one of the other things that they weren't quite able to do too on this map was really just get into positions where they could handle G2's anticipation of the post-plant aggression. When Sentinels were getting aggressive in post-plant situations, whether that be on retake or on the attack side, G2 were already one step ahead. And the more that you fight them, the less you play for retake, the more you're going to force utility out of G2. And that means that they're going to have less tools to be able to deal with your post-plant aggression.
Yeah.
So I think it all kind of connects together. And so if you want to boil it down, SEN just need to fight a little bit more. Just don't play as passive on your defense. The retakes are normally immaculate from this team, but you can't play for them every round.
I'll see if those lessons are learned as well, and John QT can get a handle as well in terms of what VALORANT is calling in terms of that head-to-head. It's something that the desk was also talking about, I think, into the pre-show. Wyatt mentioning it, the history between John QT and VALORANT playing against each other in Ascension, M80 versus the Guard, but here they stand once more, facing off against each other with it all to play for. And Walker, yes, gonna be action, some bit of damage done here, and oh, sidestep, not suppressed by the drone, so able to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, that's a tight one. G2, part of their game plan this time might be to try and apply pressure to Zelsys. We've seen quite a few teams run that kind of strategy against Sentinels on Split.
Walking all the way up though, that's okay, acknowledgement of a bit of lead still. Zeken! Goodness me. Rapid fire with a ghost in hand. He's just seen a shoulder, might be hunting for a little bit more. 3 in a round for him. Can he get the 4? TP's back to safety, rejoining. Rest of the pack.
And when you have a player that's on form like this, white hot to begin the map, why wouldn't you want to fight? He looks super confident, utilizing Zelsys as bait, and put VALORANT and Jonah P in an almost impossible spot.
Yeah. Walking, but spotted. Just to the side here, and a flash and a repeat. Wow!
You're going to steal his ace? Zeken could have had his second ace of the series already, and Narrate just swings in and cleans it up. Fair enough. Okay. Don't give him a chance at 1v5 in you.
And the firepower, it's never been in doubt, I think, with this Sentinels team, as we were kind of mentioning. Gets them up to the pistol round win. Very important, I think, to have a strong start.
Well, of course, they lost both pistols on Haven.
Yeah.
It was 13-9.
Come on, boys, come on. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
He's not even mad about losing the ace. He's locked in. They might have thought that G2 were going to force this. G2, though, with no plant, no kills, they don't really have the money to go for it. So SEN, they full buy up as much as they can, just in case, but it should make this round extremely one-sided.
Salvos. Stun does force at least the TP back out, but Narrator's just going to be trying to hold down that line, but cleans up in the end. We'll see if that gun is retrievable. Might have just dropped down.
Where are the other players playing inside with Narrate?
Yeah, a bit fearfully, I think, as well, with that Aftershock's going to be pushing them back and away. And now doubled up, grouped up, bit of stray spam, but right click, jumping in your face, classic, and that's going to be gun reclaimed. Another layer to it though, G2 looking to step forward once more, trying to fight for absolutely every single inch they can get.
Poison's off.
Sentinel's the ones that slowed down here because this retake is just occurring and the guns are not exactly the weapons of choice. Still John adjusts just in time. Over towards the top though, that is the Sheriff singing out and a head ripped off.
They didn't even force this round, Brent. They came in full, as much as you could possibly buy for Sentinels. Nothing for G2.
Unbelievable.
And they've somehow stolen it away.
Talk about just flipping expectations on his head. I think, you know, Sen not going for like the three rifle buy, 2 pistols on the side of it, fully investing, anticipating that G2 would go for the force.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you expect that? They've been doing it all stage long, all year long.
Well, it turns out they don't even need the force, apparently. Now, I think a lot of people are going to look at this round and point at Narrate as being the player that made the mistake by playing on site when the rest of his team fell off. But I'd like them to do the opposite. I'd like Bang to be actually getting through that smoke and fighting with Narrate. I'd like some of the players in Heaven, like Zelsis, to be swinging out rafters and fighting with Narrate. You can't play retake all the time against G2. They've already proven that in the last time you played against them. So, get out there and scrap with Narrate, who clearly wanted to fight.
That early momentum, though, it's going to be gone. Taken away. Wind out of the sails here for Sentinels.
Yeah, this is a devastating beginning. And once more, you know, the hard work of Zeken, he's going to be looking at it like, what more do I have to do, guys?
Yeah.
He's got an Outlaw in this round, up against full armor from everybody on G2. So the Outlaw Force, it won't get you much done. Or at least it shouldn't, but that's what we said about G2 in the previous round, so who knows?
Save from Prior. We'll see, though. Might be offered a few targets. Still, the trouble is, like you mentioned, that's full armor, so 10 HP, survived. That's going to be a bit battered and bruised, but he's still alive for now, and extra body could make a massive difference with the Salvo still alive. He's going to be using them preemptively. He's trying to slow down Sentinels here. They want to try and flood in themselves. Difficulties. Not really too many safe places to stand against it, but already vacuuming it up in terms of that space, and the time is ticking already with his spike. Good luck getting chances into this. At this point, G2 just looking to try and at least get out with the rifles and the guns into their hands. Not the chance of one of them, but we'll see if the rest of them survive. And indeed they do, and Zelsis even just barely getting onto that one, so he does go down with the rest of his team.
They think it is more honorable.
Trent saving a stinger there. Not what he's looking for, and goes for the upgrade. But G2 can afford to do that because they're wealthy. Zelsis, a bit of a...
consolation prize, really.
Consolation prize, a silver line in.
I was aware of that happening, but at the time, I mean, Sen were kind of getting battered, so I didn't want to bring it up.
Yeah, it didn't seem particularly relevant on Haven, but when they were watching the second half slip away from them.
Weapons up,
and they got to make sure that this half doesn't slip away from them as well, because they started it brilliantly.
Yeah.
It's been a microcosm of the first map. A white-hot beginning, and then G2 take it away. Zeken with an ultimate. There's a set play that a lot of teams go for, where they Euro ult out A at the start of the round with a Paranoia. That's why you see Jorgamo here playing with Leaf. But that didn't happen. Bang really holding his ground as well, not giving up that space. That's bold, brave from him. And gives them decent info that G2 weren't really trying to take B main there.
Yeah, I think the rate was there with a good response in terms of having util to refight. Feeling like he had safety. Oh, just about missed the timing on that one. Second, he's going for seconds.
Of course he is.
Holding down towards Vents here. Drop down at turn. Just a few kneecaps is all it takes here. Chopped straight down. John QT's there. Salvos. Jonah isolated ever so slightly, but he's got backup now arriving as well.
If they do end A, Zeken's been deadly in this anchor position. He catches Jonah P. That spike dropped, and he still has a flash to play around.
Tiniest of angles to really work with.
30 seconds
Being played around here. These Sentinels players hard anchoring onto the site in a position here with a drone out wide. You've got to know exactly where they might be laying here with the stun. It's good. Right to the side, Trent. Getting away with bloody murder. Still off to the corner. That's John, yeah, and that prior damage weakened him up. Bit of running gunning. Still, it's a 2v3 situation. G2 at least get themselves into the post plan, but more needs to be done by Leaf. Already wrapping, and it's a fast play by Sentinels. They're not messing around. Trying to play this one a bit more loose.
I love that smoke on sight from Valin.
No one watching for main. Snake bites walking through Valin. This is so damn unexpected. It isn't even necessary. Leaf cleaning them all up. Instinctual plays all around. It doesn't matter that you put this G2 team in a disadvantage. They weasel their way out.
And you just heard that Zelsis had hit 1,500 kills. Valin did it in that round, whilst also doing everything required to be able to pull off a clutch. Had support from Leaf as well, but I love the way that he played around this.
Nice, Jake! Nice call, Jonah. Go, let's go. Got you.
Jonah there with some kind of call. Might have been the pivot to go over towards A. Could have been something around how they wanted to play the clutch. But either way, giving credit to Jonah for that. Bang has been throwing this early smoke over towards B main. And it does feel like a major strategy of Sentinels is this control over towards the side of the map. Force a bit of utility out of G2 early. SEN have a trap play in mid. They're hoping to find a timing. Maybe off the back of Trent's drone, possibly even the salvos that often come through to vent and then stun and then spring.
Cheeky idea, but Jorgen was going to be the one taking that contact. He does have a get out of jail card, flash, peek, and a swing. The guns are just a bit too weak, really, for too much damage to be done there by Sentinels, but a neat idea. Doesn't really come to fruition too much.
And even that gate crash that you were mentioning, Jorgamo doesn't even bother with it because they have 3 players there looking to try to punish the trap. John, though, with a nice read and anticipation of where Valin is going to end.
Great gamble. Wild curtain drops, though, unexpected with the timing. Zeken caught, counted down by the ankles in that spot. Still a wide swing and a face out here with a fault line to try and supplement. John up onto the corner, just offloading all sorts of missiles, trying to slow down this approach by G2. There's 25 seconds left. There is still danger. Rolling Thunder has to be committed. G2 trying to navigate this spot nicely. Hearing that drop down, though, the spam is just to try and deny. Zelsis. It's 2 nice ones. Need a bit more time of the essence still. You're going to try and weave your way into the site. And John QT has denied that last ditch attempt.
If there was another couple of bullets in the stinger, I think John would have had that. Oh. Jonah was the spike deliverer. And he almost got caught in the choke. It's an eco round that G2 navigate really well, and yet the shots coming out from Zelsis nearly made it winnable. But Leaf, with 10 seconds on the clock, swings out to make sure that Jonah can plant.
Yeah.
A timeout here for Sentinels. It's now been 4 rounds in a row. And G2, they are still looking as dominant as the last time they played Split against SEN, but in different ways. SEN are actually trying to fight them. They're not just playing off-site retakes and allowing G2 all the control in the world. They're trying to fight them with trap plays through mid. They're trying to have Zeken contest Leaf on the lurks in A main.
And the B main control too with a one-way, forcing them to use util.
But at the crucial moments, it slips away from them. And G2 are still being able to get into the sites. It's a better attempt, I think, but you wouldn't know it from looking at the score. And it's difficult playing against opponents. This is their 4th time meeting G2 just this year. And Sentinels, the only time that they've beaten G2 in VCT was in that upper bracket semi-final that we just watched recently.
As we were talking about prior, Valin earned himself up as well to a nice milestone.
In a huge round for him, too.
But guns in the hands of these Sentinels players. This is the time to strike while the iron's hot, and you can stem the bleeding even better. Different util being used here by SEN to try and control B main, but flash through and G2 unscathed.
But at least you get the good notification that they're taking B main control. That flash tells you that the attackers are there, rather than just allowing G2 to contact take that.
Trying through mid. Bang jiggling. It's going to be big exec lined up.
And Bang was phenomenal last time these 2 teams played. He's already been good individually on Heyman.
No signs of life until now. Bang is going to be under a lot of scrutiny. Still with that paranoia is excellent! Nicolas for the fight forwards. Brilliant with the util. Snarate making sure to follow up, but G2 not done yet, not done. By Country Mars still has a team flash! And the rage strikes right back!
Now that's what you want to see from Sentinels. Bang and array fighting one after another in the choke point, stuffing G2 before they can even get started. That's how SEN got the win on Ascent previously. And this is a really nice strategic adjustment. Obviously, a fumble there from G2 as well, with how Jonah P's flash set Valen up.
Nice march, let's go, boys.
But that is what you want to see. That's what they didn't quite execute properly in round 2.
That's what they needed.
Leaf forgot to buy armor.
Yeah, 2,700 in the bank, sometimes it happens.
Keep an eye on that, see whether it's relevant in the round. Shows you that G2 may be a little scrambled after that.
It could be a costly mistake, especially he squares up in a fight against Zeken here. Zeken, sole job trying to control the space, ensure that Leaf can't lurk. Bullets grazing.
The chip damage, though, actually kind of important because he still survives now 2 Vandal bullets.
Adds up, doesn't it? Adds up entirely, and well, he's taking a whole load of damage in the process. Zeken repositions. Gate crash. Second exit plan up towards the side, unanticipated with the angle, but instant with the trade.
Really good support from G2. I mean, the fact that they're making it feel like it's a solo 1v1 fight and then Valen swings around the corner to punish, it actually makes it much more difficult, I would say, for the defenders to hold on to this A-ramp area.
Salvos forward here, John QT.
Great proactive re-clear from John. He realizes that that's fake.
Celsius' turn next as well. Tempo's going to be turned right up with a snakebite, hopefully. Holding them back for now. It's essential that they hold on to control of B Heaven because anchoring players onto B. This is going to be a tight squeeze indeed. Dropping down at that Salvos. Good by Sentinels again, calling for it. Supplementary
really
util.
They still had the Taeho ult in the back pocket to use as well. I don't think there was really any chance there that G2 were cracking through B Heaven. John made the play.
Yeah.
The IGL getting the information over towards A-ramp that was in fact a fake. And as the time ticks down, SEN win another. They played some good rounds out the back of this tack timeout that Kaplan called. The time was low, only 35 seconds on the clock. G2 spending so much of it just trying to set Leaf up to take a fight against Zeken.
Yeah. Bumming and ahhing around the map there. Sentinel's going to be glad for it though, now just 1 round behind.
And this time, Valen doesn't even have the money to go for full armor. So you can argue about whether it even made the difference for Leaf in the brawl over towards A main in the prior round, but I think SEN are going to be feeling pretty happy about the fact that they've got this gap down to 1 and they still have Breach Taeho ult to be able to work with.
Huge ultimates. Going to be comfortable playing the retake potentially with it and see what a game plan looks like.
Well, the game plan here for G2 seems to be put all the pressure into Zeken.
Trying to clear him out to the angle! Easier said than done!
Send 4 next time, why don't you? 3 wasn't enough.
Here's the next test. Jorgamo, not the weapon, potentially for the job, but still he gets it done with a stinger at hand. Easing into it. In through mid. And they've got it all on lock. Sentinels making sure that they leave no openings.
I mean, you can see why G2's game plan would be, let's try to target the weak area where Zeken's holding alone. And yet, it's not weak at all.
Need a bit more than that.
He's absolutely done him. Body shots onto the player in the back, into a flick headshot on the player at the front, and then resets his aim. Look at how nice that is onto Trent.
And G2 have lost all signs of control so far into this map. Last few rounds all going away as SEN. They've dragged it up even, 4-4.
To be honest, the last 2 rounds, they've tried to do just the same thing twice.
They had to bring 3. They had to bring 3, and it still didn't work.
That's what I'm saying, man. Next time, bring the whole stack. Zeken might get an ace. He's been incredible. He's at the top of the scoreboard again, 9-6. Arguably a slightly less hot start than Haven, but who's measuring?
Yeah, undeniable, I think, in terms of it.
He's been amazing at the start of both of these.
Exactly.
But it wasn't enough for Sentinels on Haven. Once the gears really started turning for G2, they found more and more ways of being able to get around him and abuse the gaps. But this half, Josh RT's been forced to hit the red button because Valen's run into a bit of a brick wall here.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to apply a ramp pressure without running into Zeken. And you could argue, all right, well, let's do something fast. Let's stun, let's salvo, let's take a ramp quickly. Or one of the reasons why teams don't tend to do that is, what if the Breach and Taeho are there and then they just ult you and you die and you just lose the round within the first 5 seconds? So fast A ramp takes are notoriously difficult against Breach Taeho comps. They're gonna go for it though, anticipating that Sentinels are gonna be still leaving that weakness on A.
There's a half-buy round here for G2. Throwing anything at the wall here, Valen, TP forwards. Already back up onto this line. Jump spot looking for the info. Zeken isolated into the corner, salvos. He's gonna make his position now all the more important. TP doesn't really know where Valen is playing forward. Still, he's gonna get out of there. Side opened up, but as we've already mentioned, the use, well, at least the ults, they should be good, but a pit in your face might be second-guessing things here. Sentinels, they do have the tools to deal with it.
G2 are so good at playing around these ultimates and creating close sightlines to make the stingers work.
Talking about Dimensional Drift even used on his own here, trying to spot out most of these players. 2 up through heaven, 1 just making his way over towards ramp, so Cornelin letting his team know it's all being cleared out nice and pretty now towards the back. It's Zeken's turn. Ping's going to be highlighting all sorts here, but now it is used. Armageddon on either side here, alternating. This is going to be a bit chaotic onto the side for about a moment. Kevin, can you pass your way through? Salvos denying the defuse entirely, but swinging out through the back, and Trent left into the 1v1 ultimately. Time ticking, and G2 keep their heads above water.
And that is what happens when you give G2 a post plan. This is why we were talking about SEN need to be fighting them in the choke point. This time, G2, they barrel through with a huge amount more utility to push Zeken away. And once they get the site for free, it doesn't matter how good your retakes are. You're going into a pit, you're going into ultimates. And if Trent's the last one alive, you're going into salvos as well. It is so difficult to win clutches against Trent. And now G2 swap things up. They've been going towards A ramp for the last 3 rounds in a row. Now, the focus elsewhere. Back towards Zelsis. And the resources have been pulled away from him.
Cutting through.
Same aftershock one way over towards B main, so G2 don't get that for free. But Leaf, you're imagining, is going to be playing this one passive. But just as I say that he's calling for reinforcements from the rest of the team. Valen is so determined to make A ramp a weakness.
Yeah.
But if you're not taking it quick with the breach utility, are we not just going to see the same thing where Zeken sprays down 2?
They're contacting for it. Oh, okay. Do you really want to take that fight again? Zeken is even thinking about potentially taking up the space again. Still holding down his ground with a gate crash behind. Leaf was just trying to get set up. And as soon as he is, Zeken strikes.
And now all of that information is going to get fed over to John Cutie. They know that they're not ending A. It was Leaf alone. No trade came through. SEN can get ready for a B pop, a B split. Something like that is almost certainly going to be happening.
They're calling it a little bit easier here. Drone, be careful. Broken. George's not taking any chances. Sam was over towards the top here with the paranoia. Lay it down. Alongside it's going to be offloaded. Viper's Pit. It's going to be hiding now, blanketing the site ever so slightly here for Sentinels, but time is of the essence of G2. They need that move on. 20 seconds left, a bit of stray spam and hoping, running and gunning. And some prayers for them. Jumping down and away, round to the side. Now Raid is handed. A multitude of kills, all to his liking, and poor Jonah P. Not much to do in this spot.
They challenged the pit and they lost. Some of those are just going to come down to timings, but SEN had the read. They knew what their protocol was going to be if they got pushed into a site. There, Zelsis was ready with the ultimate. And encompasses John QD and Narrate inside to play 3 strong in there. And in a round like this, yes, it ends with Zelsis' ult on B, but it starts with Zeken locking down A ramp again.
Yeah.
The only round where they've been able to stop him was when they went fast with utility towards him.
I'm getting a lot of word kills.
I'm finding it surprising as well at this point, G2 not leaning towards trying to take mid-control, which seems weaker. Still trying to brute force their way past Zeken.
Well, this is another eco round.
Money's not good. That's a no-scope, okay. Look at the draw there with the Outlaw in hand. Sees the cross though with the bodies and knows that the fight's going to be coming hot, fast and heavy here, but already lead's going to be raining down and bodies toppling and falling in through the choke points. No real chance in hell now for G2.
And this wasn't even a stinger buy for G2. It was so much of an eco, but they only had the sheriffs to work with, so not even fast through the choke point. much less sting, and Sentinels should be good here to get up to 6.
Disciplined, Zeken's holding it. John onto the corner.
Narrate has kept hold of this breach ultimate. We're about to go into the final round of the half. G2 have been the ones, I think, running their heads into a bit of a brick wall. And Zeken's been so good. Apart from that one round, he's just had firm control over towards A-Ramp.
One enemy remains.
Valin, at least for the moment, pulls his troops away from that A-Ramp battle. They're not going to go fast in that direction, but he's been doing mid-round setups of Leaf very consistently.
They're going to take mid-control, looks like.
Leaf changes where the orb is, so that's a nice adjustment. Makes it much more difficult for Zeken to play around while the rest of his team is in mid and B.
Creeping up now onto the angle, Zelsis. Here's a test for you. Sidestepping most of it. He's got the smokes to try and play around. Stray bullets not catching on to him. Slow going for now for G2, but they are getting back control towards B main.
And 2 players from Sentinels have kind of been stuck defending A-Ramp because of this new orb placement. Now that there's a bit of a gap in mid as well, Zeken has to pull back, has to watch vents. Because Zelsis has let that slip, but SEN are doing a good job re-clearing.
Holding up that space here, but they have given up heavy control. This does put the Sentinels players in a bit of a spot.
Well,
squeeze.
They've got the breach ult, though, to relieve this pressure. Narrate's got to be good with it.
He's behind most of his team, though. He can't really use it to try and reactively help them out. Jogamo straight in. First into the breach. Round to the side. There it is. Team stun in action. And JunQT not long for the world. Narrate is tucked now towards the side. A double face and discipline at G2 is all it takes to dismantle it. Zeken and Bang now left. See what they can do. Quick play. Flash through. Against this many players. Now impossible. 6-6. G2 really finding it tough, I think, to get through. A semblance of those rounds here, saved by the fact that they were able to get those openings.
SEN could have definitely set up a better triple setup on that B side to work around the breach ultimate. You saw Zelsis, and John basically died before Narrate could get any value out of that.
That's a team stun.
Yeah, and forced to breach out his own teammate because the setup wasn't really there. But okay, an even half. Battled back and forwards, and remember that this is the half where SEN got dominated before, so getting 6 rounds is actually great for them. It's so winnable to put us back at 1-1 in the series.
But even for now, we're going to find out on the other side of this just how split goes.
Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Now we know from map 1 that, listen, the firepower on Sentinels has never been in doubt. The reason they ended up losing Haven came down to the Battle of the Mines, to be honest. The IGLing Valin had JunQT's number in terms of the calling. Sentinels finding their footing, though, this time on split. And honestly, Valin almost outcalling himself to a degree. They were absolutely tunnel visioned on trying to remove Zeken towards the tail end of that half. And so far for Sentinels, if they can keep this up, staying one step ahead of G2, that's where they'll find their first map win in this best of 5.
On the pistol, looks like Sentinels want to take some A ramp control really quickly.
Time to jump.
Can be dangerous doing this into Breach Tejo, because that stun salvos at the start of the round is always a possibility.
There's a stun, there's a TP, it's countered up, yeah. You see it re-cleared, and Zeken has no get out here. Barely able to survive, not taking too much damage.
None, in fact.
And so here it is, double face stop clearance, that's good discipline. Combining forwards now and paving a way to success, open access to the A site. Everything's going to be open though, so no safe plan in that direction, but plan for main at least.
And this is where you get to see if Sentinels can be perfect in these post-plant spots.
This is reactive, feeling the heat there from Leaf, and now he's going to be rejoined by the rest of his team, and you're right.
John is playing so safe for the salvos, which are back in 10 seconds.
Trying to drag this one out all the way forwards. A lot of util being expended out towards it, and John not even creeping around for the backstab. He wants to play just for the salvo timing, realizing that's the big advantage on top of the players that they've already taken out. Stun forwards, John with a swing. Finally the time to strike is there. Pistol round, earned up for Sentinels.
That's the kind of round that Valen was envisioning for quite a few of the ecos that he ran on the attack side, but it's John that pulls it out on the pistol, going for fast A ramp pressure, then back into sight. And Sentinels, a team that are known for their retakes on this map, played the post plant beautifully here.
Wow, did not expect the tails to sit there.
He's commenting on it. The passive position. G2 were caught unaware here, and this is an aggro play by G2. Trying to get control towards B main, and he sort of follow up. Well, it was there, but mowed down at a moment's notice.
Leaf on a very fast timing behind them. It's unlikely that that's going to be too much of a danger.
Last player
And
John's
John,
already watching.
super aware. If we're talking about the Battle of the Minds and who's one step ahead of the other, I mean, John just read that one. That's a fast play down mid in the first 30 seconds, first 20 seconds of the round. And he's on top of it. The more that he can anticipate what's going on, the better Sentinels are going to look. Not necessarily snowballing into any massive ultimates, but being able to get a rifle on board here, they'll have a good bonus round buy. 3 Stingers, 2 Phantoms. If you've got a fast round to pull out of the strat book now, could be a great time to start rocking G2.
This is the time to do it.
Does G2 go for the same B main control? So Sentinels were running a one-way and an aftershock at the start of the round. There's the one-way. Oh, not even. Just a smoke in the choke point. And no aftershock used. So Sen just take B main instantly. Bang even teleporting into a spot where the aftershock would have missed. So that's nice. Bang's already one step ahead.
Ready to follow up on a moment's notice here with the drone broken. Sees the orb. Got to break that one, yeah. And suddenly, a lot of the bite taken out here. G2 not able to set themselves up. Or I should say Sentinels not able to set themselves up.
Yeah, not a fast play. I was expecting something a little quicker. Instead, familiar scenes, but the sides swapped. The Viper on the attack, the Yoru on the defense.
All up in your face. Okay, just seeing absolutely nothing at all there with the smokes. Blanketing most of mid here, but bit of spam. That's just up from B Heaven as Jonah P, I should say, looking for picks. Finds it, giving him big control in the process. 40 seconds left though for Sentinels.
Jorg forced off the line here a little bit.
Time might start to be a problem. Trent has had to give up most of control towards A Heaven.
Sen have got a lot of room around the map.
Not a lot of time to work with though, off the back of it, but they might have time for a pivot. Especially if that fight goes the way of John, which it does. He's already overzealous though, steps over it, and Valen just drops him. Cut down at the kneecaps. Paranoia weaves in, Leaf with the peak. To head toppled and rolls. 2 players left now to do all they can. Sentinels with no real time to work with. 12 seconds. Creeping, crawling, walking around, but Zelsis needs to be covered into this spot in the salvos while no access whatsoever to a safe plant. Picked up by Zeken, but at this point, fool's errand to try and go for that one. Swarmed by G2.
Well handled there from G2, considering how much space they gave Sentinels through mid. It looked like Sen, even though they were down 4v5, could have created a lot of danger. But Valen cleans things up in his anchor spot on A. Now we get rifles on board, both teams. And Sen leaning over towards B main at the start of this round again. It looks like this time Jonah is going to go for some kind of stun or aftershock to try to control that space. It's the aftershock, bangs past it.
Yeah, TP again. Does Valen expect it? Surely. Hearing some sound cues. Elsis. Bullet to the head, with the wall blocking most of the damage. Lucky to be alive.
And a reclear pushes Bang away in the B main. So this is now a huge fight in mid.
They're getting active, aren't they? G2.
8 players.
Looking for a brawl. Looking to define how this round goes here and now. Who can react faster? That's going to be the question. Utils forwards, flick to the side. Sentinels have got the fire in line. Not stopped. Slowed down though, minute on the mark. Got to take that spike all the way back. And okay, evacuation call for. Well, you're going to be running into Jorgamo. He hears it. Splashing around towards sewers. Drone. Couldn't break it. Had to commit. Had to get all the way the hell back out of there. TP's forwards as well. Up onto the site.
I think Zelsis took 140 there.
Zeken's anticipated with the pathing. Forwards down into hell. And Zelsis is the last one standing. They know exactly where he is.
And that's a nice round again from G2, the way that they flood in instead of playing offsite for the retake. That really caught Sentinels off guard, I think. SEN, once they pushed Jorgamo away, probably expecting that they'd be able to get site for free and already thinking about the post plan. And considering that they won that scrap in mid, I think they would have been expecting a slightly easier end to this round. Instead, the score tied up, 8-8.
100%. Nice, boys! So predictable, bro.
Well, there you go. We've talked about it as a battle of the minds. It's all about getting ahead of your opponent and figuring out what they're going to do.
G2 going to be giving you... Okay, well, pressure mounting here by Zeken. Dimensional drift, spots out of one. Essential that Jorgamo was able to get rid of that drone, but he's still going to be stunned up into the corner. He's sticking around. Finally TPing back.
What the hell is Valen doing? It's
okay, TP forwards, or at least a fast flank is called for. Not sure how Valen got there into the end, but it's a plan nevertheless. Sentinels get themselves into a tight, tucked spot. Into the post. Where's the next level of things here? It's an aftershock into the corner once more, but evacuation again. Pulling back and away. G2 just trying to bleed Sentinels out. Time being bought, util held, and guns not at the ready here. Valen right from behind. Nice with the three-piece. And a round lead now for G2.
Valen getting similar impact to the end of Haven on an individual level. He Omen ults into spawn so far away from that B hit. I mean, he needed the rest of his team to control the map and make sure that they didn't lose the round before his flank could come through. And they gave him that time. They played with that patience. And he delivered for them with a 3K.
Nice, Jake! That down, boy.
Top of the scoreboard for Valen. Talking his talk. And a tactical timeout. It's normally Zelsis that we see standing up, throwing shade over to his opponents, playing the psychological game. I'm sure this series will start heating up even further once we get to, you know, map 3, maybe even map 4 and 5 territory.
Yeah.
At the moment, still in the early stages of this BO5. But you can see with rounds like that, the grit.
And Sentinel's not looking for a repeat of what happened on Haven. They were in control for most of that map for our opener in this best of 5, and they lost grip overall towards the tail end. A string of rounds being put together by G2. Currently have 3, looking for even more. That's what the timeout's for on Sentinels, to put a stop to it.
I talked about this earlier at the very beginning of Split, but G2 are so good at anticipating Sentinel's post-plant aggression. When SEN get into a site, they will try to disrupt the retake by, you know, a variety of different tools, but a little push towards spawn with the breach utility, or a paranoia heaven and somebody gets inside the smoke and goes up ropes. You know, there's always something that they want to be doing to throw off that perfect retake their opponents are trying. But G2 are incredible at anticipating it. It ruined Sentinels last time they played on this map. And in that round, round 17, it kind of happened again. Leaf, you heard him say, way too predictable about the previous round.
A lot of respect shown here by Sentinels. Jorgamo, operator in his hand, and he's posted up. It's a game of reactions. Game of not timing! Just a shoulder or an elbow, barely peeking out. That's all he needed.
And
Drone immediately there.
Yeah, to try to reset him back up on the angle. Jorgamo was forced to fall back off. He didn't want to get traded, and the drone helps set him back up again. Pings as well.
Walking up for now, John's going to have that drone. Got to respect it. Again, Jorg does not want to be caught out into the open as a TP fast. That's Fang taking a bit of ramp control. Presence noted here by G2. They are reinforcing most of the map over towards the A side.
My ultimate is ready.
Smoke drops. They're calling for the swing as that smoke does blossom and bloom. Jorgen's already found the one Armageddon. Trying to push them past, but locked down into the spot. Jorgen not to be denied. A chance of a bit of argy-bargy. He's already picked up 3 into the round now, and John QT is left to pick up those pieces. Upgrade found, but in a 1v3, what can you do? 20 seconds left, and this is the back end of the timeout. Sentinels just getting anticipated.
Wow, and he's going to make the difficult decision to save in this spot. A round where Jorgamo has similar impact to Zeken. Incredible 3K with the operator in his hands, though, rather than a Vandal. But a very different way of getting that value. Instead of getting a crazy spray down alone, Jorgamo gets the first kill, backs up, gets supported by a teammate. Then he's posted up, has to teleport away, gets supported by teammates again for a triple swing. He swung into the site with his op at the same time as 2 players swung from screens. All of the players are focused on those screens players. And then he's able to take the peak again. So much teammate support and distraction there being given so that Jorg could get his wands.
There's frustration showing on the faces of these Sentinels players. You can't blame them because you can feel it. Losing grip of the map.
And so similar to Haven. Second half running away from them. They can't find the adaptation that they need. And you can't be going down 0-2 in a BO5 where you had double map ban.
No.
It is so tough to run that reverse sweep. And the psychological stuff going on in your head as well. Thinking, how is it going wrong? We had our map pick.
Exactly. I was just talking to Valen yesterday, in fact, about it. And Valen was saying, we're not too worried about going up against a double map ban advantage, because if we take that first map, exactly what you were pointing out, Josh, is playing in the back of the heads of these players. You're thinking, where did it go wrong?
Drone going out.
And that's a spot that G2 have been in a few times as well. G2, this is their 4th time attending an Americas final. Back to back to back to back.
Jorg spotted, he hears it though. Jumping up towards ramp, it's going to be stun at least to relieve some of that pressure.
Cover going out.
And G2 only won 1 of those, by the way. The most recent. Lost to 100 Thieves, lost to Leviathan last year, making sure that they don't lose again.
Trying to defend this one, they don't know where the TP is, but finally, okay, set your sights onto it, Valen. He knows where this one's coming. Anchor Smoke's going to be layered down on top of it, double TP into the back. That's Paranoia, should be a connection onto a multitude of them. Just a clone, but not going to be faked out for too much longer. 25 seconds left. SEN, they call for the pause, tempering the moment for just a bit.
But there's so many defenders here.
Here it is, Util in their hands! Smoke's dropped down, and Valen lights them all up! Open access to the bodies here, and a fight going all the way of G2.
SEN just got penned in a corner, herded into the back of the B site, and everybody on G2 waiting for them to make that move. They're 2 steps ahead. 5 rounds in a row.
Spike down B.
And Valen individually is having a great game. He found so much impact.
We're bouncing on each other. Hey, yo.
Hey, yo. Huh? Of course, I mean, they're playing off each other.
They're playing off each other so well. One person pings and the other person pongs.
Exactly. That's what they meant. That's what they meant. Don't get any funny ideas.
No, Mr. John Hyatt. Teleport up for some early vent control from Sentinels here. Looking to try to take some skirmishes rather than just end in a massive execute, because G2 have always had the read. And they haven't really been doing much of a pinch onto A-ramp. This could be nice pressure onto Trent. But Zeken and Bang back away. And they'll have to back away.
Do you have anything to get out of here? Yeah, the gate crushes there. Zeken barely out of dodge. He's just waiting for the last possible moment. Dramatic effect and all, but SEN need a bit more than that now with the drone to lead. The charge! Zeken's there alongside it. Taking damage into the process. What's the next level to it? Timing taken, slipping past it, in through the smoke, and 200 piece, eager to just try and drop down, is punished.
Good trade.
Sentinels though, time to shine for them. Rolling Thunder cleaving its way through the site. Now they've got the B site open access, but Trent has already weaved his way in through the back and snaps up. Reaction, and there's the follow-up. Valen's right there. Paranoia sweeps through. Narrate happy to try and step up towards it, and Valen almost there with that reaction, but dealt with. All down to Jorg now. Retake with the op. And Zelsis cheeky with the off angle. Yeah, that's going to get the job done.
Much better round from Sentinels. They were able to generate picks before they hit the site by fighting for B Heaven control. Instead of doing a bit of a non-committal take of map control and then ending with a site pop, they find a way, and they find the players that are trying to deny them that control. Leaf decided to hold his ground, and that's how Zeken got the opener, and then the trade out from Bang, that 1-2 combo that we've been seeing from Zeken and Bang. Coming together nicely. Jorg is going to pick up another op. So, pretty similar scenes again. And Sentinels want to start towards A-Ramp, want to start putting the pressure onto him early.
Might be meeting a lot of them again, the drone. Causes issues this time. Oh my, leg shot! He's not going to be denied that kill. Shorty does the dirty work at the tail end of it, even gets out of it.
That's incredible bravery from Jorgamo sticking around as well. Rather than wondering about getting caught, suppressed, traded.
Just takes the risk, stands his ground.
And rewarded for it. Zelsis, though, has actually got himself into a decent position here. Now, of course, Jorgamo's on the other side of this. I would expect Sen to want to go back to Zelsis because he's got the Viper's Pit. If you can get onto a site, that's one of the best ultimates to turn a 4v5 in your favor. But it's another first pick that goes against Sentinels.
B main. Did it spot the players? That's the question.
Yeah,
Valen ults for the info.
It must have done because Jonah P is starting to react already over there. But this is kind of nice. It's opened up the A site. It's allowed them to come back to Zelsis. And the pit could yet be Sen's favor.
30 seconds though.
30 seconds left.
Is this angle anticipated either from Jonah P? You're hearing it now to rumble up through vents. Surely heard and spotted. Stun slows him down. Salvos trying to be used here. Sen are being slowed to a crawl. Got to get a move on, but you're really just being bogged down by the multitudes of util the G2 have in their back pocket. There's another one for you. Stun forwards and whipping, hopping all around. You're going to be meeting your match into the blender.
The stuns were way too much for Sen to get through there. They had an idea, but they couldn't manage to execute it. They had the vision, but couldn't realize.
Rolled out.
Leg shot straight on and finish off with the shorty is how it opens up. We didn't talk about it too much, but on the previous map, first kills, 15 of them to G2, only 7 for Sentinels. So G2 are finding so many of these opening kills that make it really tough for Sen. And again, the score 12-9. G2 with 3 opportunities to finish, just like on Haven. It's been exact mirror of the first map.
Careful here.
Zeken wants to increase that tempo though here with a dimensional drift, pings it out where the players could be. Jorgamo forced back out of the fight. Happy to play the retake though. There's G2, especially with that rolling thunder forwards in their back pocket. Pit though might cause difficulties. Slow down for now here, but the salvos, Paranoia. It's going to be pulled out. Sentinels trying to set themselves up nicely into this one. Random spam! That's the one player that could not go down with it. The pit dropped down. And Sentinels left lacking. Left gasping for air here. G2 just dominant!
We thought G2 were in survival mode in the lower bracket. They barely squeaked past some of the teams, 100 Thieves, EG. And they got a rematch here with Sentinels and they've come out all guns blazing. A 2-0 lead in this grand finals. And honestly, in the second half, they kind of looked untouchable.
Yeah. It's running away from Sen, putting themselves up into good positions. But G2 are the ones leading by 2 maps here. Coming back from that lower bracket as well, where Sentinels were the ones to send them there. It's revenge on the mind of both of these players, both of these teams. And a trophy in their sights, right in the middle of the stage.
Looking to try to skip the Swiss stage of Toronto after they grueled so hard just to make it there in the first place. It looked like they might not even be able to defend their opportunity of getting another global grand finals, and here they are in a domestic one, and it's theirs to win.
They just have to take that final step here in map number 3, of course. We could go to distance, we could go even further, but it's going to be up to Sentinels to see if they can stand up to that task. Don't go anywhere, be right back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. Coming through. G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
I am here with Josh Artzia, head of Map 2, a much different series to start, 2-0 for G2 right now. But you guys seem like you're in a realm that's just been so many games, so much playing, and possibly even things you haven't seen before. Are there any unknowns that you're working through today, seamlessly, that is?
No, I feel like we've been through it all at this point. But right now, like, yeah, we're up 2-0. We will, like, make sure, I have to make sure the guys just don't let off the gas here. They could easily reverse sweep us. They can easily just tie the map, and then it gets to their territory. They bring back the momentum. So we'll treat it like another best of one, you know, and just ignore what just happened and just focus on the next.
All right, perfect. Best of luck in the match. Thank you.
Up 2-0 G2 Esports in our grand finals here for the Stage 1 playoffs. And the question is, can they close it up with a 3-0, or will Sentinels make that reverse sweep happen? And team, this is definitely territory that I did not expect. I thought we'd be seeing maybe a 1-1, you know, maybe a little bit more of a clash here. But G2, I mean, look at this, 13-9, 13-9. It's looking clean.
It all goes back to winning that first map, taking Sentinels best early in this pool. Now they get a huge advantage of playing from 2-0 up. They go into a map that they are strong at and kind of have a chance to avoid going to the 2 maps that they lost to Sentinels to suffer their only series loss in Americas.
And they're bailed out. Another game win that comes off the back of, again, multiple eco rounds. They're able to take down Sentinels during, and also just really strong post-plant play on the first half. I was really impressed with what we saw from them here in round 4. Even in a 2-on-3, the way Valen and Leaf approach these fights is so nice, working off one another.
And throughout this map, Sentinels did not win a single retake. G2 won every post plant that they were put in. And this team, if it's the Stingers, if it's the gun, they always have really great ideas of how to play off each other.
And I love, like, Valen walking through the enemy Viper molly to get in.
This one is on an eco. They get into the site thanks to, I think, having the best util discipline of any team in Americas. They're very often putting Jaw in positions where they're letting him kind of contact up, TP out, while not using anything. They save all their ults here and get a 5v5 post plant on an eco round that they then win out because of those ultimates that they did not waste on a site hit.
Yeah, that just Sen also have ults to play with. You understand them giving up the site, but it hurts when G2 are allowed to get such a forward position. And then again, you have Trent in a clutch situation. He's going to do it every time.
And you look at this, and G2 is winning 13-9 in back-to-back maps, despite Zeken putting up an incredible series performance. These stats are from the entire series thus far. 160 ADR on Zeken is outstanding, and that's in the face of a Jaw who's he hasn't been playing very well this series. He's not been popping off.
It's been underwhelming from Jaw, but honestly, what we saw in the second half, once he got the operator in his hands, it just made the map so hard for Sentinels to play, because he kept playing really forward over in that A lobby space. Sentinels tried to walk into him a few times because he's having a tough day, and he's shutting them down. Then they start playing away from him. Used to start sacking the B side of the map. It was tough.
And this is how it went last time. Jaw started slow in the last finals here in Americas, and then those last couple maps, he went crazy to close out that series.
Yeah, that being said, though, of course, massive shout out to Jogama for how he's playing, but I do got to commend Zeken. There were rounds where they were just clearly, like, just being fed to him. And he was
Zeken is tryharding. He is dragging up Sentinel's round score up to 9 these maps.
He is destroying, but it is a testament to how good this G2 team is that they're able to shut him down not once, but twice in this BO5. The question is, what answers do Sentinels have next? Good news is we got Kaplan standing by with Riv to talk about just that.
I do have Kaplan here just ahead of map 3. Looking at how things have been going, it's been a nail biter, but it has to be perfect from here on out. What's been preventing Sentinels from keeping that lead that they're getting and also just closing out the game in the end?
I think we're doing a really bad job executing the plans we had going in the first place. We need to just be more disciplined on that. When we do get them right, we don't close out the advantages right. So there's really not a lot of room for error when we play such a good team like G2. And then people get frustrated, me included. You know, I think we need to loosen up, but we need to dial in. We really need to be better. It's a letdown to not play our best game for everyone out there. Luckily, we have double bans. Makes it so that a 3-2 comeback feels very real. We've done it without the double bans before, but we're going to do it right now with a little bit of map advantage, hopefully.
Can't wait to see some awesome games. Good luck out there. Thank you.
And that was exactly what Coach Josh RT over on the G2 side said, Ender.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, this is a team that could easily come back and make a reverse sweep happen. And Kaplan, of course, feels that way as well.
I mean, he made it a little bit brighter towards the end, but this guy sounded really frustrated with how Sentinels were playing in that game, not following through on plans, throwing advantages. And to me, what that reeks of is Sentinels needing to have that hard talk, right? We talked about them coming back from Bangkok, Zeken sitting down with the team, rallying the troops. Like, they need someone to set them straight here going to these final 3 maps, because it's not going to be easy.
You heard it as well from Kaplan. They're the only team, Sentinels, to have won from the lowers with that double ban advantage going against them. G2 now a chance to do that themselves. If they can win this 3rd map, they could 3-0 Sentinels, put a statement on this team heading into Toronto, and win their 2nd trophy, be the first squad to go back-to-back.
Look, guys, G2 is just 1 map away from locking up the grand finals. Sentinels are going to need a Herculean effort to get back into this one. But if there's one team that can pull it off, it could be the Sentinels. Don't go anywhere, folks. When we come back, we're jumping over to Pearl, and we'll see how this all shakes out. See you on the other side.
All the emphasis is going to be placed onto Sentinel's shoulders here in this best of 5. They're down 2 maps. It's up to them to see if they can really drag themselves up here. Some inner reserves, I think. They've been capable, and they know that they can do it. Been in spots like this before, going back in scenarios, but against G2 right now, it's serious business. Josh RT really affirming, I think, that they just need to lock this one up. Don't let your foot off the gas, because Sentinels are a team that are capable of dragging this one all the way back.
Well, here's that composition that Sentinels pioneered and almost every other team has taken up as the meta comp on Pearl, including G2, who moved away from running the chamber and have now started copying Sentinels in the last, I don't know, 3 or 4 times that we've seen them run it on Pearl. I don't think they run it quite as well as SEN do, but that might not make the difference here, because trying to reverse sweep is a large mental barrier, I think. And no team has ever lifted that trophy twice. We've had a different winner every time in Americas.
Yeah.
And G2 might be ready to do it back to back.
Sentinels were denied their chance of lifting a domestic trophy this year by G2 themselves. It's a feud that runs back deep between these two teams.
And if you think about that one, the finals of Kickoff, we expected G2 to run away with it. We thought it was going to be a 2-0, maybe a 3-0 like this series could end up being. But actually, SEN dug deep and they pushed it all the way to 5, unexpectedly, and really made people take notice. This time, G2 look a step above right now, and SEN need those hidden reserves to come to the forefront.
You're in the presence here, Jorgamo. He's sticking around for quite some time. Very final moment before he eventually evacuates. Clearance in through mid and a timing, potentially there. No!
Brutal.
Slips out of Narrate's grasp.
They might think, though, that that was the backstab, and it's actually going to be a full B split. And that's not the case. Sentinels are running a B fake and slowly taking A main control all throughout this time. Now, Trent is often going to be using his drone to re-clear through A main. But because they heard so much noise towards B earlier on, he hasn't done it yet. Only just now does he drone.
Broken potentially only by Zeken, which could make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, he's not calling. Well, Jogamo starts rotating over, but yeah, they're not going to realize. They're not going to realize that this is a full A pop.
Celsius wrapping around here, critical with the kill, and Jonah P just decimates him, ends him. Arc control, giving up Zeken, looking to see if he can reclaim a bit of that territory. It's going to make all the difference to Sentinels here. Pistol round to get the plant down, and damage has been done prior, so easy cleanup, but I didn't expect this one. Wrapping around again, second go of things, Leaf. Salvos potentially to push them back at Zeken. Handed, potential chances, bang. Potentially stealing away, but Leaf has slipped it all the way through into Art.
John's the playmaker, though. He's got all the way behind, 8 seconds on the salvos.
That's going to make a huge difference. He's missed it into the timing. Bang, though. Might be able to deny, at least with that damage done. Surely, Valen onto the defuse. Timing's been missed. Salvos lay it down, Valen. Hop feet. He's got a lot to ask now in this spot. Smoke. Propped up and bang! Takes him out!
Through the smoke there, I think, towards the end. And Bang rights the wrongs of so many of his teammates. SEN had 3 separate opportunities to catch one of the G2 players. First of all, Narrate coming through mid, I think should have been able to catch one and instead got clocked in the head.
One enemy.
And we saw another tussle over towards Art that didn't go their way. I think that was Celsius, but Bang throughout it all in A main, locking it down. A 4K.
you did a really good job that round of shooting them. You should do that more.
That is incredible advice. That's why they have Zeken on the team.
That's why I'm hard stuck. Okay, Zeken, he's in. It's a fight to be taken here, but stunned up. Oh my, Jonah P's working with barely anything, just that free weaponry at hand. Slowed down, a bit of a stalemate, Chord 4. Horn broken.
But Sen deal with the chaos quite nicely. Yeah, they've taken a bunch of damage, and John QD and narrates health. It might come back to bite them later on. Especially because Leaf has that Marshall playing from Flowers. But they avoided getting overwhelmed by the eco at the start of the round here. It would be devastating for them to lose this.
And there's a lot of damage done to these Sentinels players. I still think they're not out of the woods just yet. Celsius, you have to claim this kill. He does eventually get onto it.
It's not the range that the Stinger wants to be played from.
Not at all. Gets the info though, and he's going to be pressured regardless. Picked up onto a different angle. It's a half clearance, but he does snap to it. Head's going to be found. Jorgamo does answer back.
In the meantime, Bang has taken all of this room towards B. He's realized there's nobody anchoring the site at all. Leaf has got to be playing on the opposite side of the map. Jorg might be able to find another timing.
Series of unknowns though. Bang has, as you already said, called for the rotations with that time and already expecting that Jorgamo is going to be waiting, walking straight back in. Leaves it up to Leaf. Marshall in hand. Two players will go down to a single shot. Said I've got to play this with a bit of discipline. Leave no room for mistakes. Bang is the most healthy player, holding it first most. Off onto the corner, to the angle. Anticipates, okay. Does land it.
And Bang, back-to-back rounds where he's been massively important for Sentinels.
Yeah.
Kind of recovering these rounds, actually, for them. A little bit rocky, but Sen get up to 2. And Bang's done such a great job. He has a Cosmic Divide available already. And this is the map. Out of any in the pool where the Cosmic Divide feels the best, I think, you can definitely run some strategies.
Sean, once again, great job of shooting them.
Again, noted.
But also a really good job of finding a timing through on B and finding an entire empty part of the map. So this time I don't think Zeken's analysis is spot on. I don't know.
But still, Sentinels now should be set up for pretty decent bonus round. Jonah P. God. Bumbling into the walls a little bit there, but still gets away. Nice and healthy. Senna not shy whatsoever here. Willing to try and step up, Zeken. Side steps, so Caesar's going to be dodged. A refight call for here. G2 is trying to make sure that they can remove this space! But a rifle in hand. It's bonus. Has a lot of danger towards it! Celsius! How the hell is this guy still breathing?
29 HP with the regen shields. This round was supposed to be going over towards B. You could see because of where John was taking the spike. And instead, the ART players find so much success, but with Narrate falling,
yeah, surely leaves caught here, indeed, yeah, again. Wrapped from the side. 3v1 now for Jorgamo. In the right place at the right time with the weapon at hand. There's a chance with Celsius low enough as he is.
Spike planted.
For the post-plant though, plenty of ults of Senchus to expend. Angle watch for. Finds a first. Celsius goes absolutely massive.
And they win the bonus off the back of that. Huge round now. I wonder what Zeken's analysis of the situation is going to be. Because again, Celsius just kind of did a great job of shooting them.
We're about to find out, I think.
The reclear called. And Sen completely punishes it. I think that's a spot where G2, you know, by swinging, by taking the tempo, often are going to be favored. But Celsius hits some beauties. And he and Bang up at the top of the scoreboard with 6 apiece. And the possibility of a brawl here again. G2 doing the same kind of stuff on the eco round. Looking to try to up the tempo in A main. A flash through the smoke with the horns.
Lay it down with the horns on top of it. This eco definitely has legs, but okay, it's navigated. Tumultuous at times, but Sentinels already.
Another spot where Sen hold on. Feels like G2 are constantly pushing, pressuring them, trying to force the fights on the defense. And Sen's job is just to stop them from accomplishing their goals.
Not to be faked out. Jonah P. tucked to the side here. Chance! And a weapon handed over, but Already getting a bit of a move on.
That actually could be really important, though, because when this Vice Wall gets triggered over towards B, there's going to be an opportunity to pick up some guns in A main. Now, is Leaf going to go for that? Probably not, because he'd have to take such a circuitous route. But he can be pretty deadly with the Stinger. And Jonah now has that Phantom.
Trips the wall.
So once more, Sentinels just have to stabilize and shut down a threat.
And Leaf only has the Stinger, though. It's a long-range fight, tripled up by Sen. As you said, they only have to stabilize. Are they going to expect Jonah P right behind him? That's a question here. Move to the sides. Spraying him down. Good. Salvage again. Zeltsis fully on top of most of this round.
They're doing a great job. 4-0 lead. And here's that flash haunt kind of play that didn't end up actually going much of the distance. John did a great job there of anticipating it, adapting under the chaos. And now they've built up so many ultimates that even if Jorgamo picks up an operator, even if Jorg goes for the op on the defense, they have Yoruult, Cosmic Divide for a B exec that would just ruin it. Instead, though, John is calling for maybe a bit of a control play over towards A.
Bring them down.
But you've got to imagine this is the round to use these ults for Sen, because you're going to break the economy of G2.
Oh, yeah.
Who's next?
To see this one splitting into over towards A. Cosmic Divide. As you already mentioned, Josh, now's the time to let those ults shine here for Sentinels. Full clearance, though. G2 giving up control, but backside is laid bare. Zeken happy to play around this spot here. Needs a bit of an evacuation policy though with the TP, and he could just be getting pressured at a moment's notice. Steel Garden, it's even better. It's all being slowed down. Sentinels, full access. Still haven't been able to get the plant on. Okay, and that might be a bit of a problem.
I mean, this might be a bit of a problem. Jorgamo coming from the flank.
Yeah.
The Vice Wall was put in place to stop a flank from mid.
Nightfall, util used. Armageddon! Can you run? Can you escape? Right into the maw. It's open access here with the rifles in hand and still deafened to nothing but Sen. Happy to just all the way stand up tall and proud here. Yeah. Jorgamo's flank, not a problem anymore.
And he's got to just save the operator. He didn't give away where he was coming from. Sen might have some kind of an idea because they haven't seen him the entire time. But what an ult that was from John Cutie. I thought somehow G2 were going to be able to avoid it and frag out. But Sen just had so much control there. The ultimates were everything. Yeah. And this is how you snowball. G2's economy is going to get knocked down apart from that op. They were forced into this fight. They did a decent job at the beginning, but then got pushed into Narrate. And the crossfires on site were just too strong.
And that's been missing from Sentinels, I think, these last two maps. Just trying to think one level ahead for what G2 are planning, but that extra Armageddon, like you said, place it down when a Nightfall comes out.
It was really good.
Yeah.
It was really good. And the Yoru ult, the Astra ult are such excellent combos at being able to get into sites and not have to worry about stuff like operators, people playing in anchor positions. Now, though, the ult bank is expended from Sen. It was absolutely worth it to be able to knock G2's economy. But now that when we go into the next rifle round, in round 7, Josh RT's taking a timeout to get things stabilized. And the ults are going to flip in the other direction. Now G2 are the ones in a better position. But Sen at that point are likely to be 6-0 up. And this is the exact kind of start you need if you want to pull off a reverse sweep and steal the trophy away. Couldn't ask for better.
No, strong beginning here for Sentinels. The only best of 5 reverse sweep in VCT Americas history, Leviathan beating Cloud9 2023 LCQ. I mean, that's just chiseled into the ancient annals of time, almost, at this point, weirdly enough.
Yeah. And was it relevant? No, because of the crew run.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
I mean, Leviathan and Cloud9 at the time were the two favorites to win, I think. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. But yeah, the point being reverse sweeps, extremely difficult.
Very, very rare. Sen with a good start, though, towards one. Jorgamo. Oh, okay. Done some damage and gets out. Barely alive, though. Scraped. Dropped down to barely anything in terms of health here, but an opening pick might be exactly what G2 needed.
And G2 are so good on these light buy rounds. when they played against Evil Geniuses, they were winning so many rounds like this with lower weaponry on Pearl. But most of the time they had Stingers to work with, and 3 players here with just Sheriffs.
The drone's not going to be dealt with there, so... Okay, Jorgamo's position is noted. He has to TP back and away, so open to the A site. Dimensional drift forwards, pinging out into the smoke. He's expecting a little bit of spam here, but there's some util as well to accompany it. It's a Seize and a Haunt up towards the top, delaying it. Being a possibility alongside that Armageddon. You're rolling out the red carpet at this point, and it's up to Sentinels if they can hold this one down. They're calling a reaction. They want to clear these mid players out and away, but they missed the Torn, the corner. Valin. It's only the 1. Traded out by Bang.
30 seconds left.
To the corner again. He needs to try and find that pick, Jonah P.
If Bang dies, it's a nightmare.
It's not shy.
There.
Just missed the timing onto it. Sentinels are going to be aware of this.
Good help from Narrate. That's exactly what Bang needed, an escort to be able to get into sight safely with Spike.
Obscuring vision.
Time barely there. Any more delay from G2? Just not quite.
10 seconds left.
No, they've run out of artillery at this point. They did have salvos to try to work with, but I think Trent wants to save them.
Smoke propped. Haunt dealt with, broken here. G2 scurrying around towards the back of the site. Bang. That rifle player, bit of spam. What a flick. Jorgamo, operator in hand. He's adding level of danger towards this one. Fake TP forwards. They want to know and spot where these players potentially could be. And he's seen when a raid is at least a Seize. Up and over. Horn reveals all.
Lovely little combo. The Seize first. Taking away all of the sound and then throw that Haunt up there, making sure that it can't really be broken. And they take the op out of Jorg's hands. Because this op, it already did work on an eco, and I don't think Sen would have wanted to navigate around it without a Euro ult or an Astra ult.
Yeah.
Having said that though, Bang is having such a game. He's 1 away from Astra ult again. So all of what I was talking about the ult situation now favoring G2, even though they're down 0-6.
Good listening skills, my brothers. Good listening skills, my brothers.
Is he trying to trial to replace Kaplan?
Oh, God.
He's trying to become the superstar player and the coach.
It's killing me.
He's going to be giving him back rubs and bananas next.
Guns in the hands of G2, though. Was a half buy on the last. Spiny operator.
Fighting A main potentially here as well.
Yeah, really clashing. An attempt towards it, though, but Jonah P is already cleaned up. Out towards Art still. It's an important fight to take. That is monstrous from Bang.
He's having a map here. He's controlled all of that aggression. They even got the pick over towards Art, and Sen looking like they're going to sail away with a 7th.
There's no stopping them at this point. Wonderful beginning. Leaf, though, Zelsis off, but okay, Zeken's there, isn't he? Can't let that go unchecked. Valin, okay, it's nice with the angle. He was pushed up so slightly, but in that 1v2, Bang! Again. Perfect with the timing and the shots as well. That fight into A main, we already mentioned it, but that was the important piece. Sidestepping, dodging bullets.
This one's going to be for the history books if they pull off the reverse sweep with a 13-0 on Pearl. Yeah. I mean, at the moment, it looks incredible from Sen. This should have been the round where the momentum starts to turn in the favor of G2. They got more ults.
I'm stunning on him. I'm like,
yeah, and he certainly was.
He is. The movement's good. The aim's better. He's 12-4. Meanwhile, Zelsis was still getting some really big rounds earlier on, 10-4. G2 fighting mid on the eco. Super classic plan, and they've caught Bang in the corner. Oh,
yeah,
sorry, Zelsis in the corner.
Still, and dealing with the rate off to the side. It's an aggro play by G2. On their own half buy, potentially something to turn the tide of the way that this map has been going.
John might be stuck, or he might find the timing on the timing here.
Balance right there behind. Thorns are deaded. Supplementary. A bit more bits and pieces are led here. Balin. Oh my, it was a silent hop up, so he wasn't quite ready with a gun up, but eventually gets it. Now just John QT, 1v4. Trent, unfortunate with the timing there. He was watching that for the longest moment, but just turned his back towards it. John QT has got a lot more to do, though, in this spot. The spike has been definitely dropped and isolated, but so are these fights. John is picking them apart here. 1v4.
He's actually still got drone to work with as well. It's tough to want to drone in any of these spots because you don't know that your back is even going to be safe. But if he gets a bit of info, if he spots a peek, and Valin keeps walking forwards here.
Yeah. Making sure that they double up here, but the timing is missed. Re-exploration by Valin. John had chances for sure, but In the end, G2 play with a little bit more discipline. They tighten up. They finally get a round on the board here for Pearl. It's a map that not just eluded them, it's been haunting them, I think, as well, throughout our entire history so far this year.
It's definitely the most dramatic map for G2, isn't it? You think about big moments for G2.
Yep.
In 2025, a lot of them have happened on Pearl. But a lot of them have been
boys.
Close. Either heartbreak, crazy overtimes. Thinking about T1, thinking about 100 Thieves. This is just kind of them getting stomped. They've only won on that eco round just now where they fought heavy through mid.
Find you.
Another scrap over towards A main.
A lot of bodies.
And Jorgamo getting posted with an operator. He didn't play with the op on this side of the map previously.
G2 trying to reclaim some of that space. What a shot! Snaps it. Bullet to the chest. Zeken is gone. Scurrying now from Sentinels to try and reclaim some of that space, but already the call is made to try and refight towards Art, and Zelsis is the next one up on the chopping block. Double stars laid down. This one a bit more pace potentially injected or hoped to by SEN, but they're being slowed down by all that util. Sees in through the back. It's avoided. Bang's going to be slowed down himself.
He had no smokes on cooldown, so he had to recall. That means Art is so open.
Instant. It's there. Jonah P with a trade. This time the discipline is reigning supreme here from G2. They make sure to leave no gaps for Sentinels to play around.
And Jonah P, he's been punished a couple of times trying to defend Art. This time gets a lot of help and gets a 4K. Jorgamo's op-in has been really good today. It was a big turning point for them on Split as well. And despite his individually good opping performances, G2 have not really been able to string it into rounds until just then. If they close out the rest of the rounds in this half, though, it's gonna feel like the damage of the 7-0 is almost completely repaired.
G2 getting active once more, all the way through. Doesn't care about the team damage from their own salvos. The horn, a little bit delayed in the making, but Jorg's here. Flown into the face, will bang, be baited, not quite, he's white, swinging! Oh my god!
It didn't even mean to kill Trent!
That's collateral damage. Difference maker for it. Leaf now wants to try and get ahead of this timing, but this is all fake pressure. Just a clone that was laid down prior. These players at G2 are going to be trying to re-clear some of this space, but they're going to get their answers a little bit too late. I think Sentinels are already making their way over towards A.
Money in the bank for G2, so it's worth still fighting. Even though they're in the 3v5. You're hoping just to force ultimates out, if you can. I mean, winning the round would be amazing, but at least make it dangerous, make it costly.
The ultimate util spells it all out here towards Leave! Oh, the bullets!
How is that possible?
He rattles them into the chest of Zeken, and still he wins the fight.
That's such a good kill for Zeken to get.
Backside controls now theirs in a 2v5. Highly unlikely here for G2 to still make a good go of things here, but there it is. Take the fight together. Sentinels up to 8.
On Split, it was Zeken that was holding down A ramp, and G2 ran their heads into it over and over. It feels like that same stubbornness here into Bang over towards A main.
Wow.
It's clearly a big part of G2's strategy to try to push out A main and not just get Jorgamo posted and not just have Drake
I just see you and Zach in front of me, and I feel young again. You know what I mean?
But they're trying to really push through and apply a lot of pressure onto the player that's holding that extremity. But Bang is just, he's got their number.
It can't be denied. He's rooted to the spot and still winning these fights.
16 kills in 10 rounds, and G2 fight mid again.
This is it. It worked for them last time, but they got to try and make another go of it. This time, though, bit of trouble because Zeken, dimensional drift forward, spotted out the players. Gives his team the information to work with.
You are divided.
Even clear out most of the way.
Really good ult combo again. The Yoru ult into the Astra ult, and you just get the whole side for free. Zelsis still has his to work with if things get difficult, but Bang fell.
Yeah, finally, yep. Top section of mid here. Jorgamo with his own ult as well. He's trying to flip this one all the way around. Zelsis is isolated in towards the back, and Jorgamo has cleaned him up, but the Steel Garden will still lay it down. Overlapped. Sound cues. Cut away here from SEN, but finally fading, returning to their senses, and Narrate, go on walkabouts, rewarded. Haunts up and over towards the top. Difficulties now for G2. They still want to try and make a go of this one, but the reveal is big. Trent! Snaps to the side, a quick 180, dodging, juking, Armageddon though. Lays it down by some time, sidestepped, he's low enough himself. Salvos, Jonah P! He's denied for it, but he's earned himself at least half his team for it. Potentially a chance for Trent. Time of the essence ticking down! And John QT, he's dragged to his grave most likely at the end, though, just out of sight of it. And 9-2 now for SEN. One more round left in this half.
It's so difficult to beat Trent in these clutch situations, but John does it. Tucks into the corner, masterfully plays with the sightlines to bait Trent off the defuse multiple times. Look at him jiggling, only unveiling a shoulder.
I put my body on the line to kill that guy, just want you to know.
We're gonna play too hard.
They're feeling good out there, though. All of the stress and the pressure of being down 0-2 in this series seems to have evaporated off their shoulders. They're playing loose. And they're doing a good job at controlling G2, who are once again trying to force the fight.
Yeah, forwards up here, trying to take this one with the bodies, and they do have the guns at the hand here, obtaining a couple of upgrades, but that's a big presence to showcase. No fast reaction from Sentinels.
Well, fairly quick reaction, though, from Narrate, who manages to get himself all the way deep. He's past this drone re-clear.
It doesn't click on. There's an awareness here from G2 that they have lost control of this one. You can see it in the way that Jorg is holding towards sewers.
But the SEN players are super confident. You know, Zelsis is walking all the way up, triggering the wall, not worried about being punished. It feels like SEN have the liberty to walk around and take individual fights because they've been winning so many of them. The ults, though, are in G2's favor. The players as well, the numbers. But for some reason, I feel like this is going to be a 10-2 half.
Yeah, I mean, SEN have just been winning so many of them, and it keeps rolling.
It's just moments like that. Leaf should have had him dead to rights.
There's no stopping him. Plants down. 2 big ults to use if you are G2, but VALORANT has been damaged in the process towards this round. Still alive, though, for now. Sentinels are forced to play deep tucked onto the side because of that Cosmic Divide. It's just been layered down now, but Trent does have the right tool for the job again. Pushing them forwards, out into the open. Salvo spraying and praying. Zelsis has gone away with murder.
He did it earlier in the half as well. And he's rocketed up to the top of the scoreboard to join Bang. The two of them have been untouchable here on Pearl. You might have thought earlier today that it was going to be the Zeken show. And it was on the maps that they ended up losing, weirdly enough. Here, a 10-2 half powered by Zelsis and Bang, shutting down aggression from G2. SEN right now look like the kings of Pearl. G2, a mere copy.
Absolutely no denying the player form right now from Sentinels. They've earned themselves 10-2 here. The reverse sweep has got to start somewhere. What a great way to begin.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Can you hear me now?
Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Super easy, ya estoy super easy. Pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te apaga, sé que tú quieres jugar.
Well, now both of these teams have already secured their tickets to Toronto, but you can too as well. And tickets are on sale. Make sure you scan that QR code that's on your screen to secure your spot at the second biggest global event of the year. And we're making sure that we're buffering out the playing ground ever so slightly. No bumps, making sure it's all nice and even.
Yeah, Dan the Penguin doing his job with the Zamboni.
Great job.
Dude, that penguin, he just loves the attention.
He does.
It sickens me.
It does.
It sickens me.
Interesting response.
This moment's about the players, Dan. Get off the stage. Yeah, it's going to be a joy to watch these teams playing a Masters Toronto. And this is another opportunity for them to entertain and grab a trophy before they get there. But also, in context of that tournament at Masters Toronto, whoever wins this gets to skip the Swiss stage. And you were mentioning earlier, Brent, we're expecting a pretty big meta shift heading into Masters Toronto. Whoever skips the Swiss stage gets to watch what all the other teams come up with and adjust without having the pressure of maybe being eliminated from the tournament early.
And that's that extra element. It's a huge advantage. You'd love to have it, especially a team like G2, heavily reliant on the Tejo plays. We know he's going to be nerfed. Meta will be shifting drastically heading into that event.
And I'm sure it's going to affect all the teams. But here and now, this is the composition that teams have settled on for Pearl. And SEN, they are the masters of it. A 10-2 dismantling in the first half. And G2 playing a very slow beginning here. Looking to see where Sentinels are playing. Zeken set up to try to punish any kind of bait play on the Vice wall in B-Link.
Yep.
Now, just judging by Jorgamo's positioning, I'd imagine that G2 are heading in his direction. But SEN go for a reclear, looking to try and grab some information and just miss it.
Salvo's onto the corner. Trying to punish potentially with it, but yeah, walls up and over. Again, you can navigate it. It's going to slow you down just a tad here.
A flash for Zeken. Could go crazy.
Refighting right into the Salvos though. There is all sorts going on here.
Down B.
Turn up the heat there towards outside lane. Spike's going to be dropped down but recovered. 25 seconds left. Your options to pivot are limited if you are G2.
But there's nobody actually defending A.
All full evacuation, isn't it? Sentinels are just been reinforcing, but now they're going to hear it. And yeah, okay, noise is being made.
But they're going to be late to it. This plant is going to go down without a hitch. G2 with an opportunity of winning a 4v5 post plant.
Planted.
Like a heist before our eyes, to be honest.
Don't know how they got away with that. Valen, he's looking to try to make the play. And John thinking about it, watching for it. The two IGLs trying to find the timing.
It's all about the mind games here, and what a flash as well. Leap forwards with the fight. Crossfire setup's going to be set up with him and Trent as well. Just a slight peek, backing away. Trying to hope that these players open themselves up into the more, into the classics in hand. Reloads but saved. Trent off to the side and Leaf has not been denied. Nothing can take this guy down now. 1v2, John. 3 bullets left to do it all. Raps his way. How the hell does that happen? Leaf! It's ridiculous!
He's gotten away with murder in that pistol round. I mean, G2 in general have 25 seconds to pivot all the way from B to A. SEN just didn't think they would go for it.
No.
Instead, 4v5, they get the plant down and Leaf picks up 4 kills. Valen even finding that timing through water. So, okay, G2 with a pistol. But they're going to need so much more to make this any level of a contest on Pearl. The gap is still 7 rounds with SEN in the lead.
Yeah, it's the first step in potentially hundreds that need to be taken for G2 to have a chance here.
And we've seen big individual moments from the SEN players. It only takes a couple.
They're stacked up. Doesn't matter that they're on an eco here. They can do some real damage, especially with that util. Sentinels!
Down B.
Filled up the feed in their name. Dropping guns towards their back.
Leaf with only a ghost to work with and a drone in his face.
Spotted out, overwhelmed, swarmed into the spot, and this is it. G2 just really rushing into things there, not navigating the spot that they were in, and Sentinels are going to be calling for this, and it's going to be a 3-2-1 swing together, and that makes 11.
Well, if there was any hope of a G2 comeback from a 10-2 half, I think that should have put the knife in the back. SEN with a great anticipation of where this one was ending. And they just all swing out together.
Salvos are great there.
Yeah, G2 super stuck inside of them, right? They couldn't find a safe area to stand. And Josh RT, he was talking to us in the coach interview about the fact that G2 need to close things as early as possible. You have to think about it as a BO1, because it is possible for SEN to come back in this series. Yeah. They're going into really good maps for them. Pearl, excellent. Ascent, that's the next map. And that's where they crushed the Waylay coming out from G2. So it's entirely possible that Sentinels, when you look at the map pool, could pull off a comeback. Josh is going to be talking to them here about how they can pick themselves up and maybe try to make something happen on Pearl. But it looks a far cry away from being a reality.
Miles away. Of course, Josh is going to be telling them 1 round at a time is all it takes, but for Sentinels, it's exactly what they needed. Weirdly enough as well, with the way that the map veto landed and laid out, you end up with the 2 maps the Sentinels won against G2 near the tail end. A SEN and Icebox sitting near the back.
And of course, sometimes you learn more by being the loser in those situations. So it's entirely possible that G2 will have tweaked some of the Waylay stuff on a SEN and have different ideas for their Icebox. But I think with SEN dominating on this map, we're set up still for an extremely competitive series for this trophy.
The force up here from G2, there's really no other options. Sentinels tripled up in through a main, drone as well. Sets the tone towards the round. Using arm control in the process, a bit of spam.
Time to jump.
A lot of presence here from G2, they're making it known. Not shy, are they? Knocking straight at the door, to be honest.
They're trying to catch a player that might be playing over towards mid. You know, somebody that's playing in that connector. But instead it's a vice wall here. And they've managed to find the other side of it. So full mid control for G2. A little bit strange as well that when Sentinels took a main, they didn't feed the orb to John QT. Because he would have had the tail ult online.
But they got straight past his timing. I don't know if Zelsis is going to expect this one. Might be fast, but okay, here's the footsteps. Valin!
Valin's stinger is gross.
Pure disrespect. Gun pick back up here, ferried back. They can't let that one get into enemies' hands, but G2 onto the side here with a bit of a plant of their own as long as there's no funny business. Those go down, straight bullets slowing down Valin, but he's still alive. And now post-plant begins once again, and we're going to see it. Salvo's up in 15.
Yeah, you have pull, you have salvos, you have people at close range with stingers. It's a hard retake for SEN to win.
George's going to be that thorn in their side as well. What is that?
John didn't even get a look in.
Just shuts the door in the face of Sentinels. No chance for them to even get going.
Well, at least he got his tail ult online. Silver linings. But G2, if you give them a sight, their post-plant play is almost impossible to deconstruct. And I think that's why they match up so well against Sentinels. Because SEN, historically, since they've become excellent at the beginning of 2024, it's been about that kind of retake prowess.
Yeah.
And this is the post-plant meta. Pulls, salvos, stingers inside smokes. But SEN still have a 7-round lead. And a 7-round lead is going to be really, really difficult to fight against.
Just 2 rounds, all Sentinels need. It can happen anywhere. G2 are well aware of that, with the amount of Thrifties have been winning on Pearl recently. Jorgamo full sprints forwards, trying to catch a time and pass the salvos. Grab that A main control.
Good early kill onto the drone as well, so he's not worried about being suppressed. He still has a gate crash to be able to get out. But he's taken 100 damage. He's down to only 50.
Yeah.
Both Yorus just kind of staring off at each other. A wall in the way.
Have they tracked the money well enough to know that Zeken has opted into the operator? Potentially, but could be missed here. Don't think Zeken's revealed his hand. He's kind of trying to get posted up onto the A line. A lot of util expended. TP back. Joel gives up the space.
And because that gate crash was so close, Zeken now feels pretty confident just walking all the way up. He heard the audio cue.
ADS timing. Oh, it's missed on both ends here, but there's 2 players putting the pressure now, applying it onto Zeken. Can he deliver? Shots missed! Okay, all right. Evacuation there with a gate crash again, but it's watch 4 as well. These lurks. Realization by Sentinels that they haven't lost that mid control.
A little bit timid there from Chong QT. Might have been able to catch a kill.
Quick tap. Looking to try and force some of this util and buy a bit of time and space for the rest of the team forwards. Somehow Leaf gets that one. Zeken can be dropped here. Plant now down. Into the post plant we go. John was not baited into using this ult. It means they can use it now for the retake. Jorgamo is forced to step forwards and he's only on single digits almost of HP. Trent with that fire over the shoulder. Just takes out Bang, and he's caught a timing of his own, wrapping all the way around. This is going to be so unexpected for these Sentinels players.
And you've still got pull. Here come the salvos.
I say it's going to be unexpected. John was aware of the fact. Zelsis forwards, he's going to be done. But here's those salvos, like you were saying. Delay, the stall. Dragging this one into the bitter end. Jonah P finds it. Time ticking though. So is the spike. Chance is nigh impossible. That's the trouble. We were talking about it. You let G2 get into these post-plant spots.
And it's so difficult. Because you have to push incredibly deep to find out where Trent and Valen are playing. They fall back into really safe positions, and they double up with people like Jonah P, for example, who can take contact against them. Like, Jonah's job here is just to defend Trent, essentially. He's got his own private bodyguard. And then you've got Jorg in front, trying to find timings and create distractions. So SEN, they get dropped down onto a low eco. They lose all of their rifles, including the operator that they were going to work with. And I think they've also got to take a bit of a strategic shift. It's one thing to say they're massively in the lead. It's absolutely true. They had a phenomenal first half. But you still need to be fighting people as they enter the choke points, as they enter the sites. I think it's pretty similar analysis to what we were talking about on Split. You can't just play off. You can't allow yourself to be pushed away too much because the G2 post-plants are so good.
Kaplan feeling the need to take the time out here because, again, the advice that's obviously Josh RT was trying to offer up to his team before they got into Pearl, can't let your foot off the gas. Same can be said here for Sentinels. Doesn't matter how close you are to that finish line, to closing out Pearl, getting it into the next map, which is Ascent. G2 are also aware they can run it back one round at a time. That's all it takes. You cannot give these teams ins. They're too good for that.
SEN, along with a strategic adjustment, might just be thinking, let's build up to ults. Let's just try to get to map point on a massive ult round. The problem being there that John just used his Teho ult, and the others, they're a little way off. But the more kills they can get, the more ult orbs they can farm, the better they'll be. And it did look like John was maybe making a little play for it there. Got pushed back.
Yeah, util by both teams. Back to the beginning, really, of the round, aren't we? Where the barriers started for both of them. No space given up on either side. All through mid. This is SEN. They're troubled up looking, hoping that somebody will walk into them through mid, but G2 are going in a different spot.
It's a really common eco play to try to take the fight a barrier drop through mid. So I think SEN are just doing a variation where it's a lot slower and kind of hoping that G2 are going to wander into them, as you said. But that Vice Flash in the mid round gives Leaf a lot of information that nobody's pushed up. And now, after the Vice Flash, this is where John calls for them to go and move forwards.
I'll find you. Bring them down.
Util's going to be seen at this point here, so they're aware G2 making moves over towards the B site. Players are a while away. Nothing used by SEN either to push this one back, and Bang was hoping that there was a potential opportunity there. Window where nobody was going to be watching for him, but he's swiftly dismissed.
Sentinels are hoping for kills so that they can get closer to ults, so that they can force them out of G2 in fear. But G2 just looking really solid.
It's a chokehold on every single choke point. No one can really step over that line here. Zelsis gonna have it in his mind. He doesn't really want to go down to them either. He'd hope to just go down to the spike, but he's revealed. Round to the corner. Trent even gets it. G2 in spots like this, doesn't matter that they're down rounds, they're still thinking about min-maxing.
They are. That's one of the worries. It's all well and good to say, well, Sentinels at some point will just get up to a huge amount of ultimates and they'll win a round. But if you're never forcing them out of G2, that round's actually going to be dead even. Yeah. It's just going to be chaos. Ults on either side.
No, I love it.
Is this, round 18, the spot where SEN tried to invest Euro ult? Or do they want to save it for something where they've got a bit more backup? These are the difficult spots. These are the tough decisions for John to make. Because G2, they have everything to win this round. I mean, Jorg can crack open a site for them and they've got good ults for post-plant or to stop retakes from coming through.
Even Leaf. Him and Zeken, two players who have been opted into the outlaw the most when they're tracking the money.
Yeah, there's
four
four
players.
players.
Of Sentinels on half armor, so could do some damage with that one on top of it here. Dimensional Drift clears the way, spots out 3. Do you call a cancel? Do you want to hard commit into this? Back through into it. Bang. He's not shy, he's not scared, but now we'll have to back away here. But there's a Thorns by his side, stand up, spam into the corner. There's no real chance for him there. Too much util. Kitchen sink being thrown at him in the process. Jorgamo's earned his team a bit of a foothold as well. Calling for the pause as well and causing a reclearance called for here by SEN. Wide face, John. Just step up to it. Armageddon out. Lay it into the back along with the pull. No player's going to be falling prey to this one. It's up to John to stand down against most of this team. G2 starting to get their footing again to this side. Slowly but surely the discipline is there. Making sure that they can. And an unfortunate 140, but flips it back around. Zelsis doesn't expect that. G2, they are clawing this one back. Their start, at least there has to be a bit of a worry, I think, at the back of Sentinel's minds.
Absolutely, there's going to be a worry. But I think there's a small silver lining that they did force so many ults out here. And John realized when Bang went down, okay, we are not playing for retake at this point. There's no smokes, so he wide swings out, tries to take the fights at art. But they forced out 3 ultimates for G2. They made it costly. They're going to decide themselves to force up with a Guardian, with a Bulldog, with light armors on every player. And they're going to try to win this round. This has got to be where they stop the G2 comeback.
I mean, it's a hell of a gambit. You lose this, your money's going to be butchered here. And even though it is only 2 rounds, brings G2 one step closer to equalizing. There are no more second chances if Sentinels end up losing this map. If it goes out of their grip. G2 all the way forwards here. Quick approach in through connector. They have a lot of space. It's a deeper wall, though, being placed by Zelsis. It's not going to make the same mistake as last time, where they took the time and passed it. And Sentinels are putting a premium on trying to hold on to that B-long control. Zeken at the forefront of it. Drone gets broken. Very much far forward here with a Steel Guard, and Zelsis getting a bit of a move on. He's still going to be caught, though, so he's not going to have a gun to try and help Zeken out into this spot. Zeken very much alone. Util used, ult forced out of him just to try and get the hell out of there. Spots the 2 plays, making a bit of a wraparound and a move around. Sentinels haven't given up a lot of map control, though. If the pivot is called for, G2 might find themselves in a bit of a trap.
30 seconds left.
Wall cords, it's fakes on fakes, obfuscating where the intention is. G2 running their way back. Zeken, though, spots it out. Space is still being held down, and he could be that difference maker. TP in, and it's not expected. What a play!
That's so sick!
Past the Cosmic Divide. Completely hides the intent, Jorgamo. He wants a little bit more.
They might have just delivered a bit of a death blow here to Sentinels.
And they need to win this one. It has to be the full investment. And what's the case with the economy? Nightfall up and over. A lot of Qs cut away, but the util's going to be broken down anyway. Up through the top, Sentinels are going to be doubled up. Valen can't hear a thing. You have to rely on it. Raw reaction times, and a crossfire setup is there. G2, they let nothing slip. They hear it scurrying away. The rifles to remain. At this point, it's becoming a reality. G2, they're feeling empowered.
That was such a nice play out of the strat book from G2. The Astra ult, disguising all of the audio cues so that Jorgamo can teleport into the tiniest little crack at the back of halls. Completely caught Zelsis off guard. And G2 don't allow Sen to escape with a single gun.
Jake, your wall was insane, bro. I think behind him. You didn't even know.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not even from the strat book.
Improvised.
Josh is writing that one down. Wait, we've got to run that one again.
So wait a minute. Yeah, okay, they think it's it's a fake, and Joel gets in.
That was nasty good. I mean, yeah, they've got to ask the players at the end if we get a chance to talk to them.
That's not going to be going through these players' mind, though. Sentinels on our screen here. It's the second timeout taken. Spells it all out, I think. This is a worrying sign. Kaplan having a stern word with them.
Now, they called to go for the Gambit. And you said it was very risky in the previous round, right? They bought up, they had a Bulldog, a Guardian, light armors on everybody, and they chose to invest 2 big ultimates. They used the Euro ult and the Fade ult to try to retake. But they're still going to get up to about 3 in this round. They still have Steel Garden to work with, Bang can ult in order to help them retake, and that's really difficult for G2 to deal with. And there's a Tejo ultimate online here as well, potentially for John QT. Now, I'm not saying that they should use them right here, because the money is so bad. But for the next round, eventually, finally, Sentinels will have some level of an ult advantage and equal rifles.
They just need that tipping point.
All they need is one. Surely at some point, Sen will be able to get it. But thus far, in this half, they've only been able to get the one round, and G2 have had 6.
Jonah P, risky here. You're up against the weaker buy. He is so far forwards, but immediately backing away. Could have been dangerous if Sen were ready to really jump on the opportunity, but seeing it salvos into the back is a fast play. All in. TP back, salvos. For the team damage, Jorgmo sets the clone forwards first. That's a stinger in your face, and the team does help out! Trent from the side, tucked up onto the corner, though. Zeltis eventually cleaned up there with a trade.
One enemy remaining.
And it's all watched for. Plan an attempt to disrupt by Narrate.
Spike planted.
But this was their half by round. G2 though will be up to 9 as a result of it.
And I said previously, round 19 had to be where Sentinels stopped the G2 comeback. But this next one, with 3 ults for Sentinels, assuming that John doesn't just die to Spike here. Okay, with 3 ults available for Sen, rifles online, and G2 have no ults at all. If Sen don't win this, I don't see how they're winning the map, because this has got to be the most advantaged they've been in the entire half.
They have almost everything.
The problem is G2 have been working them so well.
Yeah.
I mean, here, Jonah P pulling a couple of people off B. They get that free teleport into the back of halls.
Tempo increase.
And Narrate, he's not as emotionally stressed as we saw him earlier on in the year. He wears his heart on his sleeve, but you can tell that the pressure's getting to him a bit. They're down 0-2 in the series, and G2 are pulling off a monster comeback.
All smiles earlier for Sentinels for good reasons, but as you said, it's starting to crack. G2, very real runner things here with the amount of rounds that they've been able to pull together. A main control, maintained for now by Zeken. G2 showing presence. Decoy forwards in the hope that there is a wall here.
Now, Bang's position I quite like, because Jorgamo's been going for halls teleports, which means that the rest of the team isn't really going to have that Yoru flash to go through the smoke. Do they mix things up? Bang takes the timing inside.
All grouped up, Bang. You've been a playmaker, and you are once more! 2! Immediately ripped away! Dodging and weaving as bullets whistling past. He's grazed. Limping out of the fight for now, but he's bought time and a lifeline for Sentinels themselves. It's what they needed.
They so desperately needed Bang to be a hero.
30 seconds left.
Stray spam again. Any player at G2 could fall at a moment's notice, but now here it is. Second wave of the Utah once more off to the corner. That's a stun! Bang! Still, where's the response? Steel Garden is there. No weapons at all. Nothing to work with. Shorty in hand. Trent does the best that he possibly can. But finally the tipping point.
And it wasn't the ults that made the difference in the end. Zelsis throws his in, but it's all Bang. Finally, after 6 rounds in a row from G2, Bang figures out a little gap, a small window of opportunity, where Jorgamo was prepping that flash to pop out through the smoke. Bang catches them.
Oh, nice. Nice, boys. Let's go.
That's a scream of relief. That's a release of tension that has been building for Sentinels. And now a bit of a scrap.
Into it, man. Yeah, these are players, these are bodies that are going to be facing up here. Sentinels! It's almost everything thrown at them. On either side here for G2. They get the advantage now. Dimensional drift. Can set the pace a bit differently here. You could speed up on the backside of it here, especially with Jorgamo spotting out 2 of the players. Thorns drop down. Dimensional drift is going to be faving. And now that Armageddon paves the way potentially to success for them. Jorgamo, though, you got to try and get the hell out of there. The clone's going to be eating the bullet for it. And the call is made to try and fight forward. Sentinels, it's about how they absorb this now. It's a gambit to be played, but the round swings on its head. Jorgamo rips away 2 lives. Sentinels have got to get it done now with just Zelsis and Bang. Spam into the corner. Spot over and over. Bang still trying to spam them down. Leaves it just down to Zelsis. It's too much to overcome. G2 not done yet.
Deciding to turn up the tempo massively there. putting crazy early round pressure on with the Tejo ultimate. Sentinels tried to throw the kitchen sink at G2. Here's those 2 kills though. I really like what they're going for. A Prowler so that you draw all of the eyes forwards and then a Yoru flash afterwards. The combo is good, but Jorgamo spams 2 of the Sentinel players down as they're trying to retake Secret. The economy's crushed, and this is all going to come down to the final round, Bren, as to whether or not we go to OT.
Unless SEN can pull out some sort of miracle, we've seen it before. Extra information, narrate. It's a bait and switch. Hoping that they wouldn't expect him to just be creeping up there, but no damage. No kill, I should say. Damage definitely done to Leaf.
SEN so fast to try to respond to this, thinking that it was going to be one of the B execs that G2 have been running. A re-clear too. They have too many bodies on this side of the map. They needed the info. They need to spread the defense out again.
Jorgamo's causing all sorts of mayhem. Making all sorts of noise as well. He's pulling bodies straight back. SEN were happy to fast rotate to try and follow where the action could go.
And they think the action is still coming B. The spike is still over in that direction, but G2 look like they've got the read from Leaf. They should be heading away from Jorgamo. Jorgamo fires a couple of extra shots, just trying to keep bodies secure on the B site. And he's kept them there. 4 players for SEN, none of them budging an inch.
From QT Dodo does have the salvos. When he sees this one coming, he's going to be able to at least respond to delay this plan from going down. Chooses to use them early.
As well.
Yeah, Thorns. This slowed, time bought.
But this is going to be a plant. This is going to be post-plant setups.
Into the side! John! This could be it. Talk about a turning point. All it takes is one more round, and John QT delivered them a worldie of a round so far. Enough to potentially take them to the finish line. Oh, it's expended at this point. Jonah rips away 2, but he needs more where that came from. Off to the side of Jar with a movement, weaving in and out. Sentinels! They've done it! Still alive! And Pearl is theirs to claim.
At the 11th hour, 2 heroes stepped up for Sentinels. Bang on a rifle round, and John QT with a 2K spray down with a stinger in Secret.
Yeah.
Kind of player I don't think I've seen to win 13-10. But that was a 10-2 half, and G2 almost pulled off a comeback.
And the heart's going to be pumping, man.
Pretty reminiscent, actually, of the last time we saw these 2 teams play on Ascent, where a ridiculous first half from SEN and an almost comeback for G2. That's the map we're headed into next.
And SEN have got the better of G2 on those next 2 maps coming up. Of course, Ascent, you've already teed it up. That doesn't mean they can really do it a second time in a row. As we've already been mentioning, often the team that loses is going to be putting the time in to make sure that they shore up the map. Fix up the weaknesses. Still, it's a best of 5. Tenacious. Both of these teams are not willing to give up whatsoever.
Josh RT did not get his wish with an easy closeout here on Pearl. And things are only going to get more difficult, I think. The tension is going to build so massively as we head towards these final 2 maps.
It's unreal scenes all around here. The trophy on the line, the potential for a G2 back-to-back. Sentinels just trying to stay alive and get a reverse sweep, potentially making history of their own. It's all yet to be seen, of course. We're going to be taking a quick break on the other side of things. Map number 4, you don't want to go anywhere.
kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards site, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. Coming through, G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I had a chance to listen in to both teams' communications during that last map that Sentinels ended up taking, and I want to give you a little check-in. Starting with Sentinels, if you had not told me that Sen were on stage down 2 in a finals, I would have had absolutely no idea. I swear it sounded like solo queue out there, especially in the first half. They were very goofy, they were silly, they were having a good time. There were people whistling in comms while John's in a 1-on-4 clutch. It didn't matter, they were cruising. Other good news for Sen fans is Kaplan, when he's got his head in his hands in the timeout and he looks really frustrated. No, he's actually very calm. He's not mad, he's not frustrated, he's not upset, he's angry. No, he is just giving the exact plan he wants his team to do, the micro details that he wants his players to execute on. So good news on that front. Looking at the other side, coaching-wise, Josh RT coming out of round 14, which G2 ended up losing after winning pistol to the eco of Sentinels, was frustrated. He gave them a hard conversation saying that they needed to, refine themselves as a team, get back to their identity, and know who they are. And you better believe that after losing that final round against an eco, there's going to be another hard conversation coming in the back rooms. We're going to send it over to the desk because there's a lot more Valorant to be played.
Couldn't agree more, Andrew. Hey, and look at that nice pillow there. Good face on that one. No idea who that is. But yeah, honestly, like really the series that you could have asked for here. We're going to map 4, and you got Sentinels taking out G2 on Pearl. Guys, I mean, this is exactly the series we wanted, right? We wanted to see this one go at least up until this point. At least give us that game 4.
Yeah, it's huge for Sen to win this one out, because now they're heading into the 2 maps where they managed to beat G2 last time. But that first half was just defined by heroic moments for Sentinels. Their individuals were absolutely outstanding, and I think they needed a guy like Bang to step up and be that catalyst for this comeback, Wyatt.
I mean, Zeken said it best. They're doing a great job shooting them.
Way to go.
Then they won another round. He's like, "Wait, man, yeah, way to go." You shot him again. They got several 4Ks in this game between Bang and Zelsis, that duo, who have been mostly quiet, at least on map 1 and 2. Came here in a big way on Pearl. They got them off to a hot start, and then Zelsis had this crazy 4K to close out that half in super dominant fashion.
To me, it looked like Sentinels had a really clear plan that Leaf is oftentimes playing this like solo anchor setup over towards A, and they had great ideas of how to circumvent his utility, isolate that anchor, and absolutely decimate him in that first half. Leaf has probably been G2's best player in this series thus far, and they did such a good job of running him over on the site, getting into advantaged post plants, and then winning them out every time.
Just one more note there on the individual side of the game. 3 players from Sen, not Zeken, one of them, had 20+ kills. That's what they needed. Everyone else to come to life in this series. They didn't even lead in the first kills in this, but they were able to close out 10 out of 10 post plants, regardless of if G2 were even able to put it in a 5-on-4. It didn't matter. They couldn't convert.
Still, you saw G2 get back into the game at the end there. They nearly brought that one all the way back to have a 3-0 win. So they're still clearly hot and ready to go for the rest of the series.
And it sounds like to me, the thing that was most important was that they needed to kind of loosen up. That's what it sounded like based on what Ender was saying. Sentinels needed to loosen up. That could maybe be the recipe for success for G2 potentially as we get ready for Ascent, Wyatt.
It sounded like they were having fun for the majority of that game. And like you said, maybe these next 2 maps coming up, they all, the maps that Sen were able to beat G2 on in that prior series, but those were some really close affairs.
And last time they played on this Ascent, this is looking at the Icebox as well, which is going to be coming up a little bit later on. But to talk about that one, I think that Sentinels had a very specific idea of how Jojimo played on the entry when he's going to be playing the Waylay coming up on Ascent. He got absolutely rolled every time he was trying to go for one of these set entry plays. And that goes to show how much effort Kaplan and the leadership at Sentinels put into preparing for that game. What I'm looking for from G2, though, is to change up that pathing, come out with some new stuff on Ascent here. They need to have a better attack side.
There's one specific stat that I want to pull from that game, which was when Sen were dominating that first half on defense. Jaw finished 4 for 11 on kills to deaths, but more importantly than that was 0 for 7 on first kills to first deaths on attack.
Wow.
7 first deaths. He was getting isolated in the sites, couldn't be followed up on, dying alone, no success on the Waylay. He ran it back and found success against MIBR yesterday, but they did not have that same understanding of how to counter it like SEN do.
And the two guys that stepped up on map 3 of this series, Bang and Zelsis, are going to be the two who are often in positions anchoring when Sentinels is on the defensive side, that are going to have to deal with these executes from Jojimo. If they stay in form, it sets them up for another excellent Ascent defense.
This 100%. Is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a tough one, Wyatt, right? I mean, look, I think G2 now, they're going to be licking their wounds after this one from, yes, they were able to make the comeback happen, but let's not forget, they were getting, Rothel stomped a couple of those rounds in the first half of that, right? So now, you make your way to Ascent here. The pressure is on, big opportunity, but also I do want to bring us back to when Josh RT was talking in the coach interview, and he had said, we cannot let our foot off the pedal, and it seems like Sentinels force that out of them.
I am curious today to see on Ascent if they are going to opt to switch Jaw to the Yoru.
Would you do it? Would you?
I think that they were considering running that yesterday. He was kind of flipping between them in the agent select when I was casting, and then ended up going with the Waylay, and they won. So that could give credence to doing it again. But you guys were even speculating on the desk then that maybe he'll be running the Yoru, and I think this would be a good time for him to bring it out, even though he loves playing the Waylay in that way. But just for the sake of his own fun, even, he's like, I wish I could play Waylay, and these guys don't force me to keep playing more Yoru. He said something like that.
This is a very similar position to where G2 were in the finals of Bangkok, up 2-1 in the series, going into a final 2 maps against an opponent that looked rough to start the series, but have heated up towards the end. This time, they've got to prove they're not going to let this BO5 slip. I think they absolutely want to close it out here, 3-1 on Ascent, a map that has been so strong for them all year.
And I think it just starts with the pistols. They got to get those pistols out of the gate real fast. They cannot allow Sentinels, if G2 wants to close this one out, to get those, because those certainly are going to be something that could bite them potentially with how close these score lines are.
That was definitely a critical part of the story on Pearl. Sentinels getting out to such a strong lead that
like
even though
G2
like that were attempting a comeback, it was ultimately made fake because the lead was just insurmountable at that point. So they're going to be trying to stave that off, but that is a hallmark of Ascent. You can go on such a run when you're on that defensive side that you can just end up not being able to make the comeback because you're down by so many rounds.
By the same coin, John QT was up 2-1 in the series, right? Down 2-1 in the series when they were back in the finals of Ascension, when Valen and the boys defeated him, got their spot in the partnership system, and have now found themselves here in their second chance to go back-to-back to win a second trophy in the row in Americas.
Would be huge for them, of course. The question is, can Sentinels push this one to a 5th map? Well, folks, Ascent is coming up right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Well, Ascent is the staging ground here for not quite a decider, but it could be a decider for one of these teams as well. Sentinels are hoping that it's not the case, that they can do it again against G2 like they did in the past, and it was a closely fought affair. I mean, listen, a 13-11 I think was the scoreline in the end, even though it was dominance. On the one side, it's a bit of a weird one, almost like Pearl that we just watched here and now. But everything to play for, really, to stay alive in the tournament and a chance to grab that trophy in front of you. Not just a chance, I mean, you will be lifting it if you can win the whole thing.
We've been gifted as well with some of these maps just starting on the perfect sides for the narrative. When we were talking about Split, we got a rerun of seeing Sentinels on defense and how they'd adjusted that. Now we're going into Ascent, and it's the perfect narrative again. We get to see G2 on the attack side and see whether their Waylay, which I think you can spot there at the top right, is actually going to be able to find those openings. They must have made adjustments, but Sentinel's game plan was so strong at being able to shut down Jorgemouth.
That's a big thing, I think. G2 are definitely going to be focusing on making sure that that doesn't happen again. Able to get into these fights. When I was watching the VOD back this morning, definitely a case of like, I think where G2 were just kind of not quite rushing into things, but SEN definitely had a heavy read in terms of where they needed to place most of the players to try and push back, usually FUD defending, fighting them often and early. But it's the thing with rematches. Sometimes the same game plan, the same anti-strats will often not really work. G2 are going to be making adjustments of their own. Not quite in terms of compositions, but definitely in terms of the ideas, I imagine.
Yeah, you've got to imagine that they've looked at that VOD and have some alterations. Because if you're not going to change the waylay, you have to change how you play the waylay. SEN had so much momentum in that first half of Pearl. Trickled off slightly, but it ended strong with some big individual moments, some hero plays. And so those tough talks from G2 heading into a SEN versus a SEN who are now feeling like the comeback might be doable. Who's in a better position here as we head into Ascent?
Absolutely. And now, listen, momentum might have been taken away towards the tail end of that map for Sentinels. They had to drag it over the finish line to get here on Ascent, but
they got the better side. I mean, Ascent is so important starting on defense.
And here we see it once more. Knives going to be exchanged on either side here. Now, position of the knife was getting antied quite hard by MIBR. Aspas was taking liberties pushing into mid. It looks like Zeken wants to have a chance of his own. It's a flash to try and push past, but immediately dashes back, but he is hard committed! Oh my, almost doesn't matter, but still traded out in the end. That's Valin. Pushed up deep now, and just like that, first domino falls, the rest of them topple.
Yeah, a couple of players over towards Catwalk, really wanting to try to force the fight, hoping that the rest of G2 would still be focused on Zeken.
But that opening, I think, tells me quite a lot when I'm watching this VOD back. And like I said, when G2 were playing against MIBR, the position of the knife and their opening defaults were getting antied hard. They were already making changes and moves and maybe coming to fruition unless John can do something about it here and now, but no. Too much there. Weaving in and out, playing off of each other beautifully.
And you talk about momentum. This pistol round on the attack side is hyper important on Ascent. On the attack side of Ascent, you might only win 3-4 rounds on the attack side total. Yeah. So being able to pick up a pistol and probably the follow-up is enormous. Just changes the numbers so much.
Major difference indeed. Zelsis looking around here, but almost expected here by Leaf.
Well played. You think about the run that Sentinels went on at the very beginning of Pearl. They were able to string 7 rounds together in a row by chaining these ultimates, by getting themselves into positions and forcing G2 down onto ecos constantly. Really good denial of that mid-fight.
Nice. Yo, we're halfway there.
I mean, that might be a reference to Valin saying that we only need 2 on the attack side. This map is by far and away our most, one-sided map that we have in the pool currently. It's crazy defense-sided usually. Some teams running the double sentinel.
Yeah.
But even when they're not in a match like this, last time we just saw teams rack up defense round after defense round over and over again.
The way it's been shaken out. Sentinels on these eco rounds have been setting up trap plays. Everyone cooked up over towards B.
Yeah, bit of a gamble, this one. And looking like it's going the wrong way. A flash into B main, just for some information.
Back in a flash.
Doesn't reveal a thing here.
There.
Could use some util to at least try and push G2 back into the trap play that they got cooked up a while. Nade into the corners. Found a slight window here, and yep, he takes it straight towards the back, but classic at hands, not the weapon of choice.
The Tejo drone is so powerful in that spot to realize whether or not there's a stack on the site. Trent giving tons of info to Valin as to whether or not they should cancel this push into A. Now Sen, honestly, they just, I would say, want to die to the spike, because you do not want to charge up these ultimates. This is the worst map in the entire game if the attacker starts some kind of ult snowball, because you're expected to get so many defense rounds.
It's the play here for Sen. You are right. I mean, the spike might just be the most optimal.
And so, think about this from G2's perspective. You actually want to go and find where they're hiding to try to die to spike. Like, G2 really should try to break the wall and go for
Pop
this.
through this one at the final moment here. A lot of Yuto going to be expended though. Jorgamo already up, and that's half on the defuse. He's earned it. Oh! That could be problematic.
Yeah, if the idea there was to die to Spike, not really accomplished. Trent picking up 3 with the salvos towards the end. I don't really think the SEN ever thought there was a ninja defuse on the cards there.
Player standing.
3 kills. Let's go, Nate. Imagine.
Zeken living in a world where that ninja defuse happened would have been an incredible moment. And G2 not super close to the ultimate, so they don't have to worry about that too much right now. But this is the round, I think, where we can really take a look at how G2 have adjusted their attack side. Because this, they're probably going to bring out a set strat, a set tactic, to try to set Jorgamo up for success. And they've threatened a little bit of A main control. They smoke A main in order to threaten that they could be through wine and getting ready to pop. But my eyes, again, are on Jorg. How does he play this?
We're going to get set up. No bodies on the SEN side to receive him, though.
They're using the Vice Flash so nicely for info. They just flash close mid to let them know that there's nobody here. So Jorg can walk in here without using the Teho drone, without using smokes even.
Shadows travel. Still being saved here by G2. What a util here by G2. They're just trying to potentially pull players. Util of their own. Over the wall, Jorgamo! Just dropped. Celsius has his eye on that one.
That's the most common position for the Vice Wall, so a bit strange that G2 got caught out heavily by it there.
A lot of pressure, though, still being applied, and that means 3 players of Sentinels are still here, so anchoring onto the side, it's all onto Celsius and Zeken. See if they can stand tall against most of this one. Only the one for Zeken before he does go down, and a pause is called for. G2 don't have a lot of time to work with. They're hoping that Sentinels will overplay themselves, potentially into them, but now they got to try and make a move forwards, and Celsius could be that win condition. Not quite just a 1, but yeah, right from the side, narrate. Nicely done overall.
Well played from those B players, Celsius in particular. But I'm a bit confused by what G2's game plan was there. Don't know whether Jorgamo thought that he would get market for free. But Celsius is almost always going to have a setup that's designed around punishing that. Earlier on this stage,
boys, let's go.
Celsius looked a little bit shaky on the Vice. He was putting his walls in some unusual spots, but he's really tightened up his game. He's in a great spot now on this defense side, where it can be a nightmare trying to run B-splits against him. Another defaulty beginning to this. Not going straight into executes. Not giving easy cues for Sentinels to realize where Jorgamo's going to be popping from. It's much more about working the map. G2 starting by threatening some A main control, then they've been going back to mid and trying to run B splits or A splits.
Spike's in the middle of nowhere, though. Again, the goal is just to slowly work the map here for G2. Drone push back, make sure that Zeken can't get that mid-round information. Nothing stopping him from re-clearing it, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Are the re-clears going to come through? And here it is, pop flash into A main, and Bang gets some more information. So he realizes that G2 are not over towards A right now, but this actually gives Valin a good time to end A, because SEN are going to start to lean the defense off the site as Bang clears A main.
Slow crawl towards it. Sentinels to have players here, the rate joining, ensuring that Cat is sufficiently defended there. Up through tree, the Armageddon does need to be watched for. Bang, salvos at your feet as well. That's a tricky spot indeed, but already dashed in, disengaging, and now the double faces there from G2! Unanticipated with Bang's position. Takes out 2 of them immediately. Sight potentially theirs as well. The rate just trying to pick them apart! Trades there instantaneously. Trent finds it 2v2 now. The spot that G2 were in as well, without too much control of anything else. Uncertainty, that smoke fades as well. Celsius might be caught very unaware. Just on a perch, and he's already isolated just the 1. And Valen low enough that it should just be easy business. Yes, indeed.
An incredibly important round for SEN to convert. A 2v2. Those can get really dangerous against G2. But SEN fought them in the choke point. Look how quickly Jorgamo was forced to use his refract. He got in with a double dash and a bunch of util. I mean, G2 used tons of utility to try to set him up, but he was forced to recall immediately.
Look at you go. Look at you go. God.
Now G2 with Stingers and a Guardian. And thus far, haven't really seen that value from the Waylay that we're looking for. Many more rounds here, though, to study. And Zeken was amazing at the start of this series. White hot. And the action's coming towards him.
Paranoid knife, salvos at your feet as well. This is a dangerous spot for Zeken to be placed in. It's already taken damage as a result of it. Straight spam. Phantom in hand, flash as well. Pushes Zelsis back into a potential spot as well where he could do that damage. It's exchanged with the fire. Kills are being found. Sentinels getting it still. It's a double face up in the end by G2. Almost wrangling control of the rifle for the two-piece, but it is all there. Controlled. Corral, G2. No more options here for Valent. Drone gives up the position. Still gets to one. Narrates quick to make sure that that's all it is.
And no opportunity for G2 to get through that choke. Completely stuffed. Zelsis with a gorgeous flash. Salvos coming in from Narrate as well. Jorgamo used his dashes just to kind of avoid the salvos. He double dashed inside B main.
Yeah.
I didn't buy my second smoke. God damn it, Sean. Why would you do that?
Oh, I didn't catch that, but thankfully it didn't matter at all for them. But maybe that's the reason why SEN were fighting so hard. I think it was a good strategy in the end, though.
Shutting them down.
Knife over the top. This is weighted out by Narrate, so it's not spotted. Still has util if needed.
It's a round where you can go for a pretty big ult play for G2. The convergent paths can be deadly.
He's got his refract. He wants to try and bait this wall out, which he has done. Back to mid, back to safety.
That's important. Zelsis has been really good at defending his wall from Yoru clones. Jorgamo has to put his body on the line, so it's a little risky, but he gets away with it. And now he's got a good angle to go for his ult. He can ult into A main if they get in for the bangs playing there, or into site if they see John.
There's a flash rebound here. SEN are going to be aware that this is fake pressure over towards Cad. Still in control of it. Jump spot gets a good acknowledgement. Oh my, that's a bullet to the head though that you're not looking for. Still, we're going to see it now. Dividing straight up into the side here with the salvos towards the back once more. Jorgamo needs to lead the charge for the rest of his team. They don't have control of main though, and a dash straight forwards into the arms of Leaf. Here the Thorns waiting for Natty Armageddon. This is going to be chaotic indeed. Swinging from the side though, just finding that timing to steal guard and rips away a lot of the weapons, but the util is still good. SEN have chances and more. Zelsis finally removed. Thorn in their side. Bang and John QT, they're here forwards, trying to take that fight as the plan was going down, but all watched for. High-low setup at G2.
And it might seem a little bit strange, but the adjustment from Jorgamo in this round was to use his dash way earlier. G2 are getting into sights just by walking in together. Obviously, Leaf gets a bit of a freebie there. They caught Zeken dead to rights in B main. But Jorg used his dash just to cut up the market angle. He didn't dash out of market. He'd already used his dash and his refract before he even took a step into the site. And this is, I think, already a pretty successful attack half for G2.
Yeah, from what we know, at least how Ascent is operated.
And with how good their defense was before.
Yeah.
The Waylay, pretty underrated actually on defense. The saturate is difficult to get through. SEN probably need another hero round here. Maybe from Zeken with the Blade Storm or Bang over towards A main, who's been phenomenal.
Deep drone. Leaf's going to be inserted as well into that forward position. Pass most of it here, the flash and the peak. That's a great refight. Sentinels can overextend into this spot, but with nothing watching their backs, they're trying to carve out a path out towards Tree. They've dropped the spike in their laps, though. Definite options here, and Sentinels could capitalize. Flipping the map entirely from them, and what a shot by Bang! Still, he wants to step up even more here. There's confidence. You can see it in the way that he's playing. Bullets are going to be ringing out, but they overwhelm.
A massive round for Sentinels with bad weaponry. They caught G2 with that little flash re-clear over towards Tree and put them in a really uncomfortable position. G2's game plan in this round was to try to condition Zelsis that anytime his wall is popped in mid, it's a fake, And this time, actually, Leaf just walked straight through it. So they were hoping that Leaf's lurk would pay dividends. It doesn't.
Nice, boys! Let's go.
It's pretty fast. It's pretty chaotic. But it's Sentinels coming out on top, making it look pretty. I think it's got Kaplan stressed in the back over there. You can
certainly.
See it right over his face. But honestly, that was not a bad round from them. They managed to navigate another game plan from G2, another better buy from G2. And now, KO ultimate for Jonah P. Josh RT is going to take attack timeout, the first one that they have access to. And so Sentinels are going to need to do an anti-KO ult setup. So Zelsis playing pretty far away from the Thorns, throw those over to a different player. See if we can get long-range support. And possibly, you know, eyes on John to be using his KO ult reactively.
Look at that.
I mean, look at this. This is the post-plant meta, folks.
One successful retake out of 17 opportunities.
Now, Pearl, both teams are playing Astra, so you have Pull as well as the salvos to have to deal with. But
Sen's a little bit different. Bit easier to follow the sound cues, just stunt the hits before they even come in.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of the time you're not even in a good spot when you plant on this map. You've taken so much damage getting to the sites. So look, Zeken is on A with all of that Vice util, and Zels is playing on the other side of the map so that the KO ult from Jonah P can't catch him.
Primed something there with the salvos held onto the appropriate angle, saturated to the corner.
He was expecting a flash.
Yeah, he was. Turned to the side, almost expecting it, as you said, pre-anticipated, and watching all the angles as well as that response from Sentinels dragged them out.
This is just unbelievably good from Jorgamo to be able to pick up that second kill as well. A 5v3.
Smoke fading, re-exploration again called for. Bang has to take risks in this spot. It just doesn't clear the right corner. Whiffy a little bit, but Jorgamo gets the job done.
Miss me too much.
And this is all just with 50 seconds left to play with. G2 just standing down their ground.
Yeah, there's so much time. G2 have been putting a serious focus on mid, baiting out Zelsis' wall. It wasn't there this time. He'd thrown it over towards A. But I think G2 know that. They're going to be running an anti-KO setup, so mid's going to be weaker.
Can Zeken get it done? He has a lot of util to try and play with here, but already dashed back into the salvos. There's no safety whatsoever.
And Zelsis, he had a couple of 4Ks on Pearl, but this, in a 1v4, doesn't seem doable for him. The money's still going to be okay for Sentinels, but it gives G2 a much-needed economic cushion, because last couple of rounds, they've had like 1 or 2 players with a stinger, and they've been Band-Aid kind of
scrapping together
bits and bobs, yeah.
Yeah. Difficult decision to make for Zelsis. He has the money to buy for next, but you don't want to feed up the ult to G2 as well.
No, you absolutely don't. Jorgamo could get another conversion path online. Second already. And Jonah, the threat of the null command was actually more important here than even using it.
Yeah.
Zelsis recognizes that there's a null command on the other side, so he changes up his Vice setup entirely. That leaves a gap in mid that they have to fill with bodies, and G2 just walk down mid and take the fight. So a great identification of how the game changes just based on threat.
The zone flash, I think, as well, they was trying to avoid.
Was it really?
I'm not too sure. Don't know what happened to it. Something exploded on our screens. Missed it. Either way, this is 4-4 now, and G2, their attack side is looking mighty better.
Yeah, a much slower approach, less execute heavy, but really working well. Zelsis goes back to the same mid wall, and he's playing on-site with his util. So if Jonah P pops some kind of fast B hit, Zelsis will not have access to any of this. But I think if it was going to happen, it would have been the previous round. So he's calling the bluff of G2.
Trying up through mid again. Make sure you clear all the angles. Second, it's been playing up close sometimes in through mid. That's back with a conversion pass. No risk to be taken this time, though. Just trigger the wall and get back again. But Sen look like they're gearing up potentially to refight this one once more. Salvo's here. Onto the one side and the other. He's going to be used in response there with a saturate. You can see it pushes back. Zeken, barely alive, just has to updraft and scuttle himself away, but he's dropped down to low HP.
Jorg looking for a timing.
And here's a fight to be had. Narrate Realizing it, there was a gap there. It's making sure to control that space up through it.
And Zeken backed off to lane instead of B main. Remember last time he got caught in B main on the B split. Now adjusting his setup.
This is a slow siege indeed by G2, still waiting for that util. The knife does rain down.
If Jonah uses his ult, all of this Vice util will go.
Very pushing forwards, here it is. Ults now use suppression across the board. And how do you battle your way out of this one for SEN? There's a timing to be taken through the smoke. Does Zelsis dare do it? The side players, they need some help, supportive util. Or do they? Zeken just the one. Instant with the trade. Again, G2 reigns supreme across the site, but no extremity control into it. And time is of the essence. They need to get this plan down and it needs to be held. And a 3v3, definite chances, and SEN looking to take it now. Can increase the tempo with that no command up forwards as well. Jump spot gets the acknowledgement. All these players are, but Bang is just holding his ground. Util into his hands. Snappy from Zelsis. Blind is even better. Up towards lane and a swing from behind. Very drilled by Sentinels.
Now that is a lovely retake from SEN. We saw there was only one successful retake attempt on Pearl. But here, what Bang was doing, jiggle peeking to see whether the threat at stairs was actually real or not before deciding whether or not to invest the paranoia. And so he saves it and can use it for a much better opportunity onto the site. Combos it with that KO flash and blinds up Jonah P at the same time as all of SEN move forward as a pack. Both teams actually playing the spacing game, how far away you are from your teammate, really, really well.
Yeah.
They're moving together as one unit, as a hive mind. And that's a big adjustment from how G2 were previously playing, but SEN sticking to what they're great at. Leaf is coming into this one with only a Sheriff.
Delay with the paranoia. Wall in your face and a flash in the face of Zeken. Took him all the way in. Oh, he's ripped his way back. Okay, refract.
Yeah, realizing that the Vice wall was here in B main. I don't think he actually realized that he was about to die from logs. Gets a little lucky. But now that they've triggered out that wall, they know that there's nothing in mid. So you're expecting there to be bodies in mid, right?
Clear.
Because the wall isn't there.
Absolutely. They're gearing up to try and get control of B main again. It's a flash and a peek.
I would imagine that G2 are going to try to... Oh, hello.
They heard it.
Yeah. So Trent wants to re-clear this area. Push back Zeken.
Yeah, realizing they can't really threaten the rest of the map if they've lost B main control the entire time.
But is this going to end up being a pop onto A with the convergent paths? Because Jorgamo, he doesn't have refract, but he still can close the gap and do a lot of damage.
Passive positions held here. Bang is just jump spotting underneath.
And Narrate is going to be under crazy pressure because when this comes in through A main, if he turns his back for a moment, there's a backstab on Catwalk.
Already laying down the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Wine going to be cleared. Narrate. You stand against it. The heat's going to be turned up now straight away. Convergent Path's going to be slowing it down to a crawl double dash up and over towards the side. Safety there. Bang. Paranoia brought enough time forward and even dodged that one to saturate to the side. Bang! That's unbelievable! And just like that, scattered to the wind. Jonah P and Leaf are forced to do it all. Smoke's in your face as well, and bullets are raining down on you. Umbrella's not going to be saving you much from that one. Leaf, very awkward spot indeed. ISO's one. Position noted though, expecting a second updraft over towards the top. How the hell do you control that? You cannot. So well played in the moment.
What movement from Zeken. But cleaning up from a spot where Bang gave them the advantage.
Yeah.
That was masterfully played by Bang. The paranoia, I think, caught onto 3 people, throws down a smoke to play around, and gets the kill onto Jorgu. I mean, probably shouldn't be jumping in that spot, but to be honest, he's trying to jump to play in his teammate, who just gets sprayed, transferred. He is going wild. A nice round from SEN. Because there were 2 players under immense pressure there. Narrate got ulted by the Waylay, and he managed to back off into a corner and avoid getting punished. And they also Bang on sight.
Yeah.
He's been so good, Bang.
He's been unreal.
I think best smokes player that we have in Americas, I would say.
So far with the way that he's playing, yeah, and almost kryptonite to the way that G2 are as well.
Yeah, and think about the difference between these 2 smokes players, right? Valen has been talking so much. He's been so open and vulnerable in terms of discussing, after Bangkok, the journey mentally that he's been on, trying to figure out what he could do individually to improve, and then realizing, actually, it's not about him as an individual. It's about him as a leader, as an IGL. to help the rest of his team improve. Now, Bang doesn't have any of that. Bang doesn't have to worry about leading the team and being the caller. He can just focus on playing the best individually he possibly can. And he's playing incredibly.
You can feel I think there's pressure for G2 here. This is, I believe, both timeouts expended at this point.
But again, if you zoom out, this is still a good attack half.
Right, exactly. The point being that so much emphasis placed on the attack side, G2 feel like they don't need help with their defense. If they can get an extra round here or there, it's going to make all the difference for them. Already a better look compared to when they last clashed on this map. Second forwards again. He was doing this earlier in the half. Might be waiting for a bit of util as well for the setup, but John QT is on towards Cat, and Jorgen must be dealt with. Dash back again. Flash forward straight from Cat just in case there is that follow-up and that pressure, but Zeken is not out of the woods just yet. Thrown out towards into the bottom. Do they expect Zeken to be dashed into this angle? Looks like it. Hard clearance by Jonah P. And yeah.
Oh, good trade though. Through the smoke from Narrate. Just working off minimap to be able to get that.
Couple of bullets. Does the job effectively enough. Zelsis now, it's his turn to try and step right up to it. And again, that spam. Smoke's going to be fading in the end. Narrate! Great round.
Brilliance from Sentinels. They're using the wall as bait in mid. The wall isn't even there, by the way, but because it has been in so many of the previous rounds, G2 are conditioned to walk down mid and try to get rid of that Vice wall as part of their default. And first they meet Zeken inside the smoke, then Narrate is there spamming to, and Zelsis also playing from market.
My soldier ran in there blind. I mean, someone has to.
So now massive ultimates for both teams to close out in round 12.
Again from Zeken. Deep position, same smoke down. Okay, stray shot. Right to the noggin.
They're aware of the danger.
Smash over the top of the no command. Okay, you're going to be taking contact first here with the drone. Ah, this time there is no escape. Suppressed that there is no dash out to safety. Zeken finally taken out. TP into the back. The reinforcements arriving over towards B, or are they, to cancel onto the ult. And it's thrown things for a bit of a loop here. G2 calling for a bit of a cooldown and now speeding up over towards A, but the Armageddon. Safety net granted here for Sentinels.
But these B players can't really rotate over towards A.
Still Garden stretching over towards the side here, but this is all just fake pressure once more to saturate. Oh my, light speed. And he's out of there. Bit of a squeeze being placed now up towards Tree, and just a shorty into your hands, but Bang, you got your weapon back, and the flash is impeccable. In and out, round to the side. Jorgen with the movement, but Bang cannot be denied. It's time in the sun. It's already that 2v2 in this game of timings right from behind is taken. Bullet to the back there, execution star from Leaf, and it brings it just down to Zelsis to see what he can do in this spot. Steel Garden, even better. Leaf going to be backing away now, doubled up. Discipline to be played for these G2 players. Wrapping around all the way as well, not...
He's just baiting.
Anticipating, yeah, it is just bait. Trying to pull this one out all the way. Now they know he's not on it. Very difficult task indeed for Zelsis, so 7-5 is where we stand here on a SEN G2. As we already said, listen, they are 2 rounds down, but the attack side is where they were really struggling.
And I think overall, they've got to be really happy with this. A much slower approach to Ascent. After having lost in dominating fashion to Sentinels just recently, they've made the right adjustments on their attack half. And they're at the precipice, to be honest. If they play their defense well, the trophy could be theirs.
We're going to send it down to the stage. Riv is standing by with Cloud9's Imi and 100 Thieves EU.
Yes, I am down here for a little bit of halftime fun with these two to figure out what they're feeling about the game. How are things looking? How are you feeling? Are you happy with the results so far? Obviously, we know the results. You're not feeling too good. You just said it to me, but how about this game?
Yeah, I mean, I would have rather won, but the game's looking good so far. Hoping for a close game between the two, but I don't want to root for either team for the sake of Bang's family and for the sake of Trent's family.
Okay.
I've been pretty unlucky recently, so I'm gonna keep out of it.
All right, who's impressing you so far, though? If you could be like, all right, yeah, they're frying.
Zeken's playing kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
All right, Zeken's playing kind of crazy. We'll see if he can keep it going. Now, Imi, I gotta ask you, week 5 was a game against G2, the Icebox match. We're going to Icebox here if Sentinels win. What did you kind of identify about them, and what maybe will we see Sentinels have to do to take that match?
I mean, I think I said it, we were scared of them, but I think here,
G2 just need to ante them well. If G2 ante their comp well, I think they'll take it.
All right, and what did you mean before by saying G2 wins the map before they basically get into servers? How do you combat that, or how do you just go against that power?
Teams just usually go in very scared. I don't think SEN have done that today. I think SEN have handled it really well. But most of the teams just go in, they're scared against G2, they give them the respect, they don't fight them. And that's why I'm gonna play it.
All right, awesome. Gentlemen, thank you for the info. I appreciate it muchly. We're gonna throw it back to the casters and get this one underway. Take it away.
SEN have definitely not been fearful of G2 on here today, and it weren't the first time they played against them as well earlier on in the tournament.
No, they've been very happy today to re-clear, to fight, to try to bring those engagements to G2, but the adjustments strategically that G2 have made here and how well they've played a slower style of Waylay might have set them up with an opportunity to win. Back-to-back chances at this Americas trophy. The victors at this year's Kickoff. And after a tough, grueling road through the lower bracket, this would be their 4th win in a row if they're able to convert on the defense side of Ascent.
Be the sweetest of rewards for this G2 squad, but job's not finished yet. Still 2 rounds down. The Sentinels not willing to give up so easily.
And I think SEN, despite being up by 2, they'd love a pistol here. It would mean everything to them.
Put them on the right foot forwards here. Knife against the back. It's going to force that nade out nice and early.
Dash used.
Okay.
Dash used in the first 20 seconds to disengage. So that makes it really tough to send 4 players through A main.
Might have spotted on the minimap, I'm not too sure. At least the suppression came through, so...
Yeah, they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, they caught him. And here it is, re-cleared core 4. Flash over towards the top, but salvos the rate. Does fantastically to even get 1 in that spot.
But again, take a look at Leaf. All the way behind here in spawn.
Oh my.
This is a mad timing. He's got the read so well.
They're watching for top mid pressure, thinking that somebody could have looked all the way up. Did they spot that one?
I think Bang.
Sure.
Yes, Bang saw
Yeah,
it.
it's pinged. Bang. Notifying the rest of his team. It's doubled up and held here now. Get a bit of a move on once more. Marathon sprint across the map.
Well, you just know that B is undefended. If Leaf has pushed all the way out through B, then it's empty. These rotators for the defense are going to be trying to race you, and it's a fake. SEN are sending the footsteps in this direction while the spike goes back into A.
One
it's
step
all
ahead.
on Valen.
All on Valen indeed, and he's just caught that timing against it. Zeken was hard clearing onto the one side of things. It's caught out now. Reinforcements are going to be arriving. Desperate at that for G2, but time is of the essence again. 12 seconds. It's counting down into the round in a double phase. Trent and Valen putting a stop to all of this here with only seconds remaining. There's no more chances now. It's run dry and shy, and all they have to do is live. Kills a consolation at this point. It's a pistol round win for G2.
And that should allow G2 to close this gap. SEN, they're not the type of team that we expect to go for the force. They won some important ecos earlier on. There's that little jiggle that just gave the game away on Leaf's lurk. But in the end, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
And it was Valen's decision not to overcommit. After Leaf died, he stayed on A just in case John QD was cooking up some kind of elaborate fake, and he was. So once more, Valen, with the slightest of better reads, ends up winning a massively crucial round.
There.
Creeping all the way up here from SEN. Nothing to really work with in this spot. Jorgamo's giving up control, at least towards mid. Cloudburst dash forward. Market control in the name of the game here for Sentinels, at least hoping that they can pull some G2 players out, potentially get a pick off of it. Jorgamo, seen it, that's a no-scope. If I've ever seen one. Even a little too fast to register for my eyes at least, but Jonah P seals up potential weaknesses in their setup, and the wall has really just delayed all of this here. Bang, still accurate as ever, classic in hand, but peppering them now with a bit of lead. The backside player of Leaf as well is going to be able to anchor this one nicely. Still mistimed. It was Utah by Jonah P to flash to try and help him out entirely. Spotting this one out, but running away with it. And yeah, here it is. Finally, flooding all the way back in for us. So G2 now even it up, 7-7.
SEN have got a massive uphill battle here. G2 won both pistols on Ascent and got 5 rounds total on their attack half. For how defense-sided this map is, it's going to be brutal. Sentinels need everything. They need the hero moments of earlier from Zeken, from Bang. Zels' 4Ks from Pearl, the reads from John. Narrate to step up. They need everybody online. And they absolutely must win this round. Of all of the rounds that you get on the attack side, this anti-bonus is normally your best shot at generating some level of momentum. Zeken down mid very early.
And he's going to be met. There's plenty of bodies ready to receive here on G2 side of things. Going for that refight as well. The Paranoid sweeps past, but it was a window. Slightest set gaps the Zeken plays in, and he was not blinded up.
That's a bit of a gun diff as well, because Jorgamo does actually hit him for 140. Zeken survives. He's used his dash though, so he's not really going to be useful at breaking through these choke points. And going through the Bucky here can be utterly brutal.
We've seen some filthy things with this set.
Narrate doesn't have drone.
Airplane Bucky on a SEN. We've all seen the damage done, and that might just put a stop to what SEN were planning. They've called for a bit of a pause.
Zeken's deep down mid. Valen's fighting Bang. Smoke v smoke.
As it dissipates as well, there's timings and fights to be taken on either side here, and Zeken is still doing work once more. 10 HP doesn't matter, and Bang just slips his way all the way in. Turn of the head.
30 seconds.
Valen expecting it in a different direction here, but Sentinels are making moves now over towards B.
And it looks like they've managed to thread the needle and find that gap. Trent with it all to do. He has won some bonkers 1v3s this stage. But here he has no information about where the Sentinels players are. And Bang alone should checkmate him in this spot towards mid. And then you'd have to deal with Zelsis in B main and John on the site. Doesn't really seem doable. Especially not with a Bucky. I don't think that's the gun that you really want.
Looking for that one.
There we go.
But it's going to be heard. Sound cue from the weapon dropping. Bang immediately snaps round, so.
And it's actually important that you do not feed the kill into John QT, because he's 2 away from null command, and that could be Sentinel's ticket to winning this map.
Footsteps. What? Okay. Expected by Trent, apparently.
And it doesn't look like John's going to have an opportunity to farm up this ultimate. Do they play a slow round? Go for ult orbs? Feed him the plant? The problem is, if you feed him the plant and he gets ult, you've already got on site, so you've done the hard part already. Oh. Zeken does a great job in this round.
He does.
He perfectly plays the mid pressure. He knows that a retake's coming, puts himself in a safe spot, and then still manages to find a mid lurk for a second after being hit for 140. Zelsis is not, Leaf is not using the wall for mid information. They're playing crossfires in mid instead.
It forces a couple of eyes at the G2 players at least to be watching that direction. The drone dodged and timing. Leaf is going to be making sure to shore that one up. Back through market. Reclaims for the salvage as well. It's a dangerous position to be in. Narrate, he's looking to at least make it a bit harder. Just the one before the damage is sent flying forwards and through. Leaf! Snappy. Just taps away, rips the head clean off, and even giving up that space. They heard the spike drop down, but they're willing to relocate anyway.
Leaf is so aggressive, so confident. He's the vice player. If he goes down in that spot, it's massive for SEN. But he's just... he believes in his own aim and his own read on the game so much. A has been weak for G2. It's only had these 2 players defending it the entire time. And the net is starting to tighten. But Valin, Jonah, they still have a lot of util to hold this off, and G2, Bang goes down.
Yeah, he does indeed. G2 are getting so damn active as well, though, with that deep push out through B main. Missed the timing for the backstab onto the cat players, but G2 are happy to play a bit further back. 2v4. Play the numbers advantage. Have faith in the retake at this point.
I'm a little bit surprised they even want the door closed, because they've got to find a pick here before the retake comes through.
Door's going to be broken at the moment's notice. Down to red. Alarm bells ringing. Zeken in through main, but he's going to be pushed out into the open. This drone, he's got to expect it. With the position, the stun is a good connection. Trent, though, still doesn't open himself up. He wants to play this one with the salvage, and he lets his team do the damage. Still Zeken. One to the grave with him. But Leaf. This guy's all over the place. So damn active across the map. And still hitting shots like that.
Leaf was the key player in G2's victory over MIBR. He dominated, and he looks like he's doing it again here on Ascent. The scoreline's close, but our expectations are weighted by what teams have done before on this map and how difficult it is to get the job done on the attack.
So unaware. They're going to call a timeout.
I mean, he's wrong with that read, but he's been right with everything else. SEN not going for the tag timeout just yet, but they're knocked down onto an eco. It would be a really normal time for Kaplan to hit the panic button. Are they unaware? I mean, yeah, slightly. They've been allowing some really heavy walkouts. G2 have been pushing out and re-clearing the map, pretty similar to when we started on Haven. If you think back all the way to map 1, G2 were just pushing out constantly through A lobby, through mid, through garage. And Leafs finding those same opportunities here on defense.
Just clearing up some of the confusion on the map. Through Leafs lurks, and also they're drawing up through mid, hoping that it might pull some players here. For SEN, they didn't really have much to work with. They got the knives earlier. We saw that. Zeken turns himself up to this Blade Storm now, and it could get explosive up towards the A side. Might put a lot of pressure onto Valin. Does have some support as well, though, from the 2 tree players, and here it comes. Flying forwards here with a Paranoia. Just about dodged and avoided here, but Zeken's in, and the knives are taken away. Great flood attempt here from G2. Coming to the corner here, and a pop flash was anticipated. Valin tucked to the corner. One step ahead is G2, expecting the plays that SEN were trying to make, and Zelsis.
He's just forced to scurry away, isn't he? 30 seconds left. Love that 0 point from Jonah P.
My blind is dead.
Usually, the KOs are going to be throwing that kind of early on in the round. 20 seconds, 2 players in A main, no chance. Jonah picks up the final one, but it's his 0 point, the knife that just takes away Zeken's Blade Storm, and with it, any opportunity for a clutch for Sentinels, if we're being honest. Zeken had to be the playmaker, and he just got put in an impossible spot. He's got a classic in his hand by the time the exec happens.
I'm not gonna lie as well at this point, this is a very difficult ask for Sentinels. They're only down by 1 round, but the ultimates are being built up here on the G2 side. One away for some critical ones as well. Trent and Leaf to be getting theirs online. Jonah P has that null command waiting.
And an anti-KO setup here for G2. So if you do decide to run some kind of fast B pop, Leaf's going to keep all of his util online. And not moving the wall either, keeping the wall in mid. So you still have really good information unless it gets baited. They're pinging it. Zeken's running forwards to try to bait it.
Very potentially about a response from G2, but they are passive enough that there's nothing coming their way. Wall's going to be taken out, forces the drone out of G2 here, but it's these G2 players right here. Jorgamo under the threat here. Heat's going to be turned up out of the pan and into the fire! It's Sentinels. 2 quick ones earned as well up through heaven. You got to try and deny this perch that Leaf is sat upon. They do just that.
Nice early use of the ultimate. Completely caught those players on tree. And bang, he holds heaven.
All watched.
Dominated.
9-9. Sentinels, that could have been a very dangerous round indeed. And with it, earning themselves up to a couple of big ultimates themselves.
That's a huge one for SEN to get on the board. You actually saw Jorgamo swap over to his shorty, because I think in his head he's probably anticipating the Vice ult coming through as well. And he's thinking, all right, I probably need to be swapping.
Jumped on Jonah, I kissed him on the lips.
Is it against the rules?
To stand up and kiss a player on the opposite side of the stage? Yeah, probably.
The NBA fans are wondering.
Yeah, they were. They were at some point.
But now that big null command removed from the attack side should make things slightly easier here for the defenders.
Saturate slows it down though. They know where the drone's coming from. With elbows! He's barely out of there. Zeken, he's still alive.
Cute combo.
Bang, forwards. Oh, he's blind as anything. Doesn't matter though.
He's been magnificent today, hasn't he, Bang? Just catching the perfect timings with the perfect off angle. And G2 react with Jorgen Leaf walking forwards, possibly straight into the arms of Zeken.
Yeah. Zeken has been able to backstab multiple times here, but Leaf is watching for it.
Oh, the Tejo ult.
Hold on, Armageddon's going to force these players forwards as well. That is a pick your poison situation. You are stunned up, and my goodness, what a way to deal with it.
Oh, that's immaculate from Trent.
It's a 2v3, turned on his head immediately. Celsius, you have the ult to work with again, but look at this, the positioning of Leaf. He's already here. I think you can hear it. Rumble of somebody's footsteps, convergent pass, just to slow them all the way down.
Launching thorns.
There is that uncertainty. Sentinel's trying to slow this one down and hope that Zelsis will be offered up a couple of picks here, but with the util out in the open, doesn't expect that.
What a turnaround in this round. After Bang pulls out a phenomenal 2K. Oh, and Narrate can hear a waylay fast behind.
Yeah, put in a squeeze now as a vice grip here. The Thorns pathing. It's going to get predictable. You want to get the plan here, just taps, hoping that it just pull one of these players out wide. And Leaf is just smart. Too smart for these games as well. Doesn't really open himself up for it. Spamming, spraying away, but time is already going to be played. As long as Trent stays alive, it's going to be another one added to the tally.
They're so good at identifying what they need to do in these clutch situations.
Yeah.
Trent, never a risk there of putting his body on the line so that Narrate could win the 1v3. Take a look at the replay here, though. It's a perfect off angle to stop a play like this, a 5v3. And then Lee with his classic push out, and Trent with an immaculate 2K. I don't know how they get the perfect read that they're all in A main at that exact timing, but the combination of the ult and the stun, that's why he's a Teo master.
That's a brutal one for Sentinels here. Immediate reaction with the timeout. You can see it on Sentinels players' faces. They are feeling it potentially. This is a difficult spot to be in, even though they're one round down.
And they've actually been doing a decent job. We keep talking about the fact that it's going to be uphill, but Sen, they're kind of going 1-for-1 with these rounds.
Yeah.
Ever since G2 won the pistol, it's been 3-2. It hasn't been dominant for the defenders. They've been holding their own. But if they lose this next round, Sen are going to be on an eco. A couple of players swapping over, we can see, to light armor to try to soften the blow if they do lose this round. They're going to try to keep the economy going for as long as they possibly can. It's a game of endurance playing the attack side of Ascent. You're just trying to create as many opportunities as you can and see if some of them work.
Not just Ascent as well, it's best to find in general. These have been slow rounds being played. Maps that have been going deep. In part, both of these teams taking chunks out of each other, but G2 holding the advantage in the series and in the map for now. Sentinels looking to counteract it. Always slow at the beginning between these two teams as well. They're just hoping that they can wait out a bit of the util. Knives thrown at the beginning.
Knife clears over towards Catwalk. Thrown into A main. And they push Jorgamo out of middle. So Sentinels using their utility to try to create safe avenues for them to split into sites. G2 look for a little bit of info. Don't see too much. I would expect ults to be expended massively in this round because it's super important for both teams. If G2 win it, they're going to be feeling elated.
Yeah.
Like the trophy's already theirs.
Full sprint up through mid by Zeken, just hoping that the wall was there to potentially bait out, but now knows that it's not. Immediately set their sights over towards A.
And A is weak.
And the hand with the flash. G2 are playing passively enough though that this is a chance for them. Jump spot, Jonah P.
What a hold.
Yeah, they're willing to give him that control as well, and that refight is called for with a paranoia, but up through mid now. Door in your face. The rate, you have the salvos to instantly break this one. You can pop out onto these players, but the Steel Garden is again going to be lying in wait here from Lee. He's going to be slowing down these players out towards the back of the side and dashing over. Jorgamo denies him at the doorstep. Saturate, potentially even better, but Zeken does put him in his place. All the way forwards now with only 15 seconds left. This is G2 jumping on the chance. Death by 1,000 cuts indeed. Sentinels between a rock and a hard place. There's no chance for them to get this spike down safely, cleanly whatsoever. 11 rounds now for G2.
Only 2 more rounds needed before G2 hoist the trophy. Back-to-back winners in Americas after making 4 consecutive finals. We've never had even a repeat winner in Americas. And Sen have got to scrap together a bye. They have to. It's pointless trying to let G2 get to 12 and hoping you can win 3 attack rounds on Ascent in a row. Even though the bye is going to be bad. A Stinger, a Guardian, a Bulldog, and a dream for Sen. Somebody has to make the play to right the ship. Otherwise, they, with double map ban, are going to fall short.
We saw plenty of hero plays from these Sentinels players, and again, as you said, Josh, this is ass off once more.
Oh, he's got stuck.
He's out of there, but he does. Oh no, no dash available. No dash available, and he needs to deny this, at least with the kills. Second, forced into a difficult spot. He wants to fight his way back out of it, but Jorgamo! Right from behind!
No smoke over towards Market. I think Zeken assumed that that was being covered. Then again, It was all chaos.
Bang up towards Kart. Just with the movement as well, the refract in the back pocket, Giacomo. Tail end of the duration of that one still, he's alive. That means a player advantage for G2 to play around.
Narrator's been holding this ult for such a long time. Can he find some value out of it? They've got to turn a player disadvantage.
Otherwise it's going to mean G2 up to 12 here. Up to series point in our grand finals. Push forwards, pop flash in, and this is it, Narrate. Just being swarmed and overwhelmed. G2! One step away.
3 chances, 3 tournament points. They already won in kickoff. It was a 5-map blender between these two teams. And Sentinels beat them for the first time in VCT recently in the upper bracket semi-finals here.
Woo! Let's go, baby!
But now G2 can feel it. They want to establish a year of dominance here. Just a week ago, they were thinking whether or not they'd even qualify for Toronto. And now they've got 3 opportunities to lift the Americas trophy again and come in, skipping the Swiss stage in a phenomenal spot for Toronto.
Carving themselves into the history books of Americas, at least domestically. To be one of the first teams to get the back-to-back, it's up to Zeken to try and put a stop to that. These dreams and hopes of G2 themselves, but already dashing forwards. This guy has to be the tip of the spear, but he's just being isolated still. They deal with Leaf. Armageddon in through the back. Finds a bit of time and a bit of space as well, but they have to deal with Trent, and it's a stun against the back wall. He's penned himself in, skipping and hopping all the way through as well. Zeken isolates it, finds that fight indeed. G2, just relentless. Making a move on now, still with that player disadvantage. Giacomo cleans it up onto the side. It's all down to him into this spot. Sentinels earn themselves that breathing room.
When you're watching through Zeken's eyes, it looks chaotic. He's been tangled up by Leaf's setups in a couple of these rounds now, and yet the value provided from that Taeho ultimate completely isolated Trent, and he did whiff on the stun. He's almost stunned himself. A little bit of nerves in the final moment. And brick by brick, track by track, the Zen train at the moment keeps chugging. But 2 more opportunities for G2. On a massively favored half, and they're taking attack timeout.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, if Kaplan doesn't take it now, he might not have a chance to even talk to the team. Everything has to be perfect. Or at least the outcome has to be perfect.
Yeah.
Actually, the way the Sentinels got that round was a little scrappy, but it got the job done, and that is what matters. They've run out of ultimates, though. Narrate was holding that Taeho ult in his back pocket for so long. And Kaplan, he's actually not so much giving the info here as just giving his team time and space, it seems, to fill something out. It's John that you can see calling out a couple of ideas, some adjustments.
Just those 2 rounds that stand for Sentinels. Every single round that they've been able to earn on this attack side, it's been torturous, man. It's been absolutely torturous. If you take a look at the timeline, only 3 so far on this attack side round, and now they have to do 2 back-to-back. To bring this one all the way to OT, to stand a chance as well, to not go out, just to even get a chance of competing in that 5th and final map.
So much of Sentinel's conditioning recently in the last few rounds has been around B and B splitting. Leaf adjusting the setup slightly, but gets caught by the suppress. But SEN are messing with their heads. Instead of going for the B split, they're making it feel like one and getting ready to pounce on A. But G2 are already getting good information. They've posted up Giacomo with Trent to clear out this angle. The drone goes deep, and Leaf can start leaning A.
Joel could take a peek here if he wanted to, at least with the refract, but not choosing to. Center quite open as well to that push, the potential of it at least, in through mid, just holding for now.
And G2 look like they're playing A for retake. I mean, they want to use, by the look of it, Trent and Giacomo's ultimate to close this out. Zelsis.
Tricky wall to try and at least break down. Spam coming his way on top of it. Eventually, removes it. One obstacle dealt with, but SEN have got plenty more waiting for them on the other side of the A side here. A lot of util expended.
But again, I think it's going to be a retake. We're looking towards Trent and Giacomo and how much value they get out of the ults.
Huge ults.
SEN are controlling Catwalk and Tree. They're not closing the door and locking themselves in on site.
Because they know they have to fight forwards here. As soon as the ults are used, find a timing, a window of opportunity here against G2, and here it is. First ult going to be sent out. John QT already catching it. Conversion pass Zeken. He's isolated on a bloody island. Slow to a crawl, but he still gets the one. Sentinels, can they do it? Pull it back from the brink, but again, they're isolated, cut out of the sight, divided away from it, and spammed, and stuck away! SEN, dropping like flies! And for G2, in all eyes, into the hands of Trent, and he delivers them that back-to-back trophy!
An outrageous way for the map to finish. Much improved over the last time that they played a SEN. And this team, like I said only a week ago, were grueling through the lower bracket. Against 100 Thieves in OT on the final map, against an EG team that looked like they had the momentum. These players didn't even know whether they'd be in this spot. Didn't know whether they'd even qualify in third place. Never mind first place. They make history today. And Ender had talked about it again a week ago. There are only a few games that set your legacy in Valorant. And they managed to avoid elimination in the lower bracket and cement that legacy again today.
G2 making history, and here it is. Your Stage 1 2025 Americas Champions, G2.
Doing what everybody expected of them, but started to doubt. This team has been dominant throughout the whole of this year domestically in Americas and just started to slip up in recent weeks, but they fixed it at the perfect moment. The input from Josh, the reflection from Valen, the individual brilliance coming out from people like Trent, Leaf, and fixing the errors that they'd made on maps like Ascent, for example. Poetic the way that they finish.
Absolutely. Grueling is what they'd probably describe their path to even get here. And each player getting their time in the sun.
An awesome moment as well, you've got to imagine, for Jonah P, who's gonna be probably the sole Canadian heading towards Masters Toronto, and with a trophy in the back pocket as well. Waiting to see which teams are gonna escape from the Swiss stage to march into the blender that is G2. Because they get that opportunity to look at the rest of the squads, figure out the meta potentially too.
Absolutely.
Trent will have time to revamp if he wants to move away from the Teo.
Well, with all that being said, we're going to send it down to Riv on the stage with our America's Stage 1 champions. Take it away for the Verizon post-match interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for your back-to-back kickoff and Stage 1 champions, G2! Amazing, amazing. Jonah, it feels right to start with you. I'm glad you're on this side. You get to go home. What are you excited to show everybody when you get back to Canada and get into the game?
Just the amazing culture there. Everyone's super friendly and nice. And, you know, playoff hockey in Toronto right now. So hopefully Toronto makes it to the second round, and I'm going to take them to the game.
Heck yeah, that's actually my little question for you. What should they be looking for? What do they look to do when they're out there? What should we be having fun with?
Honestly, you can do anything. Everyone's super polite, you know. You just got to be polite yourself, and everyone will respect you. And, you know, it's just a nice vibe there. All
right, be polite, eh? All right, man. Great. GG's, great game, and good luck in Toronto. Valen, we got to touch on the fact that you were pretty hard on yourself at the end, saying I wasn't being the leader I wanted to be. What was that for you?
I think I was focusing too much on myself, and I should be focusing on the little details for the team. I want to make sure all guys around me succeed, and me winning these last couple games and getting into Masters Toronto was credit to Josh for kind of opening my eyes on that. He said, Jake, you're being too self-centered, you're being too self-focused right now. You got to reopen your mind to the team. You want to win games, you want to be the best IGL in the world, you got to lead the 4 people around you to do so. And I kind of remembered that, dialed it back a little bit, and I'm back, so let's go.
So that's what I'm talking about. Were you the IGL you wanted to be today?
Yeah, I was the IGL I wanted to be today. Back-to-back champions, couldn't have done it without my team. I love these guys. Let's go to Toronto and win that shit too.
Awesome, congratulations, my man. Congratulations, the hype is screaming up here on stage. Leaf, we've talked about it before, and coaches past and present have talked about, you know, the flexibility in your play, how much you study the game. What allows you with this squad to bring that info to the team? We're hearing you talk a lot and hype people up. What is it about all that study that you bring?
I think everybody is also individually very smart, and they just have we have a lot of belief in everybody. You know, if somebody says something, we try to do it, and even if it doesn't work out, you know, we go next. And I think that every single team that we play against, you know, we know what to expect for the most part. You know, there's some curveballs that hit here and there, but I think that we are just one of the most prepared teams in the world.
Awesome. Best of luck. We just moved to Toronto. Trent, you have been a major core of this team since the beginning. Did you think that these would be the results, that this would be the stack as you guys started to get on that dynasty train?
Yeah, I mean, just look at the guys around us. So, I mean, it's honestly surreal. Like, having all these guys around me, they're honestly the best in the world, and I just think we're going to keep this going.
All right, man. Thanks so much. Best of luck in Toronto to you. Jog. When you came on this team, you said, I want to bring a trophy to the squad. Now you have two. Why did it mean so much to you, and what does it mean to be able to get another one from the squad?
I mean, these guys came from Ascension except for Nate. So getting that first step of Ascension trophy, that was the first step, right, for them.
Right on.
Me coming in, getting the kickoff trophy with them, another step. We were so close to Bangkok, unlucky, right, whatever, but, I mean, this is the start for everything right here, right? This split right here is going to solidify the rest of our season, so yeah.
All right, awesome. Very cool stuff. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in Toronto. Josh, usually here I ask you kind of to talk about the guys, but I actually wanted to talk to the guys. Tell them why they've been so great. What are you feeling about it, and how happy are you for them today?
Honestly, I'm just happy that you listen to me. I mean, that's all it is. I mean, I'm just a slightly older guy just telling slightly younger guys how to play this game, and, you know, I was pretty bad when I played, so it's just like, yo, try to do these things. And like, I know I can't, but, you know, but they believe in the bigger vision. They know that the team play is like paramount, and that's how we like destroy teams. But like, I just want to cap off at the end. Big thanks to my coaching staff. Like, they're not here. Anders and Shaq, they've been so pivotal in these like back-to-back games, and like getting the analysis done, and like we work overnight preparing the boys. So really big thanks for those too.
I mean, with the bye, you guys still played some of the most rounds we've ever seen from you in a playoff. So congratulations, coach. Best of luck heading to Toronto. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for your back-to-back kickoff and Stage 1 champions, G2 Esports! Don't go anywhere. We got more coming. We got the post-match, but right now we got the draw show for Stage 2, so check it out.
With Stage 1 in the books, we've got a sneak peek at the future of VCT Americas and what lies ahead when our teams return from Masters Toronto. On July 18th, the doors of the Riot Games Arena will open for the start of Stage 2. And this one is a game changer, because we'll have all new groups. Alpha and Omega will be redrawn based on the final Stage 1 standings. In Stage 2, all 12 squads will battle for 5 straight weeks of single round-robin play, and the stakes are massive. The top 4 teams in each group will qualify for the Stage 2 playoffs, and the top 2 finishers in playoffs automatically punch their ticket for the year's most prestigious event, Champions Paris. Every match counts in Stage 2, because Americas has 2 additional slots for champs, and they go to the remaining top 2 teams on our championship points leaderboard. Points are up for grabs every single day of regular season competition, and will also be awarded to the top 4 teams in playoffs. With new groups and new matchups in Stage 2, any team can make a run and qualify for Champions Paris. But only one will lift the trophy and go down in history as the region's best. Who will rise to the occasion and become VCT Americas champion? Tune in to find out. The next chapter of VCT Americas starts July 18th. And you can see the drama unfold live and in person at the Riot Games Arena. Tickets go on sale after Masters Toronto. We'll see you there. Follow us on X, Instagram, and TikTok @ValleySportsNA for all the latest news, exclusive video content, and more.
Levanta todo mundo. Todo en manos de Martino. En el 1-1, Martino. Otra vez Martino.
Will he grab the 4 for the 1v1? Yes, he will.
All right, everyone, welcome to the Stage 2 Draw Show. Now, half of our teams are going to be switching groups following Masters Toronto, and it's time to find out who is making the move. Now, I'm going to be assisting Nick Weatherlow here from the Comp Ops teams. Guys, give it up for Nick if you don't mind. I told him I was going to do that and embarrass him. Totally worth it. Now, of course, let's go over the rules real fast and how this draw works. Now, using the final Stage 1 group standings, teams will be paired up based on their final placement. So you got Alpha 1 and Omega 1, Omega 2, Alpha 2, so on and so forth, right? We have 3 bowls here, and inside of those bowls is number 1 and 2 teams, number 3 and 4 teams, number 5 and 6 teams respectively, and it sounds a lot more complicated, but trust me, when you see it, it's going to be pretty easy. We're going to be drawing teams from each bowl, and those are going to be the ones that will be switching groups. So in the end, half of the teams will have swapped. That is important to keep in mind because we did this test and oh my God, the results could be crazy. So Nick, let's do this, Papa. Pool number 1, what we got? Oh boy. So now this is going to be, and remember, we swap the teams around. We swap them around, and it is G2 and Crew. So now G2 goes to the Alpha group, and Crew goes to the Omega group. There you go. All right, Nick, let's hit him with the second one. Now remember, it's only half, so we're only drawing 1 bowl from the bowls. Say that 5 times fast, I dare you. Okay, what we got here? Oh. See something, see something. Number 3 seed, 100 Thieves in Cloud9. 100 Thieves now move across, and C9 are now Alpha Boys. There you go, boom. That's crazy. Okay, Nick, you want to do the honors for number 3? What do you guys think of the group so far? Yeah! Someone's excited. Oh, da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. It's the 6 seed, Loud and Furia are going to be swapping over. So there we go there. There we go there. And here are your groups for Stage 2. In the Alpha, you got G2. Our champions of Stage 1, Sentinels, Cloud9, Evil Geniuses, 2G, who got, I think Spike's coming back, and Furia también. Oh my God, that is crazy. And then on the other side of the Omega group, you got Crew, MIBR, 100 Thieves, NRG, Leviathan, and Loud, folks. Guys, give it up for Nick. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And now let's go ahead and bring up our players. We got EU, Oxy, Zelsis, and Valen. Come on up, boys. Come on up, come on up.
All right. Yeah.
Guys, give it up for our players. Give it up for our players. Come on.
Did he call you Papa on stage? I think he did.
All right. EU, start with you, my man. What do you think of your Omega group so far? Feeling good? Feeling concerned? Anything you're thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good. We never really beat this team, like, ever, so this might be like an insta loss, but we'll see if we can beat the rest of the teams.
Hey, I respect the humility, man. It's awesome. Oxy, you're in the shark pit over here with the boys. This is going to be quite problematic. How you feeling about this?
Jeez. He has nothing to worry about. C9 is regular season merchants, bro. He's got nothing to worry about.
Oh my God, I'm happy. This is gonna be great.
Zels is saying you guys are regular season merchants.
Facts.
Listen, we'll be back for playoffs, hopefully.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. All right, Zelsis, man, what you got here? You got G2 in your group with you. You guys just played an incredible series. You got C9, EG, 2G, and Furia. Crazy stuff there. Your thoughts?
I mean, the only team I'm worried about is G2. The rest are dog shit. So.
My blood pressure's rising. Good God. That was too much for me. This is a children's show, Zelsis. Come on. And Valen, okay, he said the only team he's worried about is you guys. How does that make you feel, man?
You think I'm worried about anybody? Back-to-back champs?
Back-to-back champs. Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, guys, look, this is it. These are the groups, and we want to thank you all so much, not just for the work you put into the season, but for taking the time with us here today. Guys, give it up for our players one more time. Now, of course, We want to thank everyone for tuning in and watching Stage 1 throughout the season. We appreciate you so much. We want to thank you all for tuning in. Make sure you watch Masters Toronto June 7th, and then we'll be right back here, baby. Stage 2, July 18th. And of course, that's going to do it for our show here today. We thank you so much for tuning in. Best piece of advice I can give you, go get a library card, read a book, treat someone with kindness, and I will see you guys soon. For now, enjoy your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT Americas. It's playoffs time here at the Riot Games Arena. I never get to pick or play with the Tunnel Trader, so.
Can we record this and run it live?
Adds the protection in Cortesia. This should just be too many odds. That's one kill found though. And on 1v1 against Cryo! How has Cortesia found that?
It's over. Wrap it up. MIBR 2-0 over 100 Thieves.
Not playing nearly as much
did
KO
this.
breach.
You did this.
By the way, the timer stopped, guys.
How dare you?
Bang goes for another one. An ace on the board, all by himself here.
2 rifles on the side of C9.
Bang. Bang with the ace! Bang with the Red Bull clutch! And Sentinels will take down Cloud9 in 2 maps.
It's time to spin the wheel of destiny! Chia seed went down my throat. I had a smoothie this morning.
Asuna procs his ultimate. Stuns going every which way. It's chaos on the site. But Xander! 4 kills! Shuts it down! 100 Thieves stay alive in the lower bracket.
Today's match, there should be a little bit more aggression with the control.
The spit will help. He's gotten it down a little bit closer. All target spotted, trying to connect! And Supa does! The Red Bull clutch for EG.
That's my unk. That's my unk.
They're going to need more than that. Icy gets 2! Spike has been taken for a little while here. Can the rookie deliver again? Vic's going to stick it. Stops at half. On the swing! Icy gets his 4th. The Red Bull clutch! The glass sipper seems to be fit for a villain.
Ooh, tickle under the chin, they're quite friendly.
Yeah,
Don't
okay.
actually do that to a moose. They'll probably
They will
kill you.
This is the closest I'll ever get to a moose.
It's done. It falls. Gunfire erupts as Shenum gets 2. 3 on the round. Shy left standing, and he will fall. MIBR, welcome to Toronto.
And that's what it's all about right there. Oh, Mimi! Oh, actually, wait a minute. Just got word. Mimi's fired. All right, everyone. That's going to do it for us here. We'll be back after this quick short break, and Mimi's got to look for a new job.
Sentinels finally dislodge him from the back of the site.
The only thing Sentinels has is a splash.
Flash turned, and that's going to be another round. Sentinels! The glow up from the young team, and Sen City is headed to Masters Toronto.
I mean, we're saving 11-10.
Yeah.
So them boys, this is a fake comeback.
What is this? No way! Using it like a shotgun. Derek joining in on it. Crew crumble. Shy in a 1v4, and it is not enough. Evil geniuses advance.
Mimi, who are you hoping for today?
100 Thieves. This is going to sound deranged. This is going to sound deranged. But look back to last year. Don't laugh at me.
Not looking good for 100 Thieves as Valen gets 2, and this is looking like an overtime Pearl match. 100 Thieves trying to stay alive from the elimination. The jump over is not enough, and it's going to be the kills for 100 Thieves. We go again. It's getting risky, though. It's getting very risky, though. That's going to be the shot. Trent hits it. G2 eliminate 100 Thieves, and they'll move on in playoffs.
Of course, an absolutely unbelievable scene, my lady.
Excuse me?
Zeken finds the first. Zeken is tearing them limb from limb. Decent enough weapon. Transfer from Zeken into the aces. So unreal. Cortesio has the TP forward and narrates it. I don't think so. Sentinels will advance to our grand finals with a map advantage.
Feels like every game, it feels like the hardest one we've had, so I'm expecting the same thing today. We've been battling a lot of adversity, but coming out on top.
That's an ult popped off, not dead yet. Kill needs to be claimed here, round and away, yay! Valen with the reposition up towards the high ground. Yay, snaps, time, he's got it! A few seconds left to try and play for, but they have to clear out these spots here. It's a pit drop down, and hold on, leave, my God, man! Pulls an ace out of bloody nowhere. It's going to take a lot, though, to dislodge Trent from that spot. And in that carnage, once more, chaos. Trent contains them all. G2 have a date with destiny.
I'm going with Trent.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's Kaplan.
Where did he come from?
Kaplan's there.
Come on, hit it underneath, Trent. It's another Kaplan.
It's always.
It's another guy because there's not on the move tool.
Oh, there it is. The slide is in. Aspas has arrived once more. Jonah goes low from that one. Walks into a crossfire. Oh, come on, man. Valen now has to salvage the round, but it's burnt to a crisp. Daddy's home. This is not a fake. They've got to end here at this rate. But there's more to be done. Jorg playing on the side in an elbow. Verno is extracted. And that's an easy one. A big 4K for Valen. Coming into play. And here comes Jor. Moving fast as heck, but Verno's able to stop in his tracks. Shenum no stunned up in that corner. Oh! For 4. Verno's able to avoid damage, but here comes a speedway push. Verno stopping power. It's going to be Trent again. Are you kidding? Back to back brilliance from Trent. And yesterday, it was a fear that it might all be over. Today, the realization that it's only just begun for G2.
Today we got two teams fighting for the right to call themselves America's best. The trophy is on the line and it all comes down to this.
Looking for a little bit more here. Armageddon is all being laid down on top. Zen posturing, trying to offer themselves up here in the rate. It's got so much to do! Absolutely absurd! The heat's been turned up entirely, John. It's going to be on the wire there. 0.06. Zelta's tucked into the corner. He's not long for the ward there. Caught into the corner. It's a good combination. Second wave of things, and he spotted it. Target acquired. Valen! And now with time played, they win it out entirely. Map 1, domination in that second half here by G2. Bang is going to be under a lot of scrutiny. Still with that paranoia is excellent. But G2 not done yet, not done. But Country Mars still has a team flash. And the rate strikes right back. Pulling back in a way, G2. Time being bought, util held, and guns not at the ready here. Valen, right from behind.
Sit down, boy.
Causes issues this time. Oh my, leg shot. He's not going to be denied that kill by the multitudes of util the G2 have in their back pocket. There's another one for you. Stun forwards and whipping, hopping all around. You're going to be meeting your match into the blender. G2 just dominant.
They've come out all guns blazing.
SEN have just been winning so many of them, and it keeps rolling.
It's just moments like that. Leaf should have had him dead to rights.
Pushing them forwards, out into the open salvos. Praying and praying. Celsius has gone away with murder. Zeken though spots it out, and he could be that difference maker. TP in, and it's not expected. What a play! They hear it scurrying away. The rifles to remain. Into the side! Come on! This could be it. Jonah rips away 2, but he needs more where that came from. Up to the side, Ajar with a movement. Weaving in and out. Sentinels! Still alive! Paranoia brought enough time forward and even dodged that one to saturate to the side. Bang! Expecting a second updraft over towards the top. How the hell do you control that? You cannot!
I'm an animal.
Line forwards here with a Paranoia. Just about dodged and avoided here, but Zeken's in and the knives are taken away. Spamming to the corner here and a pop flash. It was anticipated. Valen tucked to the corner.
No chance. Jonah picks up the final one.
Divided away from it and spammed and stuck away. SEN dropping like flies. And for G2, in all eyes, into the hands of Trent. And he delivers them that back-to-back trophy. G2 making history, and here it is. Your Stage 1 2025 Americas Champions. G2.
Step into the ring. into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Mm-hmm.